human rights is African, and that we start with children is, I think, emphatic in making that point. Thank you. I now hand over to the next panel, which is the opening panel by Professor Franz Filion. Thank you so much. I've been ambushed, Prof, because I was hoping you're going to invite your the panelists, but well, we can begin with them already. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we are running a little bit behind time, so we try to accelerate our processes. Good morning also from my side. Thank you, Brian, and congratulations really to the team, the unit for litigation and implementation of the Center for Human Rights, led by Brian and the other members here. I think it's a wonderful job they've done so far to bring us all here and to arrange this program. So as Brian mentioned, this session will give basically a background, will set the scene for our discussions. As you look at the program, you'll see we have, in a sense, two aspects to this setting the scene. On the one hand, we have two members of the Children's Rights Committee here who will talk to the recent work on implementation within that context. And then we have two presentations that relate back to those previous iterations of implementation focused by the center, the conferences with the court and the commission. So we have a member representing the court, and then online, someone from the commission. I'll speak about that. If you look at the program, there's also someone listed there from the Pan-African Parliament. Regrettably, we received a message just now that mentioned that there is been a change of situation, an abrupt meeting of the Pan-African Parliament Rules Committee. And as you could see, the person, Clement Mavungu, is the legal counsel. So he was called to higher duty. He is not able to extricate him from those responsibilities. However, we will see if his contribution and intervention can be rescheduled when he is available later on during today or tomorrow. So it does mean that we have one less presentation in the slot. To say then that we have, in a sense, a keynote. The longer presentation will be by Honorable Robert Nanima, who will speak about the recently published study on the implementation of decisions. So maybe I'll go one by one and just say a word about Dr. Nanima. I think, as you can see, there is the chair of the recently established working group on implementation of decisions of this committee. And he's also an associate professor at the University of the Western Cape, Faculty of Law. And it's always interesting to me to note that he's actually in the Department of Criminal Justice and Procedure. So he has quite a wide range of interests, which also are relevant, I think, to children's rights. He is elected as a member in respect of Uganda. And we also note that in the elections that will come up next year, I think his post is vacant, as it were. He's up and I think running for a next term. So we also wish him well in perhaps, having completed or in the process of completing the first term, potentially into the second. So Dr. Nanima, we welcome you. And I think if you're comfortable to take the stand here, or you can do it from there, but otherwise to address us then on the study on the implementation of decisions. Thank you very much. Since this one works, you can talk.
A very good morning once again. I have a presentation. I'll request that it's projected for purposes of the conversation. There's something that Prof spoke about that I think I should speak about. I'm in the Department of Criminal Justice and Procedure, with a great love for children's rights. The aspect of children's rights and criminal justice, it might look like you're trying to mix oil and water, but I think it speaks to my historical undertones. When I started my postgraduate studies, I came in as a prosecutor who had been working with the Directorate of Public Prosecutions for about 9 years. So all I knew was how I would get people, convict them, throw them in prison. Interestingly, during my studies, I noticed that at times it's not about throwing people in prison. At times it's about understanding some other sociological, anthropological questions that inform why they committed offenses. So after doing the master's in 2016, I discovered I could no longer be a very good prosecutor because I was not going to be sanctioning charges and the DPP would have a problem with me. So I crossed over to human rights. Actually, my studies, both for the master's and the PhD, were in criminal justice, admission of evidence obtained through human rights violations. Interesting. Then, as fate would have it, there was a postdoc on children's rights at the Center at the Dalomar Institute. And my supervisor then told me, Robert, I think you should do this. I told him I'll do it on condition you agree that after these 2 years, I'm going back to continue prosecuting. He laughed. And I think the rest is history. So that's how I am on this side, but in criminal justice. So I don't take children to court. Rather, I argue for better ways in which we can help them. So I'm speaking about the study on implementation of decisions. But the conversation should be, should we just run through the study? What were the objectives? What were the research questions? Ethical clearance? I think that might be a little so expected, but at the same time, a little boring. So let us look at it from the perspective, yes, we have this study. We did this study. If we have an introspection from the time we did it to today, are we seeing a possibility that this study is being translated from the decisions that it evaluated to actual domestic impact? I might not have the answer to that question, but I hope that in the conversation that I will ignite, that over the next 48 hours, as we talk about domestic implementation, we are able to find ourselves as to how much we have done. Have we improved? Can we improve in various areas? I'll start by the same statistics that I gave earlier on. The aspect of implementation of decisions is not a problem that is only seen by the committee. It's not only a preserve of the commission and the court. It's a problem everywhere. Why? Because there are various reasons that inform it. First and foremost, if you look at the statistics, as at the time the study was carried out, the European Court of Human Rights, as well resourced as it was, it had more than 6,150 decisions that had not been implemented. When we crossed the Inter-American Court, we were not able to get a specific figure for purposes of questioning the study, but we could see that a percentage of their decisions, about 60%, not implemented. We said, maybe let's cross the Atlantic, let's come back to Africa. Let's start from the Gambia, the Banjul Commission, and see. And we noticed, yes, there are quite a number of decisions that have been concluded, over 300, but close to over 150. They are still in the gap of implementation. Then we said, maybe let's go to the Maseru Committee. Let's go back home. We have not covered a lot of ground. We have about 26. We have about 26 communications. 13 have been concluded, of which out of the 13, 10 have been on merit, and 3 have been on amicable settlements. Perhaps I think we are doing well. Bad news, it's also a problem with the few, the 13. So this should not only point the magnitude of the problem, but point to the fact that, well, we have a lot to work with, but there's a lot that we can do by recognizing that it's not only a committee problem, it's not only a court problem, it's not only a commission problem, but a problem for various human rights monitoring bodies. So by way of overview, I propose that as I take you through this study, we answer 4 questions. Or I guide you in answering 4 questions. Or I guide you in getting questions to the 4 questions. 1, what was the why question for that study? Secondly, what was the how question to the why question for that study? Thirdly, so what was the what question for that study? 4, what is the now question for that study? 5, what's the then question all the way forward in light of the study that was carried out. So when we come to the why question, there are various reasons that inform the need for this study. We identified that much as we're working as a committee, we discovered that it was more of piecemeal engagements. If a matter required implementation from Uganda, would deal with Uganda as the country rapporteur who is attached to Uganda. If it was with regard to children affected by armed conflict, it would be that specific rapporteur who would go ahead. At one point, we did not have the specific rapporteurs. So because of the various thematic aspects that were coming up, we decided to have those rapporteurs. And at the end of the day, we'd make the report, submit it to the heads of government. But it still remained piecemeal in that we would look at that specific country for its problem and the thematic aspect and would forget the bigger part of the puzzle. If it's a pie, it's the entire pie. If a small part of the pie is spoiled, it always pushes on to the others. So, and then the other aspect, there was a lack of a comprehensive analysis. Okay, we have these decisions, but what are the trends? How many have been looked at? How many have been implemented? If it's in terms of implementation, what is the percentage of implementation? How many have been implemented to 100%? Is it 75%? Is it 50%? Is it 25%? Can we even qualify it in terms of percentages? It became a critical question. Thirdly, we identified that much as we had 10 thematic working groups, they were not sufficient. There's some specific aspects that would not be covered. Yet in the need to cover those aspects would need other committee members to work in specific other ways. So we identified, yes, our working mechanisms include using the country rapporteurs, where the 11 members, each of them are assigned 5 countries, which relates to the 55 countries. That is good. But supposing it's about budgeting, which is not provided for as a thematic area, and there is a communication that requires budgeting, how are we going to deal with implementation? Supposing it speaks to aspects of climate change, but it's not a thematic area that is dealt with, and we are seeing climate change rubbing shoulders with armed conflict in areas like the Sahel region, how are we going to deal with it in terms of implementation? How do we deal with the question of implementation to the end that it's not just an event to have a report, but it's a process that can be engaged for further engagement? So because of that lack of comprehensive analysis, we worked towards having other working mechanisms, such as establishing other working groups. Among the working groups that were established were the working group on implementation of decisions. So having been established, the elephant in the room was, yes, you've been established, get to work. And that work was this study. Number 4, making rights a reality. There are some specific communications where you'd engage with states and they bring the child before the committee and let's say it's a case of slavery, a communication regarding slavery, and the state says, but we have laws. This is what we have done. We have been training police officers. We have been training judges. And the question would be, but why do we have this child before us? If we have this child before us, then maybe there's something that we are not doing. How can we look at the various communications that we have, see how we can work towards making rights a reality? Aspects such as the use of the due diligence principle came to fore, and that is part of the reasons that informed the why question. The other aspect that is closely related, translating commitments to action. It's interesting how commitments would be made through concluding observations, through the communications. When you have a visit to a state, that's when it will make a report very fast, submit it. We established perhaps it might not only be in terms of the decisions that we make that have actual throughput, but it could be the fact that we have engaged with states. How could we factor in all that in terms of the conversation? Then the other aspect was the fact that there were some statistical gaps and reporting discrepancies in light of the fact that we became very statistical, would identify, okay, 42 countries have done ABCD. We have reports that have been filed. We have got a number of concluding observations, but there was no relation to actual increase in resources to work on those aspects. So that in a way, because of the statistical gaps, it in a way also informed the need to have the study. Evidence of a reporting crisis. Some countries had reported the first, the second, the third time. Some countries like Malawi had gone through the amicable settlement and offered more than the necessary reports possible. Other countries like Sudan had engaged the amicable settlement and offered to do everything under the sun. But when it came to implementation, they simply could not because they didn't have the resources or they were not best placed. In some places, it's the armed groups that were in control and not the armed forces. So it became a problem. Perhaps let's appreciate the aspect of implementation of decisions. The complex system, understanding the fact that if it's about implementation, it's not simply this paper that you send to the government and you expect the state to respond and give feedback. It's not always that simple. We came to realize that when we write the most sophisticated, legally in-depth note verbals, that's when states don't respond to us. But when you tell them we want to work with you, we want you to guide this, it would yield results. On a given day, 2 specific legal officers sent 2 note verbals, one note verbal to a certain country in East Africa, another to a certain country in Southern Africa. The one sent to East Africa had a lot of legalese. The one sent to Southern Africa was more child-friendly. For the one sent to East Africa, up to tomorrow, we are still waiting for the invitation. And that was 4 years ago. The one to Southern Africa, within 2 weeks, we had the response. So implementation, is it about wanting to be the big boy in the room and pushing it down the throats of all other stakeholders, or it's about working together? And that brings forth to the question to the fore. When someone asks you, what's the African Union doing? How do you answer that question when you're dealing with implementation of decisions? One time someone was asked, what's the United Nations doing? And he asked the person who asked, how many states make up the United Nations? And he said, now imagine, no, are they efficient or inefficient in their home countries? Well, they're inefficient. So imagine that number of inefficient states in one room. I used the same question and asked someone, imagine 55 inefficient states in one room. But that's not the conversation we're having. But this is to show the background that informed the need for the study. So coming to the how question, the methodology, it was not to the end that someone should do this and get a doctorate or a master's degree. It was to the end that we speak to how we can improve the realities of children through implementation of decisions. We reviewed existing literature. We identified some of it might not be defined as literature in the sense of the word from an academic perspective, but in the sense of reports, documents that we could use to give us a clear picture. We reviewed our own decisions in terms of what we had done in terms of implementation. Decisions not only in the context of communications, but in the context of any recommendation that would have been given to a state. And I remember when we were having the validation of the study, a question that came up and I think still comes up was whether the committee issues decisions or issues recommendations. I don't know that there is a paper regarding that. But my perspective is if a country has ratified and it has ascribed to the competence of the committee to receive communications, to receive state reports and give recommendations, whether the recommendation is called a rumor, whether it's called a recommendation, whether it's called a decision, it should have the same effect because you recognize the competence. But if you look at the actual wording of the communications, the committee makes a decision, then on the basis of that decision, it recommends. So at the end of the day, someone has to do what has to be done. So we also had a primary data collection in terms of questionnaires, which were sent to all the states. It's only that number that responded, but at least they responded. There was a degree of ownership. We got responses from 12 national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and most of the members of the committee also took part. Now, coming to the findings, what did we find? The findings are largely categorized into 2, but there are various aspects that fall thereunder. So the first, with regard to the systematic implementation gap, we identified the global challenge. I've spoken to that. We identified that there are other factors that affect the actual implementation, whereby a decision is submitted and it becomes a political issue. Everything is politicized, and they even reach out and say, we shall not support this because you're affecting our sovereignty as a state. And I think we don't have an objective definition of goodwill, political goodwill. It remains subjective. It's the other distant extent of the best interests principle. They are both subjective, but one is subjective to a good perspective. One is subjective to a rather not very good perspective. The aspect of non-interference during enforcement remains a challenge. To what extent are you interfering, or to what extent are you not interfering? Yet at the core is that specific child who does not have his or her rights protected and promoted. Inadequate coordination and collaboration. I don't want to speak about AU reforms, but I think to what extent do we coordinate together? To what extent do we collaborate together? But I'm happy to note that the secretariats always meet, committee members always meet, but it's not also from the perspective of external coordination and collaboration, but also internally. We noticed that we have Agenda 2040, and we had been looking at it as this 10-point program that speaks to specific 10 thematic aspects, forgetting that we can work on it as a collective. If there's something that engages at the aspects of the right to health, the right to education, and it's in spaces of conflict, the special rapporteur on children affected by armed conflict, and the two others should be able to engage. If it's relating with specific states that have not ratified, should have advocacy missions. I was chatting with Honorable Anne yesterday when we took an advocacy mission to Somalia. And we were wondering yesterday, so why did we go to Somalia? That was a very interesting experience as to how, despite the situation that the country is in, there is a lot of goodwill. Because at one time the Prime Minister asked us, why do you want me to ratify your instrument? I'm already doing well. I have a child's law that's better than your charter. I have this that's better than this. Why? But I'm speaking the aspect of coordination and collaboration. It becomes easier to speak the same language. Another key finding, the obstacle of lack of adequate financial, human, and technical resources, not only at the committee, but at various levels. There is always only too much that can go around, but how would we rally behind what we have to ensure that there is movement towards implementation of decisions? One critical aspect that we noted is that we should avoid using silos. It's part of the report, whereby if it's organizations that are like-minded, that are speaking to the implementation of decisions, they come in from the strengths that they offer. If it's the Center for Human Rights, it's coming in from an advocacy perspective. It's coming in from the perspective of doing research. If it's IHRDA, it's coming in from the perspective of taking these matters before the committee, such that the little resources that we have, we are able to use them and have optimum results. Now, challenges at the national level: fragmented governance, whereby there was always a complex system. In one country, we have a ministry for children, but most of its activities are run through other ministries, ministries for children, ministries for social justice, for justice. An example, a specific country that thought it had ratified because it deposited its instrument of ratification with the Ministry of Justice. And whenever it came for the meetings in Addis, it insisted, we ratified. And the legal counsel would be put to question to explain, and they said, no, but we have not received it. So that kind of fragmented governance always affects the ultimate aspect of implementation. Reporting deficits in terms of periodic reporting. There are some countries that have not reported. There are some countries that have over-reported. If that term exists, at least I'm happy to note South Africa, I think, has reported thrice. Kenya has reported thrice, but there are those that have not. So in terms of the working methods that we have, which require engagement through state part reports, through communications, through limited means, how do we engage if those other methods are not being used? That was a key finding that was also identified. The other aspect was quality of recommendations. In some recommendation, it was amend the Child's Act, but what aspects? Could we have more detailed engagement? Could we be more deliberate in the specific recommendations that we give a state? So the move was every rapporteur should be more deliberate for purposes of the actual subsequent implementation. Because we also picked that some of the civil society organizations, when we give these recommendations, that informs the work plan that they create for purposes of going forward. Going forward, I believe we can still foster implementation through the working methods that we use, such as follow-up visits. We continue to do those, having implementation hearings. We have had those with Cameroon, with Tanzania, using special mechanisms and always revisiting them, that they are not cast in stone. For instance, this is not part of the study, but at the last session, we had a new thematic area on budgeting, replacing the thematic area on vulnerable children, because we notice all children are vulnerable. At what point would the special rapporteur work? So that would foster actual implementation. Referral to AU policy organs, bring matters of non-compliance to the AU Executive Council. It's called the naming and shaming aspect. At times it works. Usually people don't want to be seen in a wrong light. And sorry, I have 100 more slides, but I'm almost there. We noticed that the use of existing national mechanisms for reporting and follow-up, that is greatly, that would be greatly recommended, but in areas where they are not, they should be set up. The critical role of Parliament to be critical for purposes of seeing actual work done, because there were countries where there was a children's parliament that would report to the national parliament, and the national parliament would get that report and shelve it. Then in some spaces where there was no children's parliament, the children would engage the parliamentarians, bring them to platforms such as this and engage them. In other spaces, they would meet ministers in public places and ask them, you told us you'd do this, why aren't you doing it? So what matters is that regardless of whichever model we are using, we should be able to see results, and we should speak and speak highly of them. The active role of national human rights institutions cannot be understated. Very critical in light of the statutory role that they play at the national system. Synergy with other human rights monitoring bodies, that was one of the recommendations, and it has seen the light of day. We see more synergies with the commission, with the court, synergies with the committee on the rights of the child. And I think that is great going forward. But still, some recommendations to states: establish, strengthen national mechanism, designate national focal point, such that if it's a web that we are creating, that web does not only stop at the national level, but it goes down to the regional states, to the regional levels, because it would speak to all spaces that a child can participate, right from the family to the local governance, to the national governance, to the regional levels, continental and international. You'll allow me conclude. Implementation of decisions is the ultimate measure of success when there has been an actual translation. If it remains a paper, we are not yet measuring success. And this study shows that there is actual evidence-based analysis, not only of challenges, but of opportunities that we could work on to improve the implementation. And I believe with that, we shall be able to protect our children now, that when I'm 80, we shall have good pilots, good doctors to see us through. I believe you're all here because someone protected you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, I think, for that very, very clear and I think engaging presentation introducing us to this study. I think we'll take the questions maybe at the end so that we have the full picture. Before we do that, engage with the speaker. So take note of your comments and questions and hold on to them, please. The next presentation will be by Honorable Anne Musiwa. We can get the presentation up as well. I think she has a presentation. And I will say of her, obviously, that she is also a working group member. She's a member of this working group that is chaired by Dr. Nanima. And she is the member in respect of Zimbabwe. And also in her case, the term is coming to a a conclusion the first term, and she's available and I think standing for the next term. I'm saying this also because many of us here are part of what is called the Arusha Initiative, and we try to reinvigorate also interest in these processes of the nomination and election of members, and we are very happy to have you here as people that really serve the committee so excellently in your term there. Honorable Musiwa will speak about the state reporting process and implementation of the recommendations of the African Children's Rights Committee, and we look forward to her presentation, which is displayed here. Thank you very much, Commissioner Musiwa, committee member.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I hope somebody will be assisting me with the presentation there. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. I've been told by Franz that I should not take more than 10 minutes. I'll try to respect that in view of our time. And already Honorable Robert, he has been alluding to most of the things which I'm supposed to be presenting here. However, before I go ahead, I think it will be of interest to also know that I am a member of the technical working group of orphanage trafficking for the Interparliamentary Union on Human Trafficking. And I'm a nurse by profession, and I'm a nurse educator. I've been a lecturer for a few years before I then was elevated to another level in my government. That's just extra information for you to have. Right. The outline of my presentation, where I'm supposed to be presenting on the state reporting procedure and implementation of the committee's recommendations, is just adding some eyes onto to the study report, which we have already been given by Honorable Robert, and you'll find that there'll be a few repetitions here and there. I'm going to look at the rationale for the reporting procedure, current reporting status, reporting cycle, that's the format of the state reporting guidelines, content of the report briefly, challenges for reporting and follow-up on implementation, procedure for long overdue reports and follow-up implementations, which has also already been highlighted by Honorable Robert. The rationale for reporting procedure, that's what we have there. The committee's mandate, as we are all quite aware of, is to promote and protect the rights of the children as enshrined in the Charter. And once a state has ratified the African Children's Charter, it means that that state is obliged to ensure that it implements all the articles with no reservation of the African Children's Charter. There are very few countries who have reservations in one or two articles, but I'm happy just to highlight that Botswana, they lifted their reservation on the age of a child, because the age of their child was anybody below the age of 12 years, but now they've lifted up to align with the African Children's Charter to 18 years, and we congratulate them on that. And according to Article 43 of the Charter, every state, once they've ratified, they are entitled to submit to the committee through the Secretary General of the Organization of African Unity reports on the measures they have adopted which give effect to the provisions of the Charter, and also on the progress made in the enjoyment of these rights. And this has to be done within the first 2 years. Once the state party has ratified within the first 2 years, they have to submit an initial report, and then periodically, every 3 years, we expect them to report. It gives, this reporting gives the state an opportunity to evaluate their laws and policies, and also to determine if their laws are in line with the Charter. It gives them the opportunity to assess the measures which the state has undertaken in respect of the Charter to protect the children's rights. It also assists in identifying the progress and the challenges which the state is facing in relation to implementation of the charter. And also when the report has been written, it gives or it affords the state and the committee to meet, have dialogue, discuss on the effects of the implementation in the country, any challenges they are meeting, and whatever challenges they are meeting, the committee also in their wisdom, they bring up or they come up with recommendations so that the state can also be assisted. And also by submitting the reports, the state will be just affirming the commitment through which is shown through the ratification. Honorable Robert highlighted, he mentioned in passing that we have 55 states which form the African Union. And of those 55 states, we have 51 states who have ratified the charter, 4 have not ratified, specifically Morocco, Somalia, South Sudan, and Tunisia. We are still having dialogue with them. We're still advocating. They still have their reservation why they do not want to ratify. But the iron of it is that they've ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. It's exactly the same. We're speaking of the same rights, with the exception that the Charter has got exclusive articles which are Afrocentric. For an example, it's very explicit on the definition of a child. We have no two ways. It's not porous, strictly anybody below the age of 18. It also puts in the cultural aspects that we have to protect children from harmful cultural practices. And it's also exclusive that it speaks to the responsibilities of the child. It's not silent. Every right has got a responsibility which the child also has to take into consideration. And it's very interesting for those 51 states who have ratified. 42 countries have submitted. I think the next slide, please. 42 countries have submitted the reports at least once. 9 countries have not submitted yet their reports. I think the next one, yes, thank you very much. And then 19 countries submitted one first periodic report. Remember, I said within the first 2 years, an initial report. And then every third year, a subsequent periodic report. So when we are saying 42 countries have submitted reports at least once, the once would be just an initial report with no periodic report. 9 countries have not submitted neither. 19 countries submitted one first periodic report. So for those 19 is 2, the initial plus the first periodic report. 22 countries submitted 2 reports, 5 countries submitted 3 reports, 1 country submitted 5 periodic reports plus the initial report to make them 6 reports. And we congratulate that state which has done that. And the question still remains, we are here as a committee also to monitor whether the recommendations and the decisions which we have made to the states are being implemented. But how can we do that if states are not reporting? That's also a challenge. Then the reporting cycle, I think you can leave that there. I'll just speak to that to save time. No, the reporting cycle, just leave it there. I'll speak to that. Don't move any slide so that we save time. So the reporting cycle, how is it? The committee receives the report from the state, as I have already highlighted, whether it's an initial report or it's a periodic report. When the committee has received the report, we notify the country rapporteur. Honorable Robert has highlighted that each member of the committee has got 5 countries which we have oversight on. So the country rapporteur is informed. The secretariat, then they notify the civil society, the umbrella civil society of that state that we have received the government's report, so that the civil society organization, they also submit their own report. Many a time we call it a shadow report, but as a committee, we believe it should be called complementary, because once we call it a shadow, it's like we are playing hide and seek and reporting each other. So they also submit their complementary report. And once the civil society organizations have submitted their complementary report, where they're speaking of the challenges which the state is facing, the good things the state has also done, their opinions around realization of children's rights. If there are any child violations in the state, they'll actually bring them out, because there's no government which will report itself to say that they have child violations in their state. So we hear it from the civil society organizations. Going hand in hand with the civil society organizations report, through the civil society organizations, we also have a children's report. We encourage that coordination should be done by the civil society organization, so that the children's voices is also heard in line with the principle of child participation of the African Children's Charter. When we get these reports, then the committee sits down. We critically analyze before we call anyone for dialogue. We pick up issues from the civil society organizations, which we need clarity on from the government. We also pick any issues which we think we still need clarity on from the government's report, so that when they come in for dialogue, at least they are clearer on what we are looking for. So we then send them the list of issues, the government, not the civil society, but the government. We send them the list of issues. We expect the governments then to respond to us, so that we have a further consideration of that. And when we have done that, we then call in, or we invite the civil society organizations, and this is the time they also bring in the children, so that they present their report. We consider that complementary report, including the children's report. And it's a constructive dialogue. We just want to hear exactly what is happening within the state. Once we have had dialogue with the civil society organizations and the children, we then invite the state for a constructive dialogue. It's not interrogative, it's a constructive dialogue. Following the constructive dialogue, the committee sits down again. We then interrogate the responses which we've got from the state, and we always stress to to the states, we work better when we have statistical data. Unlike narrative can be made very floral, it's very impressive, and we miss it all. But when we work with statistical data, it gives us a better picture. So we come up with the concluding observations. What is it that we have identified? Then we come up with recommendations for the state, what we propose that could help the state to ensure that children's rights are realized in that state. And then we submit to the state. After a period of 2 years, we then write to the state, so that we go for a follow-up mission to see on the ground how far the state has gone in ensuring that the recommendations which we gave are being realized. One of the challenges, of course, if a state is not ready, it's either they do not respond. Honorable Robert highlighted that they do not respond, or they diplomatically respond, extending the time, they buy in time, and many a time we do not go there, especially if it's for investigative missions. So when we have managed to go to the state to carry out the follow-up visit, we still come up with further concluding observations and make recommendations. Right, and maybe just to highlight that the format and the content of the state party reports, and also for the initial and the subsequent reports, is slightly different. Yes, when the state is reporting against each article of the charter in the initial report. The subsequent report, the report they are submitting is in line with the recommendations which the committee has made, and any other facts or factors which the state feels strongly that the committee should know or should be brought to the attention of the committee. And these guidelines are always shared with the states, and they are also on our website, so that states are quite aware of what they're supposed to do. And they follow a procedure when they are preparing the report. The government, like Honorable Robert has already highlighted as one of the challenges, and also came out as a recommendation in the study, The coordination, yes, in many states they have a department or a ministry which has got an oversight role in the implementation of the charter, but they have to bring everybody on board so that they come up with one state party. They need to have consultations with all partners or stakeholders, the civil society organizations, the UN agencies, and the big stakeholder who is critical, the children should participate in the writing of the state party report. And when this has been done, when they've written their report, then we go back, what I've presented, they present that. Civil society, when they're writing their report, of course, is the civil society organizations on their own, inclusive of the children. And then if it's a subsequent report, as I've already highlighted, it's just on the recommendations. To minimize report writing fatigue for the states, remember I said that it's every 3 years, but it's not just the African Children's Charter which the state has ratified. They've ratified many protocols, conventions, internationally, regionally, and also in the REX regions. So to minimize that fatigue, we encourage the African Union states when they write our report, if they've already submitted a UNCRC report or a SIDO report or the S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S report, we encourage them to pick that which is relevant to the articles of the Children's Charter, just to take it and put it. They're not just copy and paste for the sake of writing, but that which is relevant, because it's going to be cost effective for them, because writing reports is very costly in terms of money, in terms of human capital, in terms of financial, is also very, very expensive. So to minimize that reporting fatigue, because as a committee, we also interrogated ourselves. We said, okay, why? We looked at a few countries. We said this country, every 5 years, they are reporting to the UNCRC, to the SIDO, to S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S. But to the African Children's Committee, no report is coming. What's happening? Our period is also very short, is 3 years. Others is 5 years, 5 years. So how best can we align to ensure that we get these reports? So this is how we came up with this conclusion that the report, they just pick that which they've already reported in another report. And also maybe just to highlight, Honorable Robert also alluded to the fact that we are now working closely with our sister organs and also other institutions. And I'm happy to inform you that through that interrogation which we did as a committee on how we could improve the reporting from states, we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the African courts. We've done the same with the S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S. We've also done the same with the African Parliament, exactly. And we've also gone a step ahead. I think 6 months ago, we signed an MOU with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child Committee. And I think we're really moving, because we need to speak the same language. The same African states are part of the UN. And what are we saying if we separate to say, yes, we have the African context, I take that and I appreciate that, but why should we run parallel? How best can we harmonize so that it makes our life very easy, especially for the states? The challenges which we face, don't worry, let me just speak offhand. The challenges which we are facing in terms of the reporting and follow-up on the implementation. One major one is lack of timeliness and periodicity of reporting on the status of implementation of recommendations. And this undermines the monitoring process at the national levels to assess the implementation of children's rights, identify areas of success, and address any challenges or gaps, and thereby limit the opportunity for the state parties to benefit from timely recommendations and address proactively the key issues relating to the protection and promotion of children's rights. And I'll just summarize to highlight what has already come out from the study that this is really key and this is what really is as a problem for us, that the recommendations, the reporting processes, they're not being realized well in time because of lack of political will. It was highlighted earlier on issues of politicization, the principle of non-interference by other AU organs, which we've tried to solve by having memorandum of understanding with our organs, and then inadequate coordination. It has already been highlighted also by Honorable Robert at regional level and also at national level in country, where we are saying we have Agenda 2063. Agenda 2040 is premised on aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063. Countries have targets of Agenda 2030. So where are we missing it? How best can we ensure that when they're speaking of Agenda 2030 in their country, they're speaking Agenda 24? Because one of the aspiration 6 is Agenda 2063, where each country in Africa is pointing to. So where are we missing it? There's poor coordination in country and also at African Union level. And of course, the obvious issues, the financial inadequacy, human capital, and also inadequate technical resources are very key in terms of challenges for us to realize the uptake of our recommendations and also our decisions. And I think in a nutshell, let me say, I've tried to summarize a lot. I had about 24 slides, but I thought, let me just speak to the diagram which was there and save time. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Msiwa. I think that was very informative and a very good complement to the presentation that we had from Dr. Nanima. So we move then to the exact point of collaboration between the institutions in the African Union human rights ecosystem. And we have the good fortune of having Dr. Michal Wibush here, who is, as you see on the program, the senior legal officer at the African Court. He is also, I may say, someone who is academically engaged on the issues of human rights in Africa. He holds a doctorate and he is an associate professor at the University of Cape Town. And he has also authored publications looking at theorizing African approaches to international law with the Pretoria University Law Press. We welcome you, Dr. Wibush, and look forward to your presentation on providing some perspectives on implementation of decisions of the African Court that will inform the debate here looking at the work of the committee. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having the African Court giving the opportunity to speak at this event. Today, I'd like to make my presentation about S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S. Who knows this delicious candy bar? Who likes this delicious candy bar? I love this delicious candy bar. On the flight over, I was thinking, we're all here to discuss the implementation gap. And I was privileged enough to be invited when they launched the report during the previous session of the committee. And they gave me the opportunity to speak on these issues, which I did. And at the time, my presentation then, the key argument I was making was the lack of data, the lack of quality data on the status of implementation and that implementation gap. So that if we would have more data, we could improve our implementation agenda on how to make that better. So since then, I've also been thinking, and on the plane, I was reading this book, which my brother borrowed to me, he lent me, one thing. And the author emphasizes or advises the people to really focus their energy, their thoughts on one thing. So I was in the plane flying over, wondering what could that one thing be? My answer is S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S. S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S standing for a standing, national, implementation, coordination, knowledge, engagement, reporting, structure. So, standing, why standing? Already, the Honorable Robert was talking about the issue of ad hoc engagement on implementation. And that is why we need a standing, a permanent, an institutionalized body that can deal with implementation. National. What I mean by that is that it should be owned by the state. It should be a source of pride that it's a whole state, and of course we also have federal states on the continent, but that there should be coordination on that national level, that it should be supported by a national legal framework, a law, decree, an actual act to help with that institutionalization, but also national in the sense that it should draw on the state budget, that there should be enough resources. Implementation, of course, goes without saying. The reason why we're here, the core objective of bringing those international human rights obligations on that state to bring them home. Coordination, we already discussed this at length. Implementation, as you know, is a multi-layered governance aspect, as in we have the United Nations human rights obligations, the continental one from the AU, but also the regional ones, the ECOWAS decisions. In the EAC, you also have we have various other regional organizations. But then at the national level as well, as I said, in a federal state, there might be all sorts of layers that we need to think of in terms of implementation. But it's also a multi-actor one in terms of it's not just the executive implementing. Parliament was already mentioned. The judiciary also has a key role to play. The NHRIs, the civil society, the academics, all of it come together and they need levels of coordination. The same for coordination amongst the UN mechanisms and the African ones, as we said before. So all of the coordination is essential. Knowledge, that goes to my initial point, when I said that we need better data. We need better collection of data, analysis of data, tracking it, so that we can actually measure an evolution. How are we improving or how are we deteriorating? Because as we know, implementation is not a static given. We can implement a decision, and then a new government comes into place, which can then overturn the decision, and then we're going back, we're regressing. So again, having good data and continuously monitoring is important. Then the E, engagement. We discussed political will. Honorable Anna mentioned the issue of timeliness. We need people to actually do the hard work, like Brian, for example, doing all the work of getting us here. And of course, he was with the whole team. But it is about people doing the hard work of organizing these meetings, preparing agendas, getting people together, moving to missions, going on those missions, as you mentioned. So that's the E for engagement. We need active follow-up. Of course, reporting. There's part of the accountability, but it's also part of evaluation. We need to evaluate what we're doing. Once we have the data, that doesn't say anything. We need some sort of an understanding of what is going on. How are we doing? Are we making progress? Yes or no? And then sharing that information with others as part of that accountability framework. And then finally, the S, the structure, the institutional makeup of this body doing so. So, S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'm saying that that's my argument, that this, I believe, should be our one thing. And at the African Court, we've already started with this process of identifying focal points. The Executive Council even called on states to appoint them. And at the moment, we have 24 focal points, but we still need to engage more carefully with them. And we also know from their makeup that they are still not meeting the criteria of S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S, as in they're mostly ad hoc, the engagement is very limited, they don't have the resources, the data that they have is very inadequate. So that is why I'm saying that we need to build on that idea. And we should do so not in silo. I know that the UN has also been working on this issue for a long time, but as well as the committee in the state reporting process, I imagine that there are some structures in place, but we need to improve on them. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. The main argument today is that we should pay more attention to the internal mechanisms on how implementation works, how these mechanisms track progress, how they coordinate, how they measure that progress, how they measure impact. Already Agenda 2040 was mentioned, Agenda 2063, there's the SDGs, but we need to also make clear that what we're doing here is to serve a bigger purpose. There are bigger developmental agendas that we're trying to contribute to, but that linkages is not always made. But that's exactly what we should be looking at, and we should be exploring that at that national level. So this is essentially the challenge that I pose to you, the academic, but also some other institutions here, is what can we do to make these S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S come alive, to have 55 S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S in all 55 states? I believe that this is the one thing that we be focusing on. And if we do, I do believe we'll be making progress towards closing that implementation gap. And that's, I think, what we're here for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you're taking that away with you again? Or? No. So, wherever it can stay here. No, I thought maybe during question time we can find a way for these sneakers to be distributed. But anyway, so the last speaker that we have online, we hope, is Dr. Victor Ayeni. If we could just make sure. Dr. Ayeni, are you there? He's there? Yes. So he is based in Banjul with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So we move to that perspective. He is really spearheading the efforts within the African Commission at the moment to really also provide a more streamlined and efficient system for tracking the implementation of the decisions of the African Commission, and that process is ongoing. But today he will speak to us and share perspectives from the African Commission side that will, we hope, also inform our discussion here, looking at the implementation of the decisions of the committee, the African Committee on the Rights of the Child here. So Dr. Ayeni, over to you there in Banjul. The floor is yours for not longer than maybe 12 or so many minutes.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone. Let me start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity to make this presentation on behalf of the African Commission to discuss this very important topic, the perspectives of the African Commission on the implementation of its decisions. First of all, the Commission has the mandate to promote, protect, and interpret the provisions of the Charter, as well as perform other tasks that may be assigned to it by the African Union. In the process of this, the Commission determines communication, undertakes review of state periodic reports, conducts missions to state parties, and other promotional activities. The Commission makes decisions and issue recommendations to states. So at the moment, we have at least 5 mechanisms that the Commission uses to monitor the implementation of its decisions. We have the Working Group on Communications that we call WGC. Then the Working Group on Specific Issues, the WGSI. Then we have country rapporteurs, we have thematic rapporteurs and working group. Then we have rapporteurs for each communication. So all these mechanisms are involved in the implementation monitoring at the African Commission. So we also have a structure at the secretariat level, the implementation unit, which has two sections. The section on protection, that is the protection mandate, specifically the communication process, and also the section on promotion mandate, the other activities of the commission, including promotion mission. We use a number of tools. I'll just run through them. We write to member states to give us updates on the status of implementation of the Commission's decisions and recommendations. We organize or conduct implementation hearings, issue resolutions, and then undertake follow-up missions to state parties, and also use the state reporting process to follow up on the implementation of the Commission's decisions. What is the current procedure for implementation monitoring, especially for decisions in communication? Rule 125 gives an idea. And the procedure is that once the decisions are adopted, they are not immediately transmitted to parties. The decisions are referenced in the activity report of the Commission, which is then approved by the AU. Once the activity reports are approved, the activity reports where the decisions are referenced, then the text of the decisions are thereafter transmitted to parties. And after the texts are transmitted to parties, 30 days after that, okay, I think there is a comment.
You can just continue, Dr. Ene.
Okay.
We have your slides now also visible in front of us. So
okay.
I don't know if you see that.
Not really.
I think just continue with
okay. Okay. Just a minute. Okay. Just 1 minute. So in terms of procedure, 30 days after the transmission of the decisions to parties, the Commission will then upload the decisions on its website. And then within 180 days, the parties, that is the member states and the complainants, they are expected to file a report to the Commission on the measures taken by the state to implement the decision. The Commission can issue to the party a request for additional information, which the parties are supposed to respond to within additional 90 days. And where the parties fail to supply information to the Commission within the first 180 days, the Commission can send a reminder to them, asking them to send the relevant information within 90 days. So one takeaway from this process is that the initial periodicity takes a period of 1 year, first 6 months, then additional 3 months and additional 3 months, within which the Commission expects that there should be information on the measures taken by the states to implement its decisions. So basically, there has been a number of studies looking at the implementation of the Commission's decision, one published by Professor France and Liraj Lowe. Of course, we have studies by the Open Society Justice Initiative looking at examples of successful implementation of the Commission's decision, and we have other resources as well. So, but I will briefly speak to the problem that we have identified. So the first problem that we identified is the lack of data, that there is no data on the decision, and then there's no publicly accessible data on the decisions, which is what the Commission is trying to address, to make available on its website the list of decisions that the Commission is expecting member states to implement. Then the second one is the data on the status of implementation of these decisions. So the Commission is working on this. Then the second problem is lack of systematization of the follow-up process. The lack of electronic database on recommendations, online tracking, trend analysis, dashboards, scorecards, calendars. So the Commission is currently working to systematize the process so that possibly from one dashboard, we can see which case is coming up for review at what time, and when is the state expected to send reports and all of that. So the Commission is currently working to systematize the process. Then the next problem is inadequate guiding document for stakeholders on the process of implementation monitoring and the roles of various actors in it. So currently, we do not have documents that set out who does what, when, and how. So the Commission is currently working on this document to clarify the roles of various actors and the processes. Then the final one is inconsistent use of critical implementation tools, such as implementation hearing and the follow-up visits to states. So the Commission is also working to devise a process by which we can have consistent hearing on implementation and then have regular follow-up visits to states, and also to use the state reporting process consistently for monitoring implementation. So just briefly, last year, 2024 February, at the 78th Ordinary Session, the Commission adopted a framework for monitoring implementation of its decision, which is more like a broad document that outlines what the Commission intends to do. And this document has two objectives. The first objective is to check the status of implementation of its decisions. The second objective is to devise strategies to enhance the implementation of its decisions. So the Commission is currently working to implement this document, and 4 critical steps have been taken so far. One, the Commission has done an audit of its merit decision, which was done in May 2025, presented to the Commission. Then the Commission has also prepared a database of recommendations of its decisions, from mission reports, from concluding observation, and from synchronization and digitization, because we believe this is important to ensure that people have access to these recommendations, and they have a platform where they can provide information on the status of implementation of the decision, which the Commission then takes forward. Of his decision. And more recently, there is a baseline report which the Commission is going to consider during the 85th Ordinary Session, which provides an initial assessment of the status of implementation of his decision. So let me quickly do some analysis of data now. So what we currently have is that in terms of data, the Commission has adopted a total of 168 merit decisions. The Commission found violations in 149 decisions and then did not find any violation of the Charter in 19 decisions. So these decisions involve 39 African countries that are state parties to the African Charter. So the data I've just presented is as at December 2024. So, and we have an overview of how this applies to different states. In Africa, for example, Nigeria has a total of 20 decisions where the Commission has found violation, and DRC has 15. We can see that Burundi, for example, has 9. So we have this analysis per country. Then we have also tried to do a list of these decisions where the Commission has issued recommendations. The Commission intends to send this list to member states to let them know, because there was an event where a party at the national level was showing the list of the Commission's decision. We realized quickly that many national actors do not actually have a comprehensive list of the decisions the Commission has issued against different states. So we want to bridge this gap, information gap, by making this document available to each state. And We have also done an assessment of our recommendations from mission reports, concluding observations. So we have from 1991 to 2024, we have done it per country. We have also done it on thematic basis. So this is just the beginning of the process of systematizing our recommendations. So it is just starting. We are hoping that we'll continue this trajectory. So then in terms of the baseline data that we have currently, out of the 149 decisions that the commission has, where the commission has found violation, we are seeing that it looks like we have full implementation in 9 decisions. We are still reviewing that. And we were able to observe partial and ongoing implementation in 31 decisions. We are also still reviewing this, working with member states and complainants. Then we have 26 decisions which are awaiting implementation reports. These 26 decisions were transmitted to state parties within the last 180 days. So we have 68 decisions for which the commission currently has no information on their status of implementation. Like I mentioned before, we intend to send these documents to member states and complainants, and then to ask them to kindly provide the relevant information so that we can update our records. We have done an assessment of how many countries have implemented decisions, in how many cases. So this assessment will be made public very soon. So we are working on this. I won't speak too much on that. Then we are also working on a consolidated database of recommendations. The goal of this is to have like a manual, which we probably will print and share during our meetings to state representatives to show these are our recommendations to you, because we believe this is very effective. Many of the state representatives attending our session, maybe some of them may be new to the role. They might have been transfers. We may have new people. So we want to make sure that there is a document where they can find our recommendations in communications. And then this document will be made available to CSOs. They can share freely for their advocacy and during their country events. So we are currently working on this document, and it will be made available very soon. The commission is doing a whole lot of other things, which I believe other human rights bodies can also do. For example, an implementation calendar that shows the status of various activities regarding implementation monitoring. And the commission is also trying to look for ways to ensure that it increases the number of follow-up missions it undertakes to state parties. So because of the short time, I'm not going to speak more, but let me just conclude in this way. That is important for the various human rights bodies to collaborate. And the area of collaborations that I'm going to recommend, first of all, is after this conference, I want to appreciate the Center for Human Rights for having conferences for the commission, then for the court, then for the committee. If there is funding, I think there should be maybe a workshop, an event where we now bring the critical actors from these 3 mechanisms together to say, what are the areas of collaboration that we can have? For example, our implementation reports to AU policy organ, we should harmonize them. We should have a similar approach because AU policy organs it will not be easy for them to deal with implementation reports in different formats. So we may need to adopt the same format. Then the report from member state to us, we may need to also harmonize it so that member state reports in similar formats to either the committee or the court or the commission. So there is a need to have this event where the critical stakeholders will come together. Then it may also be important for us to develop digital tools because digital tools have become very effective. For example, with reference to the Inter-American S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S, as a way to engage with different actors. For example, from mission reports and concluding observations, the commission has issued close to 3,000 recommendations. without digital tools, it may be very difficult to do follow-up of these various recommendations. So the Commission, of course, and the other human rights bodies may need to really consider the need to have digital tools. Then finally, I want to say that implementation is capital intensive. It's very costly. So one of the things that I will recommend is that donors, CSOs, and development partners should strategize how to work with the various organs to support the work of the organs to ensure that the work is done. For example, to have consistent follow-up, implementation follow-up missions to different countries. Of course, I believe that CSOs and different stakeholders can collaborate with the different institutions to achieve that. I want to conclude on this note that the various human rights bodies have been doing a lot to monitor the implementation of their decisions. I think that there is a need to, of course, do more. And then, as Dr. Michel has rightly mentioned, there is a significant challenge with the national process of implementation, which is something that we really need to consider currently. The fact that we have ad hoc National Implementation Authority, and thankfully PAP is already taking up this challenge to develop a model law. But I think the national process of implementation requires a serious discussion. Then the monitoring by the AU policy organ also needs to be seriously considered. But doing all of this, I believe that with the human rights bodies doing their role, performing their roles, and the the state parties performing their roles, and then the AU policy organ, we can, of course, move the conversation forward. So I want to thank the organizers once again for giving me this privilege to have this conversation. Thank you very much. I will yield back to Professor Franz. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ayeni. I think that was very informative. That seems to be really great work that is being undertaken by the Commission that can also inspire, I'm sure, some of what the committee is doing. I think the Center is taking on board your suggestion to make the fourth in the edition of conferences, maybe one where key stakeholders from the three institutions may come together. And I think that the suggestion I get from you is, among the things that can be done, is certainly that the three institutions can coordinate their implementation efforts as well, much more closely. For example, if there are, in respect of one state, decisions from the court, the commission, and the committee, or two of the bodies, those bodies should essentially, ideally, undertake one mission together and work in unison. And so I think we thank you very much for your interesting observations. So I think Clement Mavungo is not with us. He will join us hopefully later, as we indicated. Maybe there are some pertinent questions. I do understand that we will discuss many of the issues that have arisen in the course of the other sessions. But if you have a specific question or an issue that you want to clarify at this point or just want to raise in respect of the presentations, I think let's just have a few minutes for that before we take our break. So please, I see, if you can introduce yourself, I think there should be a microphone close to you, and pose your questions succinctly or make your comments succinctly. Please do.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the panelists for the very elaborate presentations. My question is specific. It's going to Honorable Nanima. You mentioned that there were several issues you mentioned with respect to reporting. And one of the things you said was, my apologies, my name is Rose Naeja from Malawi. I saw the look on your face. And the question also relates to my country. You said Malawi over-reported. If I got it right, you said there were many reports. Did I get it right? Okay, thank you. So my question is, are there instances where, what does a committee consider too many reports under Article 43 or over-reporting under Article 43? And how does Malawi's submission frequency compared to the expected schedule. And tying to the presentation by Dr. Wybush, hopefully I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Yes, please. Thank you. Does over-reporting in any way affect data, the quality of data, and the way that the committee analyzes the data that has been submitted? Thank you. Those are the questions. I wanted to understand if the issue of over-reporting in any way affects the quality of data that has been submitted by the state party. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if there are other contributions. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for our panelists and great presentations. 2 questions.
Introducing yourself, thanks.
Yes. My name is Evans Munga from Kenya, working with Equality Now. 2 questions. One to Professor Robert. It's actually related to what you're asking. There are 2 countries you said they reported. That's Kenya and South Africa. And from your presentations, there were quite a number of challenges you cited, and actually it coincided with the presentation from the Honorable Anne here about low reporting. So as a committee, what are some of the practical mechanisms that you are putting in place to ensure that states, countries comply in terms of timely reporting, because it was cited as a challenge, and 2, to make sure that they comply with decisions made so that you don't take time for follow-ups. The second question goes to Dr. Micha. You talked about collaborations and quality of data. In practical terms, what do you think, in your view, can be done to have countries and of course the court, and of course to the extent to the committee, to have data that reflect the issues in the ground that then can have solutions or interventions to the challenges? So thank you.
Thank you very much. I insist on the introductions because ideally we should have had a round of introductions before we started, but now at least we get the opportunity to get to know you when you make a contribution. Please, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. I am Itmeta Safa from Ethiopia. Previously, I was the presiding judge of Federal Supreme Court of Ethiopia. Currently, I'm serving as private lawyer with my associate lawyers. I have 2 questions. The first one is why countries lose lack of political will? Because we are talking about ensuring rights of children. As we all know, children do not engage in any political activity. So what's the specific reason for countries for lack of political will? The second question is, did S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S have any mandate to impose penalties on countries who fail to report within the specific period of time, specifically after the first initial 180 days? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think let us just quickly take those. I think they are fresh in our minds. The whole question about reporting and also the issue of what can be done if states don't report, essentially, I think. Let's start with you, Dr. Nanima.
May I sit down? Yes, so thank you for that aspect of reporting. The aspect of reporting I was speaking about was with regard to the reports required as a result of the amicable settlement. When an amicable settlement is concluded, usually the state agrees that it will be making reports at regular intervals, usually a period of 6 months. So Malawi reported, I think it gave about 9 reports. So that was over and above. It's interesting that the party to that case requested the committee to consider this matter concluded and that it was satisfied. But even after the conclusion had been, even after the respondent had requested, the applicant had requested, still Malawi continued reporting, and further engagements revealed that they were still of the view there are some specific laws that are of a contentious and uncontentious nature. And they were explaining why they were not able to change those laws, why they had gone to parliament, but there were other key players in place that had to be engaged, and it was not only a matter of a specific stakeholder. So in terms of over-reporting on the amicable settlements, that was over and above with regard to other states that have had amicable settlements. With regard to the state reporting, it has only reported twice. That is the periodic and the initial. So I think that is an area where we can improve. But the amicable settlement is a good place to look at in terms of what they have done. The questions by Evans, practical methods to ensure that countries report and they don't fall back. I don't think there's a practical, objective answer. It's black and white. It's more of engagements. For instance, before we used to think that if a specific communication is handed down, countries will adhere. It has been established that the state reporting aspects, anything that involves dialogue, works better. When they come for the committee session and you have a one-on-one, it works better. When there's an implementation hearing and you have a one-on-one, that works better. So there is no specific method that would work alone. But I would say that any method that includes dialogue, it has worked better than the communications procedure. The aspect of lack of why there is always a lack of political will or it dwindles. In my view, it's about prioritization and non-prioritization of aspects. I know of a country that had an issue with dealing with children's rights, but I noticed because it was not prioritized, because the same country had an election and they were supposed to move ballot boxes from one part of the country to another, and it was recommended by the meteorological organization of that country not to fly the ballot boxes because perhaps there would be a plane crash. But those ballot boxes made their way to that specific part of the country and the election went on. So there was a prioritization of that election. So if we were to prioritize children's rights, you'd be surprised that we shall notice that we always have resources. It's just that we do not prioritize them to specific aspects. The aspect of penalties, I think I'll allow my colleagues to first weigh in, and then I will share things.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masio. If you would like to comment on any of the questions posed.
Thank you very much for the questions. I just want to add on to what Honorable Robert has highlighted in view of state party reporting. I realize I did not touch on it when I presented that if a state party has not submitted their periodic report, which was due, what we do as a committee is that we write the state party as a reminder, and then we write a second reminder, a third reminder. And when they have not responded, what we do is then that we in the absence of that report, we then examine the situation on our own by going onto the ground. We carry out a mission to see what is happening. And then also, in addition to what Honorable Robert has already highlighted, we carry out advocacy missions to understand also the situation on the ground. And then just to buttress again in terms of political will, we believe strongly as a committee, it's all about prioritization. He has given a very good example. We are in a war situation. Where is the priority for the resources which are there? Maybe it's to get the arms so that they win the war. But at the end of the day, it's also at the expense of their future, which is the children, towards the 2063 development agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Vibush, on the quality of data, improving the quality of data, if you have some comments on that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. The assumption there, I think, was erroneous, as in we don't get reports. So it's not even that they are affecting the quality, but it's just that the reports do not come in. And until now, I think that's also the key difference between the court and the commission and the committee is that they have an explicit promotional mandate. The court doesn't, which is normal. But we do have a treaty obligation in our protocol to report to the Executive Council every year on the status of implementation specifically highlighting those cases that have not been implemented. In order to report, you need data. And that is why, until now, we would indeed, in our judgments, just say report back, but states don't. And so I'm very pleased to share that during the last session of the court, we had a presentation on this issue of implementation and developed our own type of framework where the judges agreed that maybe we should also take a more proactive role in terms of reaching out through those national focal points, but also through other actors, and not just make it dependent on states to file information, but that we will now have a more proactive approach of more regularly reaching out to also the parties as well as other credible sources. And that could include NHRIs, that we write to them as well to file information, with the idea that also we'll have more information triangulate, so we're not just dependent on states on that quality of information. There also was an issue on the practical approach. And I'm very pleased to say that this year, between the court, the commission, and the committee, at the technical level, between myself, Awatef, and Victor Online, we started having meetings between the three organs on thinking about what we can do as three organs and kind of harmonize our approaches. Some of those ideas eventually made its way to a discussion at the retreat between the commission and the court during our previous session. And at that level, the judges and commissioners discussed and agreed to a number of mechanisms that we can now do together, including shared reporting, developing a joint database, and in general, doing more joint mobilization. But unfortunately, the committee was not part of that meeting, which I regret. But maybe during the course of this workshop, we can still touch base on those initiatives, on how we can actually work better together. And in the same way, and I wasn't aware of the numbers of the commission, but the court's numbers are pretty similar, as in that we have now currently 99 decisions, 99 cases that are pending that require implementation. 2 of them we've assessed to be fully implemented. So that means that for those 97, we now need to have a more active approach. And that's why I'm saying also maybe to Victor that maybe we can coordinate when we reach out to states, that we can do so in a coordinated way. He mentioned also digital tools. We've been developing an African jurisprudence database, AjuData, which will have all the information on both the jurisprudence, thematically organized, as well as a section on the status of implementation. And the idea is not just the court's jurisprudence, but also the committee, the commission, as well as the ECOWAS court, because our thinking is that if you're a national judge in Nigeria, for example, and you want to know what the international body said on those issues, that you don't need to go to 8 different websites or 8 different databases. Rather, you would have all of them in one centralized position. So those are just very briefly some of the initiatives that we're doing. Victor, I take you up on that call that maybe we should indeed use this opportunity to sit together and indeed see what we can do next in the immediate next steps to prioritize our actions.
Thank you very much for those also very incisive and informative answers. Let's take, at least I saw some urgent hands. 1, 2, 3. Let's take the 3. Yes, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Wayne Shat. I represent Ethiopian Women Lawyers Association. I'm the executive director. I have one question to Mr. Victor Aine. Ethiopia ratified the Children Rights and Welfare Charter on October 2002, and it's Ethiopia is also a state party. I heard that Victor President Ethiopia violated for things which is not clearly mentioned there. So as Ethiopian Women Lawyers Association, I want to know what are the details of these 4 violations so that we can advocate more to correct the violations.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Daisy Maima. I'm from the Raoul Wallenberg Institute. So my question, I don't know who will be the right one to answer, but I am a MIL, which is Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning advisor. And one thing I have been hearing is data, the lack of data. And I'm wondering, do we have male representation within these AU human rights mechanisms. Because if we lack that, then how do we know we do not have the data? Because we will keep doing the studies, we will keep doing different things, but we do not have somewhere where we are saying we have a department that is specific maybe to monitoring evaluation, that keeps track of decisions that are being issued, those that are being implemented, those that are pending, and even just thinking about it across the 3 human rights mechanisms. Is this something that can be put like in one structure?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's try to be succinct. Yes, please. We have you.
Thank you. My name is Marcia Wino, and my question is to Honorable Nanima. You spoke about the nomenclature of the decisions of the committee, and it seems as though state parties to the African Children's Charter look at the authority of the committee as merely normative. And that could probably be because the decisions of the committee are referred to as recommendations. And even when you look at international bodies, for example, all the other human rights treaty bodies, or even the ICJ, calling their decisions advisory opinions and all that. Do you think that there could be an inherent challenge within that? And what are the implications of that on states' obligations to comply with their obligations under the Charter?
Thank you very much. Did I miss someone in this corner? This to be inclusive. Yes, please.
Thanks, Prof. Cheryl Kanaka from the Center for Human Rights. Thanks to all of the panelists. I have 2 questions. The first is for Honorable Musiwa. You spoke about how there are some African states that have ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, but have not ratified the African Charter, and I think Morocco was one of them. And you also spoke about how you're in the process of having deliberations with those states. Can you speak to those deliberations? Can you say, anything about what states, these particular states, are concerned about in terms of ratifying the convention? What are their reservations? And then my second question is for Dr. Robert. Thank you so much for your presentation. You spoke about politicization of post-adjudication phase, and it seems like a lot of states have no problem with ratifying conventions, but they have an issue with being held accountable, not just by regional mechanisms, but also by domestic courts as well. We see the UK having trouble with domestic courts interpreting even the European Convention. And I was trying to think about what might be the issue with states complying with decisions by the African Committee. And I thought, and please correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps the ease of access to the committee might be an issue. As far as I'm aware, states don't have to ratify a separate protocol for individuals to be able to have access to the committee. In comparison to the African Court, for example, it's a lot harder to have access to that mechanism. Could that be one of the issues with compliance, that it's just too easy to access the committee and states are being taken to the committee too often? Thank you.
Interesting proposition. I really regret, I'm sure that there will be opportunities for others who raise their hands later. I do see that we should essentially be already starting this next session. So let's finish this one by being succinct. If you choose any of these questions to answer, please do that to the point. Let's start with you, Dr. Ayeni. I think just to make it clear, Dr. Ayeni speaks to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, right? So the question there relates to the decisions by the African Commission, not this committee that we are meeting around. But Dr. Ayeni, if you didn't hear the question, just to highlight maybe what are the cases that had been decided by the African Commission in respect of Ethiopia?
Okay, thank you, Professor Franz. Currently, the Commission has found the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia in violation of the African Charter in 6 cases. 3 of these cases have been decided a long time ago, and 3 of them were decided quite recently. So in terms of the information that we do not have information on the status of implementation of all the 6 cases. The state is here to report to the commission. However, it is important to note that, like I mentioned, 3 of the cases are currently pending implementation reports, meaning that the text of the decisions were sent to the government only within the last 6 months. So we are still expecting the implementation report. I will urge, I can, of course, send a list of these decisions. I can make them available. Please, you can maybe contact the organizer. I can share the information because the goal of the exercise is actually to make the list of those decisions publicly available to all stakeholders. So I'll be very glad to do that.
Thank you very much. I think you'll send it maybe to Brian, and then we'll convey it to the person having posed the question. Thank you very much, Dr. Ninima.
Thank you. I'll speak to Oino's interesting question. Is it a decision? Is it a recommendation? Is it simply nomenclature? Is it just normative? In my view, I believe that whether we call it a decision or a recommendation, provided the countries by signing up, they recognize the competence of the committee, they should not get into the terminologies. Because even the term decision, I think it appears either once or twice in the charter. The term recommendation, the term decision, I think once or twice. But when you look at our communication guidelines and other guidelines, they have the word decision a lot. Does it mean we are importing something that is not there? No, in terms of being able to provide rules of procedure that inform what we do, those terms are used to give value to what the committee does. When the committee is adjudicating on a matter, it will decide. Then after deciding, it will recommend. It's those recommendations that are forwarded to the state. In terms of development of jurisprudence, when we look at the communications that have been handed down, when you look at the studies, when you look at the outcome statements, there is a lot that it's doing, which I believe it's not merely normative, but it's giving value to the normative on which we stand. The other aspect of is it because of the simple ease of access to the committee that we see less seriousness from states? I think it's a culture that states have to inculcate to respect their institutions. Take for instance, if you look at the European Court, the aspect of sovereignty, the aspect of subsidiarity, the way it's dealt with is to the end that we have to ensure that whatever has been provided for in the European Convention on Human Rights is upheld. I think we need to have a culture that recognizes that these are organs that we put up ourselves, these are organs that we should respect. And I think it starts with with leaders from the national systems, and it goes up. It's not only in the perspective of these specific instruments. At one time, we went to a country where they required to put a visa in a diplomatic passport. And someone asked, why did you sign this document if you don't respect those institutions? At least the one line that I captured from that altercation with that individual is that he was asked why his country signed up. So I think having more respect, not using the aspect of sovereignty beyond necessary, but use it to the end that at the end of the day, for purposes of the committee, it's this child who is at the center, and all interventions from every stakeholder should speak to his improvement of his well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, Ms. Musio.
Thank you very much for the questions. I will start from the last one, which was addressed to me, pertaining to the 4 states, why they've not ratified what we have done. As a committee, we've actually carried out missions. Honorable Robert alluded to that. We've been to South Sudan, we've been to Somalia, not Morocco as yet, but we have had engagements with them each time they came to attend our ordinary sessions. To be very specific, with not mentioning the states exactly, one of the states which we really appreciate and allude to, they've done everything in terms of preparing for depositing of the instrument. But the time they want to go and deposit this change of government, they restart again. 3 times they've done that. They've got the political will, definitely. They've come before our sessions. They commit to that. And another state, they haven't really come out with that, though they've ratified the UNCRC. But our assumption is we had dialogue with them. It's one of our articles which looks at the religious cultural aspects, where it really might, in my own view, be confrontational to their cultural religious beliefs, and they're sort of trying to analyze the way forward. That's what I can say to that. And then the other question, Daisy, was on monitoring database. Yes, what we have asked as a committee, we actually came up with a resolution in our last session that we should have our own database at a regional level, at committees level. The database, which is inclusive on indicators for monitoring implementation of our decisions, and also indicators of specific issues which we really need to monitor progress in states. And is something, of course, which is dependent on availability of especially financial resources, but it's already on our desk and the resolution was made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wibush.
Thank you. I just have 2 points. One is on the question on the meal. I think there has been a transition, whereas before the implementation was not so much on the agenda as it is now. And it led to the 3 bodies, committee, commission, court, to establish designated units on implementation. And so it is within those units that are now still being institutionalized and further operationalized that these issues of meal will be reflected more prominently. And I've also seen that there is more of a transition towards results-based management where there is better data on all of this available. But I want to, Franz, one final point is on the issue of political will, which was addressed, but not, I think, comprehensively enough, is firstly, I don't believe in political will. I believe that it's the people's will that matters. And it is about the interests that people will pursue in getting what they want. If somebody is really determined to get something, they will. But I don't believe that at the moment we've been doing a very good job in articulating what exactly it is and why it would matter to people. And I'm talking about lawyers, journalists who can translate that complex legal information into ways that people can more easily understand, law associations, the judiciary themselves, that they're not yet fully on board with the message. And that's the final point that I want to make. We've been discussing data a lot, but when Franz and the center invited me last year to speak on this issue, the similar conference for the African Court, my key message then was that we need better storytelling. We need stories, success stories, but which will make it more relatable on how things matter to ordinary people. And I think we need to get better at crafting those kind of stories because we're human beings. We respond to stories in a more emotional level, and then that will also change our hearts and our minds eventually to make progress. So yes, we discuss data a lot, but the idea is that the data will feed into better stories, and that will, I believe, address the issue of what we call political will, but which I believe is a people's will issue. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can put our hands together to thank the panel that really enriched our discussions. I think we are well set. This was a very good introductory platform. I know that we have a session that says photo. So photographer, David, where do you want us to be? So, or Brian, would you guide us? And I suppose Brian will also indicate. I suppose we will have to prolong the tea break ever so slightly to make sure that people know when to come back and what the photo arrangements are. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fiyun, and a round of applause to our panelists. What a panel. Thank you so much. So we're now breaking off for a tea, but we are looking for some 30 minutes, which I'm advised they're almost visible to us, the ones that we lost. We want to catch them, grab them, and be on time as soon as possible. So we are proposing that when we go for a group photo, just right outside, our colleagues David and Simpi will be guiding us. You also, on your way back, grab the tea, come back, and we save the socializing energy for the dinner. How is that? Is that cool, right? Okay, thank you so much. You are now welcome to the group photo and the breakfast. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second panel, which is actually substantive panel 1. Could I kindly ask everyone who's in the hall just getting tea to please just come inside? It's another human rights violation, no break. My name is Ndogozo. I think most of you have met me virtually already. And thank you so much for coming. Some of you have had only a short notice to pack your bags and come. So we really appreciate your support and attendance. So now we're going to have the panel discussion on broad implementation issues. Most of our participants are online, unfortunately. And we have Karabo Oza, who is the director of the Center for Child Law at UP, who is going to be moderating this panel for us. I just would also like to note that Dr. Horace is not online with us at the moment, but we do have Professor Julia, we have Guled, and yeah, we have Professor Rachel Murray. So welcome and thank you for joining us. I'm giving over now to Garabo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntokozo. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I would say that we're building on the discussions already this morning and just honing into some of the specific issues in relation to implementing decisions of the African Committee of Experts. I am going to swiftly move to our first presenter, who is Professor Julia Sloth-Nielsen, who I think does not need a long kind of introduction. Most of you know her in the child rights space, and she is going to be talking to us about communication, investigation missions, and the relevance of remedies. Prof. Nielsen, if you're online, maybe just switch on your camera and just to remind you that you have 10 minutes to then make your presentation. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And I promise I will stick to the 10 minutes. Ntokozo is going to show my slides. Thank you very much. So from the very first slide, you'll notice that the title is slightly different to the one in the program. I did ask the organizers to change it on the program because once I started writing, I ran out of words after I'd finished the section on communications, and there was no space to write on investigate missions anymore. Although I'm quite pleased because it makes the paper a lot more focused. So we can go to the next slide. The background to this paper focusing on remedies, deeper exploration of the remedies, builds on earlier published work, and I've given you the texts that are specific to this. The one was published in the Pretoria University Law Journal de Jure in 2023. So it's not that long ago. And it was titled Remedies for Child Rights Violations in the African Human Rights System. This earlier article, which was 10 years before that, or before now, was in a book called Litigating the Rights of the Child that was edited by Jaap Doek and Professor Ton Liefhart of Leiden University. And my specific chapter was about child rights litigation in the African region, lessons from the communications procedure. And for those of you who are familiar with the trajectory of the committee, you will realize that at the time that I wrote this chapter, which was published in 2015, completed a year, well, a year or so before that, there had been only 3 findings handed down in communications brought before the committee. So the earlier chapter is not all that detailed and comprehensive, but I'm building on the work that I've already done in that regard. So the paper that I sent in to the organizers, if we can go to the next slide, to Kozo, is the structure is an introduction to the issue at hand. The second part is a brief overview of the 2020 revised guidelines for communications, some of the details of which have already been shared to this audience by the Honorable Professor Nanima. Then I proceed to give an explanation of the concept of remedies, building on the UN Basic Principles and Guidelines on the right to a remedy and reparation for victims of gross violations of the international human rights and serious violations, also known as the UN Basic Principles. And I think at some point in my paper, I also refer to the forthcoming general comment on access to justice that is being prepared for the CRC committee, the Committee for the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which has not been finalized, but there is a draft that is out for circulation. And in the concept of access to justice, there is also a small reference to remedies. This is more substantial part of the paper, also gives an assessment of the typology of remedies of the African Committee of Experts to date. The fourth part of the chapter does a very potted comparison with some of the CRC committee's findings under the third optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the remedies that the CRC committee has employed. And then I've tried to draw some lessons from both committees, the Geneva Committee and the S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S Committee. So I would really appreciate feedback and comments from anybody in the audience. So to turn to the revised guidelines, and this has already been stated, so I'll go through it very quickly. The state party must report to the committee all measures taken to implement the decision within 180 days. The committee may conduct a hearing on implementation by inviting a state party to present an oral report. As already mentioned, the rapporteur from within the committee must be appointed for each communication, and the committee can and does pay visits to state parties to explore firsthand the level of implementation of the decision. Now, myself, when I was a committee member, participated in one such visit in relation to the Nubian children case. To turn to the next slide, the section of the paper that deals with remedies talks about the relief that is afforded to the successful claimant, the means through which a right is either enforced or the violation of rights is prevented, redressed, or compensated. And it includes restitution, issuing of public apologies, making a declaratory order, next slide, compensation, rehabilitation, medical, psychological, legal, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. Remedies can be monetary and they can be non-monetary. And in addition to being victim-specific for the individual complainant, they may aim to prevent the recurrence of rights violations by, for example, ordering changes in the law. Now, the sufficiency of a remedy is guided by the requirements of accessibility, affordability, and that has come up already for discussion this morning, timeliness, and effectiveness. Now, for the purposes of taking the discussion forward, I decided to focus in my paper not on the three decisions that have been quite well covered by myself and by other authors, namely the first one, the Nubian children one, the second one, the Ugandan People's Defence Force communication, and the third one, the Taliban case against Senegal. So the second part of the paper, as I mentioned, outlines the process for hearing communications as outlined in the revised guidelines. And just to recall what I've said earlier is that the guidelines are very short on detail about remedies and how they should be chosen. But in principle, the committee should consider remedies that take into account reparations that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. because this is key to facilitation of their implementation, particularly specificity and measurability. It also assists the committee in monitoring progress by the state party. And in the book published in December by Pretoria University, Law Press on the charter, the commentary, which the centre oversaw through Professor Elvis Vakala, Professor Viljoen opines in his chapter on the topic that it stands to the considerable credit of the committee that it has developed an extensive range of remedial measures. So turning to the next slide, further exploring remedies, they should be transformative, they should be holistic, they can envisage processes with long-term changes and can lead to changes in social, political, and economic structures. They should aim to restore the dignity of the child whose rights were violated, and they should take account of the nature of the violation, the conditions of the victim before and after, and any other impact on the victim's well-being or livelihood. Now, I've chosen to alight on quite a recent case by way of illustration. This was the case, a rape case involving a young girl, 11 years old, against Mali. The case was not properly investigated, etc., etc. Now, on the website, when I wrote the paper a month ago, it was still only available in French. So I had to use Google Translate to translate the remedy. So the next few slides will give you an indication of what remedies the committee proposed. First, that the perpetrator is effectively prosecuted and punished, that she be paid fair compensation, but no amount was specified, that the Code of Criminal Procedure be revised to set new time limits for investigation, that the current situation of AS be assessed, that she be provided with medical, psychosocial, and social care, that Mali establish a national policy for the assistance of rape victims, conducts education and awareness campaigns on fighting rape, develop training manuals on combating gender-based violence for police, judicial officers, ensuring legal representation for victims, social workers and psychologists are available throughout the territory. Next slide, please. Providing support to victims of rape at all stages of the process, identifying the causes of gender-based violence and rape, ensuring coordination between government bodies and developing reparations programs, establishing national toll-free hotlines for victims, ensuring child-friendly mechanisms for responding to sexual violence, including in remote areas and in all the main dialects, ensuring legal representatives provide child clients with all necessary guidance in the conduct of proceedings, establishing mechanisms for the prompt investigation and prosecution of child rights violations, establishing specialized courts, and ensuring that laws and policies are in conformity with the Charter. So all in all, 15 different recommendations. The previous article that I wrote in 2023 referred to an earlier decision with 13 recommendations. So the list of recommendations is obviously growing. Arguably, what I've just read out spans the full gamut of interventions to reduce gender-based violence in society. I can't conceive of any other recommendations at all. Some of these are structural remedies that are very useful, I believe, and very concrete. Establishing hotlines, setting up specialized courts. Others are aspirational and incapable of measurement. Identifying the root causes of gender-based violence is one example. I'll come back to discuss this shortly at the end of my paper. Damages in the form of cash payment may and have been awarded, but there are alternatives like financially supporting education. And I've given 3 specific examples in the third bullet. The Mauritania case, the compensation was supposed to be adequate. In the Cameroon rape case, the amount of Central African francs, 50 million, was specified. And the Sudanese rape case specified 100,000 US dollars. And I'll come back to that also at the end. Systematic remedies address political and structural inequalities and feature prominently in the remedies ordered thus far. 3 examples on the screen. Structural remedies, broadly speaking, aim to change the structures of implementation, for instance, by the executive or judicial branches of government. For instance, Mauritania is an example of that, Cameroon rape case, and the Sudanese nationality case, which ordered a change in the law regarding transmission of nationality. Satisfaction, on the next slide, has not featured much in the committee's jurisprudence, like ordering an apology, building of memorial sites, commemorations. These are very prominent in the inter-American court system. Guarantees of non-repetition are ensured by parallel measures, such as the requirement of national action plans, training programs, sensitization campaigns, establishment of specialized units. The last few slides deal with OPIC. A comprehensive assessment of all the remedies ordered by the CRC committee is yet to be undertaken. It's quite a large task to do so, given the volume of cases that have been decided already under OPIC. So my paper only considers a small selection. First one is OM versus Denmark, which concerned the deportation of a parent who had committed criminal offenses. The remedy was that Denmark must reassess the deportation in the light of the best interests of the to-be left behind child. Next slide, R.K. versus Spain, one of the many cases dealing with age determination of migrant children processes. And here the committee ordered adequate compensation without specifying an amount, and a series of structural recommendations. For instance, access to judicial review in all age assessment cases. In N.R. versus Paraguay, which was about visitation rights of fathers, the committee ordered effective financial compensation, again not specifying an amount, and that the state party must take measures to ensure that similar violations do not occur in future. Next slide. FB versus France concerned the repatriation of children from refugee camps in Syria, French children. An elaborate array of remedies included taking steps to mitigate any risks while the children remained in Syria and providing an urgent response to each request for repatriation. Now, assessing the jurisprudence of the committee under OPEC, Liefert highlights that it has insisted on the provision of counseling for rehabilitation, as well as comprehensive measures to ensure that children are given the right to be heard and to receive information in a child-friendly way. And this is common to most of the findings. So I come to my conclusions. The remedies have indeed been very extensive and far-reaching. This is the remedies of the committee. But as noted, many are resource-intensive. On the one hand, this is praiseworthy as illustrating creativity, and also that no one form of remedy has been privileged over another. For instance, individual versus systemic. On the other hand, as can be seen from the Mali findings, the committee might want to narrow the scope so that states can focus more easily on compliance. And in the same way as the committee, in its Committee on the Rights of the Child, in its concluding observations, has adopted a recent practice of highlighting the top 6 responses to a state party report in bold in the very beginning, maybe the committee might want to indicate clearly using techniques such as highlighting or grouping or in bold which aspects of implementation they believe deserve priority. And then my final observation, and I have said this in public before, is that ordering specific amounts of compensation, particularly which appear in the African context to be fairly large, while necessary possibly and supported by international, it can become a dangerous horse to ride in that it could lure people into making maybe merit-worthy complaints, but simply with the prospect of a handsome cash payout at the end. Maybe the CRC committee's practice of leaving an amount for the state party to decide in accordance with local conditions is preferable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Stolt-Nielsen. I think that is a very thought-provoking presentation, balancing, making sure that there is remedies, but that those remedies can truly be effective in changing the lives of children. So quite a bit to think about. We're moving into the second presentation, which is titled Exploring the Quality of Decisions on or Recommendations of the African Committee of Experts, and its bearing on implementation by national authorities. And we have Dr. Tarisai Mutangi, who is a lecturer at the University of Zimbabwe, now to address us. Thanks.
Thank you, moderator. And I am honored to be here to join the conversation on this matter. So when we talk about implementation, I feel like I'm an elder in this conversation. And by elder, I don't mean the Mr. Know-it-all, but someone who has seen various stages of a conversation through life's processes. If at time I could categorize it in, and give a stage at which I think the conversation has arrived or is at now. And I'm glad that the more we talk about this, the more we get new perspectives. The more we also get to know what needs to be done. If I were to give a summary of this, I would say probably we have carried out the diagnosis of the problem. Law implementation, I hear across all bodies. And we have prescribed the medicine or the drugs. What awaits now is the courage to partake of that medication. We have considered the main reasons behind probably law implementation of decisions, although I still think that probably it's a developing problem that we should not have a very high blood pressure about. If you look at our organs, the number of decisions that came from the commission, about 149, the court, maybe over 100 now, but probably majority against one state. And then the committee, maybe under 15, thereabout. Can we actually say that now we have a crisis on our hands? Or there is a developing problem? When you look at the state part reporting process, as Ms. Msiwa spoke about, you can actually see that states are doing much more in terms of implementation of the treaty itself, probably as opposed to a specific area of decisions. And that should give us hope to say, much as we can say decisions are not implemented as fast as possible, but we can agree that so much is being done in terms of implementation of the treaty. In any case, implementation of decisions is not just an end in itself. It is in fact a method of implementation of the treaty. Because in the absence of treaty provisions, there's no decision to talk about. So in other words, let's take all that into account and then say, at least there's some progress as far as this issue is concerned. But the question that I have, I'm already reaching the conclusion of my presentation.
the question that I have is, at what point do we say a state has failed to implement a decision? At what point? After how long? How many years should we give a state to implement a decision? Then we can conclude to say there is no implementation. But that's why I thought it could be a small contribution to the general discussion by looking at, number one, the clarity of decisions that the committee is rendering, but simply because we're discussing committee decisions, but the same question could go to the court, could also go to the African Commission. To what extent are those decisions clear enough to guide national authorities to implement those decisions? Number two, are they measurable? I'm glad Professor Julia has already spoken about the SMART framework. That's all. That's how I'm saying I'm concluding, because the recommendation is already out there. When do we adopt a SMART framework to ensure that we can measure implementation? To what extent the reliable data that Dr. Misha was talking about, consistent and reliable data, how do we come around it? How do we pick it up if probably we are not unable to measure implementation? Is it measurable, implementation itself? Is it measurable? So those are the questions that I had. And these questions have a basis. I had a privilege to work with two governments. Number one, the government of Zimbabwe, and number two, the government of Lesotho. And one common issue that came up was that I was a technical person helping them to come up with state party reports. If you remember, our country has been disengaged from the international community for over 20 years. And when the re-engagement came with the new government, we had not reported for over 20 years. And you can count how many reports there were that were outstanding. So we had to catch up. Since 2002 to 2012, we had to do those, what do they call them? The consolidated ones, over time. And I was the technical person, so I was in the middle of it, including Ms. Msia, I remember, me writing your letters. I want this information from your ministry. But in those conversations, we'd hear government officials saying, what do you want? We don't understand this. What is meant by this recommendation? So what information should we give you? So they needed one person to interpret for them the kind of information they should provide to show that they have implemented those recommendations. The same thing with Lesotho. I did for Lesotho for this committee and also for the CRC. And they were saying Ndatem Tangi. I didn't know what Ndate means. They just Ndatem Tangi. What does this mean? What does this mean? Later on, I knew that simply means father or sir. So they were saying father Mtangi or sir Mtangi. But the point is, the same question was coming through. What information do you need? What does this mean? It kept on coming. So for me, I thought at some point there was an element of lack of clarity of what is required in terms of implementation. So I thought probably I could explore that further and say, to what extent are decisions of the committee clear enough and measurable so that we are able to trace the implementation and even conclude as a matter of evidence that here there is so much percentage of implementation or there is no implementation at all, let alone the timing itself. But then I thought, it's not just a matter of language being used by the committee. There could be several factors that could be behind it. Now, as a scholar, I had to look at some trends elsewhere. Could it be the type of decisions or the type of violations that have been involved? For instance, if there is a single applicant, when you read the recommendation of the committee, you see that probably the decisions or the recommendations are a bit specific, because they're in respect of an individual. But of course, remember, the committee also wants to satisfy all those 5 categories of remedies wherever possible. Not that it's a matter of practice, but wherever possible, because the violation itself determines the nature of the remedy that is required. But we would see that probably in those cases, it's much, the language used is is more specific. And in my paper, I won't be just generalizing. I will be referring to specific cases and specific decisions and specific recommendations, and then break it up or demonstrate where I see there's no clarity or it's general, so that you cannot really measure to say at what point do you say this particular state has fulfilled its obligations by implementing that that remedy. Sometimes they're assertive, or sometimes they're differential or deferral. That's the language that you can use. You think at some point the community is hitting straight, so to speak, the nail on the head, isn't it? It's like a murderous intent, isn't it? Like the nail on the head. But that still means that it's specific and assertive to say, this is what you want to do. You are telling the government, this is exactly what you need to do to implement this particular recommendation or to provide a remedy in this circumstance. But in other cases, it's deferral. You feel the language that is there is to allow the state part concerned to sort of choose the specific measures it can adopt to implement decisions of, to implement that particular recommendation, and thereby providing an effective remedy to that. There's scholarship around that issue to say probably it's a good approach sometimes when you want to court the cooperation of state parties, when you show them that they have a bit of a say in terms of choice of methods of implementation, probably get more cooperation coming from the state parties. Or is it sometimes a case of whether we are talking about a special remedy or a general remedy? I think the distinction is very clear. A special remedy is one that speaks more to the special circumstances or the individual circumstances of the applicant, and the general measures being those that speak to the community in general, to do the structural systemic changes in the legal system of a country and things like that. So you see that when there are special measures, they are a bit specific. Talk of compensation, for instance, it has to be stated 50,000 francs or 100,000 US dollars. But where there is no figure, already there's a problem. At what point do we say compensation has been paid? How much? And at what point should it be paid? But when we talk about general measures, you expect that those are generally stated. But still my argument is to say, much as we can talk about general measures, we still need to ensure that in those general measures, the state is able to identify specific measures that it should adopt to implement those decisions. Probably, if you look at the court procedure, it is that there's an opportunity for an applicant, usually the respondent, to apply to the court for what is called interpretation of judgment, but only for purposes of implementation. You can't apply for any other ground except to demonstrate that I want to implement this decision of yours, but I do not understand what this means for me to be able to do so. Then you're allowed to come before the court, and the court will add a few more lines to explain what it means in respect of that particular decision. I haven't seen that happening with the committee, not because of the rules of procedure or the practice of the committee, but simply because maybe the state parties concerned, number one, either they don't want to implement the decisions, or number two, they find them clear. So to help propose, as Professor Julia said, can we not adopt a smart framework? Cannot adopt a smart framework so that our decisions can be specific, can be measurable, can be achievable, can be relevant, can be temporal. I have no doubt about relevance. They are all relevant as far as the violations concerned, are concerned. So the issue of specific, measurable, and achievable. If something is not measurable, can you achieve it? So I'm asking the question: at what point would you then say a state has failed to implement that particular recommendation? So if it's not measurable, is it even achievable in that process? Then the specificity itself, I think it also contributes to that. So like I said, I will look at specific decisions of the committee that speaks to the element of specific, to the element of measurable. Especially those two, they are the ones that I think and time bound. At what point, in terms of time, can we say this has been implemented or not implemented? And then we can add it to our statistics as far as those issues are concerned. I raised the same issue with, I'm concluding now. I raised the same issue with the courts, the ECOWAS court, the African court, and the East African Court of Justice. They were having what they call a judicial dialogue. They do it every 2 years. And I analyzed some of the decisions, and I made that a proposition to say, probably we need to keep on, sharpening the method through which we direct our state parties to implement these decisions. And of course, one of the courts said, no, our decisions are clear. But of course, you can't argue with the judge. You leave them there. As an academic, you have an opportunity to then write about it where no one answers you. So that way you can then at least explain your point. But the whole point is not to say, just speaking, the decisions are unclear and cannot be, implemented. How about those states that managed to implement them? Because some of them are actually very clear and very measurable. But I think anything that we can do is also, there's also always room for improvement. So in other words, one of the reasons behind this focus of my paper is also to say, or to answer the question, what is the contribution of the organs themselves in terms of implementation of their decisions? Not that they have an obligation, they don't have it. They don't have an obligation to implement their decisions. It's for other actors, especially the state party. But to what extent could they facilitate that implementation indirectly by, in the course of executing their charter obligations? That is how I then came around this. And I hope that we can engage on this and arguments to say, no, those things are very clear and enforceable or implementable in their state are also welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mutangi. I'm looking forward to reading your paper. And I really think the takeaway is that, implementation is not an event, but it's a process. I have a story about how here in South Africa, we have a case that took us 12 years before, in the domestic courts, before it was complied with. But yeah, one day I'll write about that because it does talk to those kind of challenges and the clarity or not of the orders and having to go back and obtain clarity. So thank you. I'm looking forward to reading that. I'm now going to move us on to Gileo Ahmed Jama, who is a postdoctoral researcher at Maastricht University, and he's going to address us now on rights of children living in de facto states or in territorial non-state actors. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank
We
you.
can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm presenting a research project that is called the Child War, which we conduct in de facto states, and I will a little bit explain later what we mean. My presentation, therefore, now is on the rights of children living in de facto states or territorial non-state actors. And as all the participants are well aware of, the mandate of the committee is based on the African Charter, which is a treaty, therefore imposes obligation primarily on states. So the main subject and focus of the Charter is on the member states of the Charter. And Article 1 imposes the obligation on states, and under Article 47, Charter is open for the member states of the Organization of the African Union, or the AU. So it has geographical reach, but the main focus here is that it is open for states, and most of African states have ratified it. So that is the important background here. But what do we mean here, de facto state? And I will a little bit later explain why it is very important here. De facto state is a political entity that mostly has the four criteria of the Montevideo Convention. So there is a permanent population, there is a defined territory, there is a government, and it has a capacity to enter into relations with other states, but that capacity itself is limited by the lack of recognition. But it declared independent. So it looks like and acts like a state. It said we are independent state, but it is not widely accepted as such. So they are not a member of the United Nations. Their degree of recognition varies. So some have a considerable number of recognitions like Kosovo. Some have no recognition at all, like Somaliland. Taiwan has some recognition. So the degree of recognition they possess are different, but also the capacity in terms of running and functioning as a state differ. But they have all these 4 criteria, but what they lack commonly is recognition, universal recognition as a state. And this roughly concerns about 9 million children who live in de facto states in various places. And 2 of them are in Africa. These are Somaliland and Sahrawi Arab Republic. But there are other famous ones like Kosovo, Taiwan, Palestine, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, and all of those you see in the screen. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic is a member of the African Union, so they are very different when it comes to Africa, but when it comes to the UN treaty system, they are treated as a de facto state because they are not widely recognized, so they become a de facto state in that level, but they have a better kind of relationship in Africa. State of Palestine is also different since it was granted to observer status in the UN. The rest do not have such privilege in Africa and elsewhere. So the states differ in terms of their international relations, in terms of their engagement with the human rights bodies, but they all share that strong limitation imposed upon them by the lack of recognition. Both the African system and the UN system share a very strong component, which is that they are state-centric. So in order to become a member of a treaty, you must be a recognized state as a member of either the African Union, if it is a regional human rights treaty, or if it is an international, you have to be a member of the UN. So de facto states do not have such recognition in international level. For example, Kosovo has, I think, over 100 countries recognized it as a state, but is not a member of the UN. Therefore, it doesn't have a ability to become a party of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Somaliland, which I'm going to give you an example later, is not recognized, so it cannot be a member of the African Charter. The child one, but also the others. So not on the rights and welfare child only, but all the African human rights systems. Why is that a challenge? It becomes a challenge that these unrecognized states, they are also called unrecognized states, contested states, sometimes breakaway regions. They become they don't become part of the monitoring mechanism that exists and the reporting mechanisms that have been explained by the previous speakers today. Because not being a member means you cannot be part of it. And there is a challenge here. The recognized state has the jurisdiction of a territory under the African and the UN system. But that recognized state doesn't have effective control on the territory because the state that claimed independence, exercising and working as and functioning as a state, has effective control, but it's not recognized. So therefore, it cannot become a part of the system. And then children become, in a very precarious situation because the child rights treaties become inapplicable on them, practically speaking, because there's no way they can complain to the committee and others. So what is here is under the charter, children living in these de facto states in Africa have rights given to them by the charter because the recognized states have ratified the charter. But the obligation imposed by the charter is on the recognized state, not the de facto state, because the de facto state is not a member of it. But the recognized state have no control over their territory, so they cannot violate rights, they cannot respect the rights, and even if a complaint is lodged, the argument is very simple. Yes, we know about problem, but we lost the effective control, so there's nothing we can do about it. And it happened in a case filed with the African Commission in 2017, but it's too much often happening in the European Court of Human Rights because many of these de facto states are within the European context, and the argument has been that way persistently, and quite often the court accepted that way. So the country that you live with, the child is there, that's not recognized. The country that's recognized doesn't have effective control. That's the big problem. So if you give you a very example in Africa, as I shown you earlier, most of the states are outside of Africa, two are in Africa, but the Sahrawi one is better protected in Africa because it is recognized by the African Union. It's the experience of Somaliland. Somaliland declared independence from Somalia in 1991 when the central government collapsed. And from there, they have been able to function as a state. So Somaliland has its own passport, it has its currency. If you want to go to Somaliland, you have to get visa from Somaliland government. It has its own flag. It often holds elections where there is a smooth transfer of power. It looks like and acts like a state. So whenever you want to engage with them, it looks like a state. And because of that, Somaliland exercised power over the children living in Somaliland. So the government of Somaliland can violate, and sometimes and quite often violate the rights of children. But the children in Somaliland are not protected by the existing system, because if they want to go complain against the government of Somaliland, which has the effective council, the system will say no, because we don't see Somaliland as a state. Or as the African Commission said, yeah, Somaliland is not a member of the charter, therefore we can't deal with it. Somalia is a member of the charter, therefore the children have rights, but Somalia doesn't have effective control. So there's nothing they can do about it, and their argument will be listened. So the state-centric nature of the African system is problematic. It is structured in a way that it looks like that it's protecting all children, but it is not. And it's not only de facto states, but there are growing phenomena in Africa, but also elsewhere. If you look at Houthis in Yemen and what happened in Syria a couple of years ago, of the creation of territorial non-state actors that act and look like a state, function like a state, and has a continuous existence. And people live there, children live there. So there should be a way the system has to take into account. So what will be the role of the committee, for example? And this has money to do with the implementation, because the existing thinking of implementation looks at issues from the state-centric. So in order to look things, the reporting system, whether a state is making a progress, where children's rights are violated or not, everything now is focusing on a recognized state. And there's those who live in de facto unrecognized states are left out. So one important thing is the committee to think differently, approach differently, because the committee cannot recognize the de facto state, and I think that's not an issue in here, but they can come up with the idea to say, how can we accommodate children living in these areas? Otherwise, so many children in all over the continent will be left out. And that's not important. That's not a good thing to happen. And the charter, of course, grants rights to them. So how can we protect them? How we can give them a space that they can complain? How we can have a space where the reporting system can include them, whether we ask the recognized state to cover it, where we allow the non-recognized de facto state to report, present a shadow report. All of these options are possibilities. But in order that possibilities to be possibilities, is the committee to think differently and to take into account. And why that is important is because we have to take the best interest of the child into account. Because if these state-centric structures are not serving, sometimes, not all the time, the best interest of the child, and the best interest of the child is not to exclude some children from the existing African human rights regime, the UN human rights regime as well. It is not only a problem that is in Africa, but it's within the UN system. It is part of the European Court, but the European Court is a little bit more advanced, and it has developed jurisprudence to try somehow to tackle these issues. Not in a well advanced way, but they are trying, because they are receiving so many cases in these areas. So that is the topic we are researching. We're doing here in Somaliland one, but also we're doing in Gaza and Nagorno-Karabakh or Republic of Artsakh. These three cases, our focus is on the rights of children in de facto state during army conflict or immediately after army conflict. So currently we're looking at the international humanitarian law itself, But in the past, we focused on the human rights framework. And we are trying to create scholarship on how to deal with these de facto states. Why is it important? Because it looks like these de facto states are not going anywhere anytime soon. So Taiwan has been there for many decades. Kosovo now has so many recognitions. I don't think it's going to disappear anytime soon. Somaliland has been here since 1991. So it is an issue, it is a fact. And how should we deal with this fact in order to protect children? And that requires different thinking, less on state centricism. And I don't want to go in detail, but also the non-state actors are also relevant in here. In Africa, there are so many strong groups that are functioning in areas and controlling population, whether it's Sudan or Congo or elsewhere, or Al-Shabaab in Somalia. How we shouldn't, exclude children living in these areas, how we should protect them more, and what will be the role of the committee. These are the questions I think are very important, and the committee can play a better role if it a little bit changes this awareness on the actors that are very important in the continent. But thank you very much for your listening. And one more thing is I'm gonna post a sign-up sheet where you can, if you are interested in follow-up, register to follow up with us, and look our also website and the newsletters, which will provide some more information of the research we have been conducting in many years in relation to de facto states. Thank you very much. I think you muted.
Apologies for that. Can you hear me now? Sorry, everyone. I was saying that thank you for that. You're raising a very important and challenging issue for the committee to consider, but also I think for all of us who are in the human rights space, because when we have all the agendas and the treaties applying to children, we certainly need to always remember and reflect on how we not leaving any child behind. So quite a lot to think about there. Thank you. So we're now going to move on to Professor Rachel Murray, who is the incoming director of the Bonaveri Institute for Human Rights at University of Oxford. And she's going to be addressing us on the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child Reparation Guidelines. Thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try and share my screen, so please let me know if this works.
Yeah, it's showing. It just needs to go on slide mode.
Is that okay? Can you see it okay?
Yes, perfect. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much for the invitation to this really important event. And I'm really sorry I can't be there. As has just been mentioned, I'm moving to a new position as director of the Bonaveri Institute of Human Rights in Oxford, which officially starts tomorrow. So I was asked to speak about the factors affecting the effectiveness and implementation of decisions and how the committee's guidelines on reparations were tailored to enhance compliance. And I was the consultant drafting the guidelines for the committee, and to thank lots of people who were there and online who I spoke with when doing that. And just to reiterate a point that's been flagged up this morning, in drafting those guidelines, there was an attempt to take into account the initiatives by the court and the commission as well to try and ensure some degree of harmonisation, as well as obviously taking into account what the committee itself had actually already done. So in terms of factors affecting implementation, from what we see from research and practice, there are many reasons why states implement or fail to implement reparations ordered by bodies like the committee. But there are things that the committee itself can do to facilitate this implementation. And I'm not going to run through every factor or everything that the committee can do or everything that's in the guidelines, given the time that's been allowed to speak. So I'm just going to select a few key points. And I think it's worth reiterating at the outset that victims should be at the heart of any discussion and monitoring of reparations, and reparations should address the harm caused as well as preventing further violations from occurring, whether that's for the victims themselves or future victims. And this obviously has particular relevance for this committee, given the evolving capacity of the child, what may be needed when the decision is adopted may be different from a year down the line, not only for the victims themselves, but also taking into account guarantees of non-repetition and the need for systemic changes, which I think Professor Julia also mentioned. And this approach is reflected in the guidelines, which state that the committee shall take into account when drafting the reparations. The process of obtaining reparation itself should be empowering, transformative, sustainable, and child-centered, particularly where there are guarantees of non-repetition and reparations addressing underlying structural causes. So we've also seen from research, reparations that are smart increase the likelihood of implementation. And this has already been mentioned by Professor Julia and Dr. Tarasai. So specific, are they clear in what is required to implement? Are they measurable? How will the recommendation be measured? Are they achievable? So is it realistic? Relevant? Does it make sense and address the issue? And time bound? Is there a specific timeline for completion? And just related to this, and something that underpins a lot of what I will continue to say, is that there is evidence that the more specific the reparation order is, the more it will assist with its implementation and the easier it be to monitor by the committee. And this was mentioned this morning by Robert Nanima in terms of the implementation study. So there are a number of reasons why specificity is important. So firstly, it can help establish who is responsible for implementation, and that can increase accountability. It can identify or set priorities and timelines, and I'll come back to this. It can also facilitate reporting on the measures taken, but it can avoid a very minimalist approach by states and provide some very clear boundaries, which can then also assist in negotiating solutions. And lastly, detailed reasoning, and again, I will come back to this in more detail, can help to clarify for the state the basis on which any reparation is ordered, and then that gives confidence in the committee's decision. So how's all this reflected in the guidelines? And hopefully Dr. Tarasai will be pleased that there is express reference in the guidelines to reparations being smart. And as you can see, hopefully, that this is set out in detail, that when drafting reparations, they should be smart, and then setting out what that means for the committee. So specific reparation is one that addresses a particular issue, considers who may be responsible for its implementation and steps taken to achieve it. One that is measurable is that it can be quantified, indicators for implementation can be articulated and progress tracked. An achievable reparation is one that is feasible, sets realistic goals. A relevant reparation considers the result that's being aimed for, and a time-bound reparation is one that sets out the time frame for its implementation, bearing in mind that can differ depending on the type of reparation being recommended. And deadlines is one issue that I just want to mention. So deadlines in decisions tend to be little used. It's changing by the African human rights bodies, other than to require states to report back within a specific period of time, usually 180 days. But this is a reporting timeframe, not an implementation timeframe necessarily. And so there is some research to show that using different deadlines and using them strategically can facilitate implementation. So varying deadlines so that they can be used to facilitate dialogue between the parties post-decision, using different deadlines to enable a dialogue to be continued with the committee and therefore help it with monitoring. Consider it requiring the state to set out an action plan with timeframes and goalposts, and recognizing that some reparations will inevitably take longer to implement than others, so legislative change, for example, but some should absolutely be immediate. So releasing an individual from detention, for example. And so the way in which this is addressed in the guidelines is that the setting of deadlines in the reparations section can facilitate dialogue with the committee, and the committee should consider in its section on reparations different deadlines to specify certain actions that the state can do. So identifying the ministry or focal point responsible for coordinating may be something that could be done pretty quickly, sending the committee an action plan, identifying which mechanisms provide compensation, and giving and draft amendments to legislation may all require slightly different deadlines, but facilitates that engagement with the committee. One of the challenges faced by litigants and victims post-decision, and indeed also by the state authorities themselves, is knowing who in the state is responsible for implementation. And particularly when reparations are multiple and complex, which, as we've seen with the examples that were raised this morning by Professor Julia, that's often the case. It can be quite difficult for state authorities, let alone the litigants and victims, to understand who specifically in the state is responsible for implementing each specific reparation, as well as any degree of coordination. And also, so having some specificity on who should implement and mapping that out against specific reparations can help implementation. It can help identify barriers. It also helps with the dissemination of the decision itself. And I think this was flagged up earlier, that some key state authorities don't necessarily know that a decision has been adopted, even if they are needed for its implementation. And I think this goes to the points raised by Dr. Misha this morning and also Dr. Victor around the importance of these national mechanisms. So requiring states to identify key ministries responsible for implementing each specific reparation can also facilitate monitoring by the committee. And in the guidelines, this is acknowledged. So a recognition that states may have established these national mechanisms for implementation, reporting and follow-up, but also including a recommendation that the NHRI national focal points designated by the state monitor the implementation of the decision. So stating that expressly in the decision, and the committee requiring in the decision that the state informs it within a short period of time of the contact details of that body or whoever is going to coordinate implementation of the reparations, and including in the section a recommendation that there be an action plan setting out various timeframes and who is responsible for implementing various the specific reparations. Reasoning. Traditionally, if you look at older decisions from some of the African human rights bodies, the reparations part of the decision has been brief, and this is changing. And research indicates that states and parties need to understand the rationale behind the award of specific reparations. And more reasoning may give the state authorities greater confidence in the decision. And we've certainly seen that in the research that we've done. It can also encourage consistency by in the approach of the committee and in the wording that's used and so on. And so again, this is included in the guidelines by requiring that the committee provide reasons on how it reached the recommendations if that isn't apparent in the merits, and provide reasoning on how it determined compensation should be awarded, and if applicable, how it arrived at a specific amount. And I think this was flagged up by Professor Julia as well. Implementation and monitoring, we know, requires a multi-agency, multifaceted approach, whether that's the involvement of parliamentarians, national human rights institutions, CSOs, youth groups, all of these as those who may implement the decision, so parliamentarians, or as allies in monitoring and raising awareness. But they need first to be aware of that decision. And as we know, that isn't always the case. So in the guidelines, There are various ways in which this engagement can be enhanced, encouraging NHRIs with affiliate status to submit alternative reports and updates on the status of implementation of recommendation and decision, seeing as essential independent monitoring of progress by these various different actors. NHRIs and children's ombudspersons have a role in monitoring that, and that's also referenced in the guidelines. And those with associate status when participating in sessions and as part of their reports every 2 years include information on the implementation of reparations in committees' decisions. And lastly, dialogue. We also know that ongoing dialogue with a body like the committee can facilitate implementation. It enables the committee to provide technical assistance. It enables clarification of any issues that maybe the state authorities may be unsure of, and it's also important for accountability. And this ongoing engagement also assists the committee itself and the victims and the litigants to know what is happening and can help in terms of monitoring. And so in the guidelines, obviously reference to deadlines can facilitate that dialogue, as was mentioned earlier, and then including a recommendation that the state permit access by the committee members who wish to take missions to look at the implementation reparations. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Rachel. I think there's quite a lot in the guidelines, and certainly I think going forward, the committee have clear guidelines on how to approach the reparations and the remedies to ensure that states can comply with them and they give them enough guidance. So thank you so much for that. Our last speaker for this session is Dr. Horace. I don't know whether he's now online. He wasn't earlier on. He's not on. Okay, so apparently, unfortunately, Dr. Horace is not online. So that means that we will have a bit of time for questions. But before we get there, I have to invite the Honorable Anne Musiwa to come and give a 5-minute or so response from the African Committee of Experts. And then once she's done with that, then we will take some questions before lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think my life has been made very, very easy by Prof. Racha. I think the organizers have done it very well, that she came out to be the one who was the last to speak. And congratulations to you, Prof. Racha, for the new position, and we wish you well. Right. As I was listening to the presentations, one key thing, I'll not even take 5 minutes because she has done the work. One key thing which really came up is that our first focus on Prof. Julia, what she's doing or what she has embarked on is very, very critical. And she's already building on what has been done before so that we improve on that area. So we really appreciate that. It would be much appreciated from a committee's perspective that the typology of remedies of the African Children's Committee's main reference to address the committee's remedies should be the committee's reparation guidelines. I appreciate we have also to relate the international guidelines, but because it's focusing on the African committee, would really appreciate that it should really be rich, the reference in terms of referring to the reparation guidelines of the committee, which was adopted during the 45th ordinary session. And the guidelines we have already unpacked through Professor Rachel. They actually answer all the questions or the concerns which Prof. Julia was trying to highlight so that we improve. I think the committee has been very proactive in this area. Some of the things is how to measure the realization of the remedy to assist us in monitoring for effective implementation. It is very clear that it has to be victim-centered, that is a child friendliness, and it guides that the remedy depends with the applicant's request. Also, it depends on the initial communication and the substantive evidence at the beginning. And what also has been presented, I think it would really, really be appreciated if Prof. Julia could make a lot of reference to that, and it will clear some hazy areas. Then for Dr. Mtanga, thank you very much. Quality of decisions or recommendations of the committee on implementation by national authorities. Yes, your question, we also had it before the committee decided to develop the reparation guidelines. We're saying, then what? How should we measure it? Yet it's very urgent where there are violations of children's rights. It's an urgent case, it's an urgent issue, which should be looked into and solved. And as you have heard, we already have a guideline which focuses on what you propose, the SMART framework. It speaks to that. And it also speaks to the types of reparations. I mean, of course, the prof, she tried to summarize, but if you go into the document, it's well laid out: restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, and also satisfaction is all outlined there. What you are doing is very good, and would like you to continue with that. We've developed the framework, but we need further interrogation so that we continue to improve in the best interest of the African children on the continent. In summary, that is what I managed to pick out. Without shutting out Honorable Roberts, the chair, my chair for this, do you have anything to add, maybe which I did not pick up, which you really want to stress to our colleagues? My heart is, let's make reference to that which belongs to us for it to make sense, and we apply it. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Han. Actually, it's probably too much from that.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Robert, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause for that? Thank you. I'm sitting here thinking about how we're talking about this at the African Committee level, but how many of us would wish for these kind of guidelines at domestic level? Because how many cases are stuck in the system without proper remedies because we lack that child-centered approach to reparations and guidelines where cases are litigated at domestic level. So something just to think about. I mean, I do a lot of work domestically and I'm really thinking about the gaps on the ground, cases that don't reach the African Committee and how we're resolving that. So thank you so much for that enriching discussion. So I'm going to open up for questions now. I think I have until past for questions. Yes, thank you. So please raise your hand, introduce yourself, ask your question, try and keep it short and say who you addressing it to. And I see Mr. S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S has the first question.
Victor and Awatef and I were thinking of putting into a database the recommendations of just simply mapping out the specific obligations that emerge from the state reports. We realized how difficult it was to extract that information from the reports because they're all written into a very narrative way. And I think also that might be, and that's my question, is that very often those texts are very political. The committee might, like the court, be careful on how it frames it. And I do understand from a monitor and evaluation perspective, we want them to be as specific as possible, highlighted maybe even in bullet point format, so it will be very easy to track and monitor. But I understand that there's also politics. And I was just wondering, and if I may use the words of my boss, Dr. Eno, he always encourages us in these forums to be frank. To what extent do you really believe that that smart framework will now cause some sort of an obstacle for you to blend in a little bit of those politics and more diplomatic language? And how do you see yourself navigating that tension between the diplomacy of the report and leaving things a little bit open-ended and the need for clear recommendations, which will now allow for that monitoring? Thank you.
Not a short question, so I'm going to give the committee members some time to reflect on that while we take a few more questions. There's one at the back and I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I am Dr. Frederick Foka from the Research Center on Peace and Governance in Cameroon. So I have a question, but my question was framed for the first panel, but I think it can also go with this thematic on practical perspective. It is true that Professor Dr. Horace have not spoken, but I will share my question, and if it is possible, maybe the honorable member committees from the African Committee will answer. So I'm just wondering, when we see the number of cases before the African Committee of Experts, we see that it is too low compared to the African Commission on the African Court, and compared also to the UN Committee on Children, which is younger than the African Committee of Experts. So we can say that it seems that the African Committee of Experts is not such an attractive mechanism compared to the others. And this may also justify or explain the low level of implementation. Now, the question is, this low level of implementation, does it have something to do with the place and the low consideration that is given to children in some African states, which make that children's rights are not at the top of the agenda of some states? So I just want to understand from maybe some perspective, and maybe also know if what is the place of children's rights maybe in these non-state actors, and see if this does not justify why we have this low consideration for children's rights in Africa, justifying also the low level of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there's one more question here, and then we'll take the answers and see if we can squeeze some more.
Thank you so much. This is S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S from Ethiopia again. I have two questions for the presenters. The first one is regarding the last presenter on reparation, right? My question is that how can we ensure the decisions of S.N.E.A.K.E.R in the absence of enabling national laws? My second question is also presenters of the second session raise about the role of the African Court of Human Rights. But as we know, if I'm not mistaken, only 34 countries have ratified the protocol to the African Court, and only 8 countries filed the declaration accepting the court's competence to receive cases directly from individuals or non-governmental organizations. So my question to this regard is that, don't you think we need to have extensive advocacy to motivate countries to be subject to this court? Because at least we have to be the United States of Africa to ensure children's rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions. So the first 2 questions were to the committee, so I'm going to hand over to them. And then after that, and I think third one is for Prof. Mari, and the last one is about the advocacy around the African court. So I think, okay, thank you so much. So.
All right, thank you very much. I think the first question was directed to our consultant. She's here, Prof. Rachel, she will respond. I will respond to the second one. Why low levels of communications? What's the problem? Is it that we are not recognized as a committee? Our perspective is that with child rights violations in country, remember we're talking of a child, the processes before the communication comes to us, they must have exhausted all the remedies within the country. And we're talking of a child going all through those processes. Do they have the support system? Do they have the legal assistance? You name it all. So who is it who is going to bring the case up to us? Who has gone through all the in-country remedies? And we see it as the biggest challenge why our communications are very, very low. However, taking that as a committee, we also need to strengthen our advocacy, raise awareness, why we are there, what we can do in terms of child rights violations. Thank you.
Yes, Ayala, you can.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning to you all. Sorry for coming late. Yes, thank you for the questions, and maybe to add on what Honorable Musiwa indicated on the issues of and the linkage between low level of communications, which could also relate with low level of implementation, which is a correct way of looking at it. Beyond what has been indicated, there are a number of factors, and we need to ask ourselves. And the committee is actually, we're holding a litigation symposium next week, bringing litigants together in Addis Ababa to basically interrogate this same question. The committee was established in 2001 and started operating in 2002. So it would be fair to ask ourselves a question and say, why are we not receiving a number of communications? Because there are a number of violations happening on the ground. We have only 26 communications before the African Committee of Experts. In our view, and interrogating this matter, there are a number of scenarios. One, as you rightly indicated, our colleague at the back who actually requested the question, it's the attention which is given to matters of children's rights on the ground. Usually, the line ministries that we are dealing with covering child rights issues are ministries of social development or gender and others. The Banjul Commission, it deals with, and of course, Misha will also tell us, usually with the ministries of justice and litigation and everything, which it comes very much naturally with the line ministries that these organs are actually dealing with. From our side, usually there is this misconception that child rights issues are not to be litigated. These are social matters. It's about right to education, health, and so the union is as good as its individual unit. So whatever that we see at the individual unit level is what we get at the aggregate level. That's the first one. But second, funding. All the child rights actors and the major child rights actors working on child protection across the continent, UNICEF being the major ones. You don't see strategic litigation being one of their programmatic areas. So they do not allocate funds to actually work on strategic litigations. So they don't support litigants who would like to bring in cases before the African Union and its bodies when it comes to children's rights. So no funding, that means no program can be implemented. So that's one of the reasons that we are actually bringing all the partners, development partners and donors on board so that they can actually consider strategic litigation as one of their programmatic interventions. They don't have to litigate themselves. We understand UNICEF is a United Nations agency, for instance, or I'm just mentioning UNICEF because that's the main actor that we have globally when it comes to child protection. But we have a lot of other donors and agencies working on child rights issues who are not actually considering strategic litigation as one of their programmatic interventions. That's also another one. But anyway, we have a lot of reasons that we may bring in on board in addition to what Honorable Musewa has also indicated.
Thank you so much for that, Ayelo. So I think we're going to now go to Prof. Rachel to just respond to those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to reiterate what an honour it was to be part of drafting the guidelines. Just to respond to Dr. Misha's question, what I didn't say in the presentation is whilst there is lots of research to show that smart reparations can facilitate implementation, there are certainly circumstances where being less specific is strategically useful. And you see that from other international, supranational human rights bodies where the level of knowledge and understanding they have of the state, the extent to which it engages with it, then may mean that it is less specific strategically in terms of some of the reparations that it decides to award. But that's a very case-by-case specific approach. And I think there is an attempt to reflect that in the guidelines. So, for example, there's a section on determining what reparations to award, and there is quite a lot of detail of various factors that need to be taken into account there. And one of those is the committee's own understanding of the level of knowledge it has about the domestic context and any potential unintended consequences. So yes, smart, very specific reparations can be difficult in some circumstances, and there is an acknowledgement of that in the guidelines, and a sort of more nuanced approach may be needed in certain circumstances. And then in response to the question about how to ensure decisions when there's no enabling national legislation, I mean, national legislation is one factor, sometimes a very key factor, in terms of how you translate a decision by the committee or other African human rights bodies, how that's then received legally at the domestic level, and whether that triggers any bureaucratic processes for its implementation. And there isn't necessarily always one piece of legislation that facilitates those different processes, and they will be different processes, for example, paying of compensation or amending legislation. But there may be examples in penal codes or other elements of legislation which can help this. And as made reference to earlier, the Pan-African Parliament So Prof. Franz, Brian, Clement, who unfortunately is not there, and myself have been working on a model law which gives a sort of toolbox, various options for legislative provisions or ways in which these decisions from the committee or indeed the court or the commission can then be received at the national level, and how that can then facilitate their implementation in a sort of given the legal status that's needed to then prompt any action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think that's all the time we had for questions. Thank you so much to the panel. Can you give them an applause, please? Thank you. I think we have a lot to think about as we move to the next session. So I'm going to hand over to Ntokozo now to just let us know what we do next. Thanks.
Thank you, Karabo, and thank you to all the panelists. That was a good and very informative session. And unfortunately, we have eaten into your lunch hour, so we're going to go for lunch. And we will spend exactly an hour and come back at 14:33. So that's 2:33. Thank you to all the panelists that were online. We're going to switch off for a moment to go to have lunch, and hopefully we will see you when we get back. So the directions to lunch, when you go out, you turn left, and then you will see the restaurant there for those who are not staying at the hotel. And a big mistake, we forgot to tell you about where the bathrooms are. So when you go into the restaurant, you can just look on your right. There will be staircases and a sign to the bathrooms. Thank you very much. We will be coming back to a substantive panel 2 after lunch. Thank you.
consideration in that regard. Please join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and a warm afternoon to a warm afternoon to everyone. It's really a pleasure to be part of this conference, and I'm really grateful to the organizers for giving me the platform to make this presentation. So my presentation will actually be speaking practically to one issue that has been, I think, discussed particularly in the session in the morning, which is around issues of lack of data and systematization, and also fragmented approach to implementation. And if I don't have sneakers in front of me, but I did pick what Dr. Mitchell had mentioned about national structures, which can give us about 55 sneakers. So in this regard, I will be talking about NHRI implementation focal points. And I think my conclusion would be that if we are able to get this into the direction that we are trying to get it to, we can also have 46 national human rights implementation focal points. So in terms of national human rights institution, I would just go briefly. I think I'm on the third slide now. Just to provide for us an overview of National Human Rights Institution, and I'm glad that the commissioner from the South African Human Rights Commission would also be speaking after me. Basically, National Human Rights Institutions are independent institutions. They are state institutions, but they are independent institutions, and they are grounded in the Paris Principle adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. But particularly for purposes of our conversation, there is formal recognition by African Human Rights Mechanism, and I think this is where it's also very important for us. So National Human Rights Institution with the African Commission, they have affiliate status with both the African Commission and the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. And this is particularly for the committee, it's seen in Rule 83 of the revised rules of procedure of the committee. So what is important here is the fact that National Human Rights Institutions have hybrid identity. So they are state mandated, but they are expected to be independent and to follow up on the extent to which the country have implemented their commitments under International Human Rights Treaty. So that really puts National Human Rights Institution in the center of this discussion when it comes to implementation. Briefly, within the context of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, we have various instances in which National Human Rights Institution have been active in supporting the work of the committee. Examples are in Kenya, Malawi, Ghana, Rwanda, and South Africa also has institutionalized children's rights through a dedicated commissioner for children's rights. So in the interest of time, I would just move again to the next slide. Basically, this is where the idea of implementation focal points is emerging. So like I said, one of the key mandates of National Human Rights Institution direct mandate is to follow up on implementation and compliance of states with their international commitments. But there are some challenges that we have seen from the trend with African National Human Rights Institution, and one of them is lack of information. So there are times that this National Human Rights Institution are not aware of decisions that have been made against their states. And another one is institutional weaknesses. As we know, most of our African National Human Rights Institutions do suffer from these challenges. And there is the issue of resource constraint, particularly again, coordination deficit, and the broader issue of challenges to implementation, which is political resistance from states. And I think Dr. Teresa had mentioned the issue of political will in the morning. So it is from all of these shortcomings, the particular deficiency that National Human Rights Institutions have, that the idea of establishing national human rights implementation focal points have actually emerged. Within academic discourse in the theory of compliance with international law, we can actually place this idea within the transnational experimentalist theory, which actually discussed that the features of ensuring and improving compliance with decisions of international human rights treaties should go through 3 stages of iteration, which is ongoing engagement, and also interaction and adaptation. So in this regard, National Human Rights Institution focal points can serve as experimentalist anchor, because they actually provide loop feedback between the states and also their own between the states and the bodies. So this is the theoretical side of it. But now moving away from theory, we'll go into practice. So like I mentioned in the beginning, I'd mentioned that the goal is that we can have 46 national human rights implementation focal points. And that's because the network of African National Human Rights Institution is made up of 46 national human rights institutions from 46 African countries. So in practicalizing this, we had some discussion with the National Human Rights Institution during the AUC policy dialogue that was held in Addis in May. And one of the outcomes was that each of the national human rights institutions should appoint a specific person that will serve as implementation focal point. And in that regard, as I'm speaking, we have 26 of such national implementation focal points. So we have 26 individuals that have been specifically designated by their national human rights institution as focal point. Now, taking this further, we now want to look at what exactly should be in practice. How should implementation focal point, how should they function? In simple terms, their role is data collection and follow-up. And I think this has been mentioned severally as well. And also the other role that they will be playing is stakeholder engagement. And this is actually in 3 formats: engaging with the state itself as the duty bearer, and also engagement with the mechanism that has issued the decision or recommendation. But most importantly, the task that we are giving the implementation focal point is to ensure the institutionalization of this idea within their national human rights institution. And that is because this is not something that can stay with just an individual. So the idea is that there's long-term institutionalization where we have something like NHRI implementation units within the respective national human rights institution. So briefly, the structure that has been proposed based on discussion so far is that because of resource constraints and to not add additional layer to what has already been existing within the National Human Rights Institution, that this structure can be placed within existing directorates. And we already have an example with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, where this structure is currently being placed within the Directorate of Research and Advocacy. And also in terms of minimum staffing, talking about long term, we did discuss that it should be maybe ideally 1 director and at the very least a desk officer to ensure that there is a bit of coordination within the institution. The strategic contribution, just briefly, that this would make, of course, for the work of the African Committee of Experts on Right and Welfare of the Child, is that this would lead to increased visibility in the work of in the decisions and recommendations of the African Committee through the work of the implementation focal point, and also data collection. And I think Dr. Misha had mentioned data, Dr. Ayeni had mentioned data in the morning. I think this is one very important role, and this was something that we did emphasize during the capacity building workshop that we did in August for about 14 of these national human rights institutions. They can actually bridge this gap by providing data. And the reason why this is also important to flag out is that because national human rights institutions are state-mandated institutions, so the information that they submit, there's more credibility and legitimacy as to how this is received on both ends. And this is also where it is very, very important for national human rights institutions to play this role. Of course, the other contribution will include bridging gap between the committee and the states. And this is also useful because then this can also address instances where the committee does not have information from the state in itself. So the conclusion would be to just also highlight that this is an This is actually something that is going on, but this is also something that is important for every stakeholder to actually contribute, because focal points by themselves cannot succeed alone. There's the need for support from the committee itself, which would include communicating directly with the implementation focal point, notifying them of decisions when decisions are made so as to address the gap. Of course, for academia, civil society organization, and other international development partner, I think Dr. Ayeni was the one who mentioned in the morning that implementation is costly. There is definitely going to be the need for support in terms of capacity building and strengthening for national human rights institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a bit of a tight fit here. Thank you for highlighting the possibility, real pragmatic possibility of focal points in NHRIs. I would just add the provocation about whether this is our end point. Are we going to settle at just focal points who sometimes have more than one specific population group or issue in NHRIs? Sometimes they become overloaded. And in the rest of the world, we have special children's rights commissions. So is it a stop along the way? Or is it the end point? Or is that where we start? So that's just my provocation for now. The next speaker, Honorable Kwinana from the South African Human Rights Commission, will talk to us about mapping and analyzing the role and contribution of specific actors in implementing and monitoring the implementation of decisions. Welcome, Honorable Kwinana.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I stand on the protocol that has already been observed? I must say that most of the things that I've got in my presentation have already been spoken to. And I was just saying to my colleagues that I'm now going to rather talk about the South African Human Rights Commission and the work that it has done, especially to amplify the voice of a child. So we deemed it fit that children should be at the forefront because they also go by the slogan that is used by persons with disabilities that says nothing about us without us. And that is why we then saw it fit to have what we call a child rights unit in the Human Rights Commission. So as commissioners, we've got different focal areas, and I'm one of the commissioners that has got a focal area of children. And we also then have the unit that I must take care of, but currently does not have staff, and that has become, it has almost paralyzed us in doing our work. So these staff members would have been important to activate the rights of the children. And they would be going around all the provinces in order to ensure that the children are the one that tells them what are these challenges that are on the ground. Because whilst, yes, we want to amplify any judgment that has been taken by the AU, any other committee, but if we are not alive to the reality that is in the specific areas where we are at, it really does not make sense. So what we then did is we made sure that we've got them in groups in different schools, where we then ensure that they participate meaningfully. They would be the ones to decide what do they want to talk about, for instance. For the past 2 years that they've been in existence, their first topic was about cyberbullying. And early this year, they spoke about the right to education. And you should have, I wish you were there to just hear what are their thoughts, because they really unpack the rights and they show you how these rights intersect. For one, when they spoke about the right to education, they were able to touch on issues like, if we don't have a house at home, I don't have electricity, there's no water in my house, it affects the very right. If I do not have access to health care, the same right is being affected. They went further to say, by the way, if I'm a migrant, a child that belongs to a migrant worker or a person really who is stateless, again, it affects their very right. Now, what it then assisted us to do was to then come up with the different topics as we prepare for the year 2025-2026. And our current topic at the moment is stateless children or children that are on the move. And that resonates with a decision that has already been taken with regard to how do we deal with those children that are on the move in our country. You will know that South Africa at the moment is seriously challenged with regard to immigration officers that are not doing their work. And unfortunately, the Commission is being blamed for the overcrowding of illegal immigrants. But as a Commission, we are about human rights. As you know, we do have the A status, South African Human Rights Commission, because of the work that Fuloso was talking about, the work that we put out there, the data that we collect on the ground. So as Human Rights Commission, we exist in all 9 provinces, and we've got monitors that collect all this data, and they bring it to the fore. And I was just thinking to myself, we talk about data insofar as judgment, but we've got the data of issues on the ground. But unfortunately, those matters never see the day of the light to get themselves in a courtroom because, as somebody already said, sometimes they're not really viewed as cases that should be litigated upon. These are matters that, they would feel is better to just talk about these issues. Can we just not resolve these issues? And unfortunately, that is the challenge that we have. Now, we are saying insofar as monitoring and, of course, implementing, it will be important for us to look at, obviously, time bounds with regard to how those judgments can be realized. But most importantly, we need to have a strategy of the type of matters that needs to come to the fore. So we are saying, let's look at the legislator and look at the type of laws that they are dealing with. Let's also look at judiciary. And let's make sure that when they have judgments, these judgments are not written for the academia or they're not written for the jurist. But these judgments must be written for people that really needs to hear what these judgments are about. The judgments must be clear and concise so that they can be applied. Let's also look at the executive. Somebody has already spoken to the fact that the political will becomes important. So as soon as a decision is taken, as Foloso said, sometimes as Human Rights Commission or as National Human Rights Commissions, we might not really get to know about that. But if the executive already knows about it, we can find a way on how is this information disseminated until it gets to those that are important to then carry it forward. And we are saying as a national human rights institution, we should be the one at the forefront to firstly get this information, most importantly to ensure that it does get applied. So it will be important for us to look at the dashboard with regard to implementation. And of course, it will be important for us to look at what other steps can be taken to ensure that the measures that we want to see are indeed happening on the ground. Now, what it says to us is we need to have a track and trace method to evaluate how do we ensure that there is an impact of these very judgments, that they are realizing the rights that we want them to realize. This can only be done if we learn from each other. These are the spaces where we can actually share the best practices in order to take stock of whether has it really worked in Ethiopia, has it worked in Morocco, and if it has worked, how so did it work? And if we are sure that indeed it has worked, then maybe we can adopt it and use it in order to ensure that we also are able to realize the same rights that we want to realize. I've already said to you with legislature, obviously we're looking at them domesticating the very same laws that would have been amplified in the committees, but most importantly, we need to harmonize the laws. We need to ensure that there's a design of the policies, and we also need to ensure that there's budgeting. As Human Rights Commission, I must just tell you that our budget was cut as of the beginning of the year, and it has paralyzed us because each time you want to do something, you are told that there's no funds, there's no money in order for you to be able to perform a particular task. There's no money to even for us to go outside the country in order for us to engage with other institutions, for us to learn from them, and of course bring that information back, which can assist to take the institution forward. What is even worse is when we can't do research. In terms of our constitution, we are expected not only to research, but to use those research in order to educate. So when we research, we ultimately have to then do reports. Now, if we don't have funds, we can't even write those reports. This is when we then try and piggy bank on the universities to see if they can help us to write the reports. But the problem then is, how do you then legitimize the very report that is now being prepared by a commission and another institution? That becomes a challenge. Adjudication and enforcement becomes important. So obviously, whatever remedies are out there, there must be remedies that are clear and, as I said, concise, so that you can be able to apply them. If they are not, then as somebody did say in the morning, you'll be forced to go back to court and ask for them to unpack it for you. And that can take time, and that costs money. And unfortunately, it will then paralyze the entire system or the objective that you want to achieve. So we are also then saying, in order for us to map the way forward, we need to look at the regional, sub-regional. We need to look at what standards are being applied, the findings themselves, the judgments, and of course, the guidance that is there. We need to ensure that there is complementary jurisprudence and, of course, peer exchange, as I've said. There must be knowledge, litigation support, and training. Capacity becomes very important in ensuring that we are able to take this work forward. Coordination, but I usually also say not only just coordination, but collaboration. Collaboration being the currency where I come from, because without collaboration, it is difficult for us to really achieve a lot of things that we'd have set for ourselves. And who are we collaborating with? That is where academia becomes important, the civil societies becomes important, and of course, anyone else that is has got the same interest at heart in order to take this method forward. As I end off, let me say that just as we are sitting here, I've already looked at the room, and the room says to me, again, we're doing it wrong because we're talking about children and they are not represented in this room. And who better than them should have been here to talk about their own issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kwinana, who speaks about the realities of the resource constraints within these national human rights institutions and the need for strategic collaboration amongst partners. And once again, reminding us that we need to put much more efforts into building the capacity of children to do self-advocacy in spaces. I would not put them in a conference center. That is against their right to play. I would create different settings for them to engage with policymakers and lawmakers. That is also fun for them and fun for us. So let's think more about how we capacitate children as partners in this process. Can I now introduce our next two speakers who has lobbied with me for some time because they are two. So we welcome Timothy Ntondo and Martin Onyango from the Center for Reproductive Rights. And they will speak about, their title is From Decision to Action, Lessons from the Domestic Implementation and Monitoring of the Committee Decision. A particular number 002/2022 against Tanzania. We are very interested in your contribution. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Hon Christina. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. I have the role of playing John the Baptist, so if I exit quickly, please don't ask why did he exit quickly. We are here to share with you, we are litigators. We do many things, but primarily we go to court, including on children's rights issues. So these issues are significant and they are litigated. Secondly, in the specific case that we are going to share with you, the children themselves had an opportunity to speak to the committee about their issues, about the challenges they face and the justice they want. So yes, in the right manner, children get engaged. And a question was asked, when does implementation begin? And myself and my colleague Timothy Tondu, we will be sharing with you just beyond the decision, how do we then implement, or what is our experience in domestic implementation? And so in our introductory part in that paper, a critical question is, when does implementation begin? Because for us, reflecting back, we realize that when you identify the problem and you document it, as you engage with other stakeholders, you are actually starting the conversation that will be relevant when you are coming back to implement, should you have a decision. And so ours is a lived experience, starting way back pre-2012, working with partners in Tanzania, and my colleague from LHRC, Legal and Human Rights Center, is present. So while we give the perspective of the Center for Reproductive Rights, we are cognizant that this is, our litigation is a combined effort, LHRC, but the committee is also here. They've walked this journey with us. The government of Tanzania, though not represented, has been part and parcel of responses and engagement in country and regionally in this conversation. But our deliberations will be more inclined towards CSO engagement. And so for us in 2012, engagement in country prior to the year 2012, by 2012 we had documented what was the problem in a publication called Forced Out that highlighted the problem of, one, mandatory pregnancy testing in schools, and for girls who were found pregnant, forced expulsion from formal learning institution. And post-delivery, you're not allowed to come back to join the formal education system. And if you do not disclose who made you pregnant, you're arrested and kept in detention until you tell us who impregnated you. So you are double jeopardy when many wrongs happen to the same person. And so we documented that in 2012. And in 2013, no, in 2012, we moved the High Court of Tanzania that can we resolve these issues domestically? Nothing had happened from 2012 to 2017 when the High Court actually threw out that case. For 5 years, a national conversation. Then we moved the Court of Appeal in 2018 in Tanzania. But then by 2019, over 1 year down the line, when we moved the committee, the Court of Appeal of Tanzania had not even set down the appeal for hearing. It had taken us 9 good months just to get the record of proceedings in the High Court. So it was not going to be possible to have a conversation towards a resolution in country. And we triggered then the jurisdiction of the committee in a communication filed in 2019, determined in the year 2022. But before the determination of the communication in 2022, in 2021, with the historical engagement and fully aware of the dispute filed before the committee and the response they had made, the government of Tanzania published a circular, partly lifting the problematic policy of expulsion, partly lifting. And why that is significant when we talk about implementation, it means the engagement was evident, the direction we needed to take was evident on both sides. The committee looked at that action, but found it not fully fit to remedy the challenge that existed then. So even in its decision and recommendations to Tanzania, the committee looked at that action and said, yes, it is a step in the right direction, but the following look like the more we need to do to address comprehensively the problem we are facing. And so at this point, I will invite Timothy to then now speak to us about the decision and its implementation within the Republic of Tanzania. Welcome, Timothy.
Thank you very much, Martin. I like how you called yourself John the Baptist. Was preparing the way. Thank you very much, Martin. I think Martin's experience is not just one of reading about this case. He had been part and parcel of the journey from the moment they began this conversation up until the end. But because what will be useful for us in this conversation today is to speak about what is the role of civil society, part of which LHRC, our partners, and the Center for Reproductive Rights are. I will not go into the merits because I believe we might find an opportunity for us to look through this decision. It's a widely publicized decision, but what I'll just go directly to is slide 7, which is the recommendations by the committee, which will be summarized. Just the next slide, please. The next one, sorry. Yes, that one. So the committee, as Martin has put it, in 2022 gave decision number 2, and in summary, what the committee found was that the United Republic of Tanzania was in violation of several provisions of the African Charter, and one of the recommendations that were given by the committee was, one, to ensure that they stop the immediate or immediately prohibit the mandatory pregnancy testing that was being done in schools, but also amend the education expulsion and expulsion of pupils from school regulations, which would essentially remove marriage as a ground for expulsion, but also undertake concrete steps, including enacting laws and policies to prevent expulsion of pregnant and married girls, and also immediately readmit schoolgirls who have been expelled due to pregnancy. Part of the things that you will see, and perhaps maybe the organizers will share this presentation, is a video by the then president of the Republic of Tanzania, John Pombe Magufuli, the late, actually giving a policy statement from a podium somewhere in the village, speaking to the effect that no girl would ever be allowed to come back to school if they are found pregnant. What is shocking, or what was shocking about that video, is that the reasoning behind why the president gave that directive was that he said that any pregnant girl who is allowed to go back to school would go and influence other girls there to also get pregnant in a similar way. And that is why, to him, they should not be allowed. But what was also more insulting is that to him, he did not see a future beyond for any pregnant learner who had gotten pregnant. Actually, in fact, for him, he said we can allow them to go back into these manual casual jobs. You can allow them to do sewing. You can allow them to do all those things. So that meant if you became pregnant as a learner, the dream of becoming a lawyer, the dream of becoming a doctor in Tanzania was quickly curtailed at that point, because their president then did not envision a situation where you would be able to re-enter back into formal school and make something out of your life, which is why we moved the committee, and the committee gave those recommendations. But as I'd mentioned, what would be useful for us, and in the paper we analyze, is how then has implementation been, and what has been the role, and what are the lessons that we have gotten from implementing this decision. Several things were done, but I will echo what I think Dr. Micha started by saying in the morning. A lot of problems that we faced in terms of status of implementation was a lack of data. You will find that we, having been applicants in that case, and having been engaged in the implementation, we still struggled with finding data from the state on the status of implementation, because it is not data that was readily available or readily shared until we attended an implementation hearing in 2024 last year, where full data was given. But in that context, and I think the question that then we might ask ourselves is, as applicants, do you then just sit and say no data is being provided, how are we going to implement the decisions? I think not. I think that is where we as the Center for Reproductive Rights, together with LHRC, took time to ensure that we participated in the active implementation of the decision, though the decision had been issued against the state party and we had won. As litigators, we say your work is very simple. Go to court, get a good decision, and sing from the top of your voices that you have gotten a good decision. That is usually the standard modus operandi. But unfortunately, when you look at it from that circumstance, we had gotten what we wanted. If you look at it from that high level, we had gotten the decision that we wanted. That's why we went to court to litigate. But what does that mean for the girls and women, or rather the adolescent girls in this specific context from Tanzania, who do not just need a decision from a human rights institution to come out as a paper decision that people can read and say, oh, the committee has given out a decision, this decision should be followed. It was also imperative that for us who went to the African Committee of Experts, that we also follow up on the implementation of that decision, because it is important. Why we went to court in the first place is because we had tried doing the same, or why we went to the committee before is because we had tried to do the same nationally to no success at all, as Martin had mentioned, and the litigation across the High Court and then to the Court of Appeal until we got to the committee. A lot of things that had been recommended by the committee, the United Republic of Tanzania attempted to actually do them. Things that would ideally not require the support of other civil society organizations. Like, for example, if you are to do a circular or to stop mandatory pregnancy testing, the committee has already told you, stop mandatory pregnancy testing. In implementing such a decision, you really do not need somebody or even the applicants themselves to come and tell you, okay, this is how you implement this decision. It's as simple as doing that. You stop mandatory pregnancy testing. That was as simple as it. But also, as had been recommended by the committee, the government had been required to develop guidelines on re-entry, which they actually did. The committee had given very specific recommendations. In other language, we call such orders as orders in the nature of structural interdict, where you require not just an actual order to be implemented, but you also give timelines for you to be able to report back and say. And some of those orders or the recommendations that came from the committee were in that nature. So part of those work was to be able to develop guidelines on re-entry, and that the government of Tanzania was able to do. But also they were supposed to establish a conducive learning environment, which they did, and they reported that in part of some of the specific districts that faced these specific problems, the pregnant girls were being placed in schools. Now you'll see when we talk about the challenges of implementation, because the implementation, as you will see, it has not been very smooth. We cannot sit here or stand here and say that specifically the United Republic of Tanzania has fully implemented the decision of the committee. It is still There's still, I feel, some challenges which we'll be able to share with you as part of the lessons that we have learned. But also, the government also developed a teacher's training manual on the skills, and this included not just issues regarding re-entry, but also broad SRHR conversations, and of course, including conversations around HIV and AIDS. The government also had put in place, or has put in place, 1,946 child protection desks in schools that were required to handle some of the SGBV cases. And you'll see part of the recommendations that the committee had given was to ensure that the question on sexual and gender-based violence had been addressed, and this is part of what the government did. Part of the challenges, as I'd mentioned in slide 9, part of the challenges that we faced, even as we supported the government of Tanzania in implementing the decision, was an availability of data, which I touched on, and I will not belabor on it. But also, some of the pregnant learners who became pregnant the second time were not allowed to go back to school. Now, what we had challenged before the committee was that pregnant learners were not being allowed re-entry. Now, because some circumstances happened that these still pregnant learners, because what causes teenage pregnancies is not that the government is not doing anything. There are many other circumstances that would actually lead to the cause of teenage pregnancies. And some of these pregnant learners who had been victim, or rather had found themselves in that situation before, ended up being in the same situation again, either because perhaps at some point they were married off when they were children, or they still face the same circumstances of sexual and gender-based violence and ended up being pregnant again. Now, in these circumstances, these pregnant learners are not now allowed to come back to school after. Somebody sitting and looking at it from that perspective would then say the president in his statement might have been right, but what you don't see is that some of those circumstances have not really changed in Tanzania. So you'll still end up with the same circumstances and the same problems that you found yourself in. But also part of the implementation of the guidelines on re-entry was not budgeted for, and I think our commissioner also mentioned it's not, I'm glad that you learned, it's not an issue of South Africa only, it's a problem that is across many countries. So yes, you have a recommendation that says budget for this, but unfortunately when members of parliament sit down to put in place budgets for some of these things, they do not budget for part of the implementation of those guidelines. And this became a very big challenge in implementing some of the decisions or some of the recommendations that had been given by the committee. Comprehensive sexuality education in school still remained contentious even after the recommendations by the committee. CSC, because of culture, because of religious biasness, still became a controversial issue. So full implementation of that recommendation by the committee became and still is a challenge. But also, discrimination and stigma still persist in some specific districts where pregnant girls are placed into one school. So what we found out as part of the implementation efforts is that what the government of Tanzania did is instead of allowing re-entry back into the formal school, so for example, if you're in a certain school and you got pregnant, instead of being allowed back to that same school, what the government did was to designate one school where pregnant learners will be allowed to go, which when you read it from that perspective is just increasing the stigma, because this is now labeled as the school of pregnant learners, so which makes it more difficult because you will know as long as you're in that school, you are a pregnant learner. It did not really help the situation to them. Perhaps they thought that they were solving the situation, but in essence, what they were doing is just propagating the stigma against those pregnant learners. But also the reality that they re-entered or learners who had been expelled originally, many of them also dropped out of formal school. And as I mentioned, the circumstances that took those girls to the committee at then did not change really after the decision had been issued. The extreme poverty levels, the contention that you are now a mother, a new mother, you have to go back to school, but you also have to take care of your child, and perhaps you've also gotten a second child. The reality is you might not be able to sustain yourself in school beyond that point. So many of them still dropped out of school because of the circumstances. They do not have enough money to get a caregiver to help them with that child. They do not have enough money to sustain themselves in school, but also sustain this new child. So most of them dropped out. So part of the things, of course, that we then learn from this is when some of these things happen, how then do you balance? Because the realities are not perhaps the same as they were before. So that grappling with that conversation around that. As I conclude, perhaps let me just run through in the next slide what are the key lessons that we learned from this, and then I can pen off. Martin mentioned that when does implementation begin? I think that was the question that perhaps we need to address ourselves to when we are speaking about implementation of the decisions and based on our experience. What we have seen is that implementation never started when the decision of the committee was rendered. For us, implementation began even before filing the communication. And this is why Martin mentioned that a lot of groundwork was done in ensuring that before we went before the committee, we had enough data to actually show that this is a systemic issue in the United Republic of Tanzania. It was not just about going to the committee and saying, look, girls in Tanzania are being expelled, can you do something about it? No. It was about finding credible evidence and credible data that will be useful even when the committee sits to consider this communication, that they will actually find that this is actually a systemic problem that we must address at this point. So to us, in answering that question, implementation began even before we filed the committee. And we did a lot of preparatory work. We've talked about forced out. We've talked about the cases that we filed before the National Court, even up to the Court of Appeal. That was all part of the work that was preparing us, of course, to go before the committee. And as you know, the rules on exhaustion of local remedies, of course, require that at least some of these things have been done before you approach the committee. But also, and I think the commissioner mentioned this just before she sat down, is on child participation. Part of the, if you read the full decision, you'll find out that actually 5 girls were the complainants, together with the Legal and Human Rights Center and the Center for Reproductive Rights. It was not just CRR and LHRC saying there is a problem in Tanzania. The girls with the lived realities themselves went before the committee and said, this is a problem that we are facing as girls and we would want the committee to address it. So child participation was not just an abstract conversation, it was actually a lived reality in this case, and I think really helped. And as Martin said, the participation was not just as names appearing, they actually appeared before the committee during the hearing to actually speak about it. And even in the implementation hearing and part of the tracking process was also, we had a child who came as part of those complainants who are there to actually speak to the committee and say some of the recommendations, these are the things that have been done. In implementing, we've also discovered that, as I'd mentioned earlier, it is not just getting a decision and then leaving it to the respondent state and telling them this is a decision by the committee, kindly can you implement it? No. The work of walking through the implementation process has I think, been very useful in the implementation of this case. We, throughout the entire process, immediately first we got the decision. What we did as the applicants is to convene CSOs to draw up a roadmap on how to implement the decision of the committee. So that was the first point that we did. We put together CSOs who worked in this area, part of the applicants, of course, and ask them, how then do we implement the decision of the committee? How do we support the respondent state to actually implement the decision of the committee? That is on the side of the CSOs. On the side of the respondent state, we have been very instrumental, in ensuring that the interministerial committee that was formed by the government of Tanzania to implement the decision of or the recommendations by the committee was facilitated. So we really put together engagements around that. We convened some of those meetings, but also, and I think many of you perhaps have been part of these discussions that we've had on the sidelines of when the committee is sitting. We always make a point of ensuring that during some of those sessions of the committee that we put together a side event on the margins to make sure that we are popularizing this decision. It didn't just start by saying, okay, we've received a decision, and perhaps I think I had some of my panelists who are seated here. How do we share this information to people who need it, including the respondent state, for them to know that some of these things happen? I think for us, what has worked is ensuring that we are convening any stakeholder who would be interested in hearing this at any given point. So we do side events. We've done several of these things on the sessions, on the sidelines of the sessions. Part of the work that we did, as I conclude, is once a decision was out, knowing that some of the challenges that we would face would be language barrier. And it being a decision not just for the use of civil society, but a decision that was going to be used by children themselves, We converted this decision into videos and translated them in Kiswahili and had them sent out as widely as possible so that the children, especially of the girls in Tanzania, are able to actually get to understand what is the decision of the committee and how does it affect me as a child living in Tanzania. And we did that extensively. As I said, we had it interpreted in Swahili so that we make sure that the primary language in which these girls engage in on a daily basis is actually what they're able to get from this. And I think for us, the biggest lesson we can learn from this is that decisions of the committee are not self-executing. They will never be self-executing. It is a responsibility not just of the respondent state, if the decision has been issued against them, to ensure that they implement the decision, but also for us, not just as applicants, but also CSOs working in that space, to ensure that we extensively engage, support. And I think because the committee is here, also want, of course, to mention this, that the committee had also been very instrumental in ensuring that the decision had been implemented, including putting together mechanisms such as the implementation hearing. I know my time is up. We have a lot to speak about, but in case any questions arise, we'll be here to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that Timothy and Martin bring home the point of long-term activism before and after strategic litigation and decisions from the committee. This is a particular difficult area for many people, sexual and reproductive health rights of children. So we need to also think about those social taboos, and maybe some of us in this room still struggle with those autonomy rights of children in relation to sexual and reproductive health rights. So well done to yourselves in that activism. We can really all learn from you. The next speaker will be S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S. She's substituting for her colleagues. She will talk to us about beyond the bench, the role of traditional authorities and customary law in the implementation of the African Children's Committee's decision. Thank you, S.N.E.A.K.E.R.S, for coming.
Thank you very much for having me. Hi, everyone. So this paper was written by Anthony Etuvuta and Paul Okonji. I am not a formal co-author, but I co-authored another paper with Anthony on implementation of the course decisions when we had a similar conference. So he asked me to stand in his stead to make this presentation as it's currently in transit. The paper is titled, I think the slides are, I submitted the slides. Anyways, the paper is titled Beyond the Bench, the Role of Traditional Authorities and Customary Law in the Implementation of Decisions from the African Children's Committee. And the basis is that the Children's Committee has made very progressive decisions for the cases that have come before it. However, this does not translate to the lived realities of a number of African children. We can go to the next slide, please. It does not translate to the lived realities of African children because the implementation actors at the committee, like most of the other international bodies, focus on our state actors. So parliament, executive, judiciary, NHRIs, as we've heard of here. And that's because international law as it's framed is very state-centric. And what the paper tries to do is look at where the issues resonate most, which is at the community level, at the council level, at the village level, at the cultural level. And the people who are at the forefront of shaping the realities at that level are traditional rulers, as one amongst many actors, but the paper focuses on the potential of traditional authorities being a key implementation actor that should be considered for us to realize implementation of children's rights decisions. And next slide, please. In terms of the implementation gap, we see that the question is not whether African states will comply with the African Children's Committee's decisions, but whether the communities where children live, grow, and are socialized will internalize and apply these values. And so to respond to that, the paper then speaks about why it's important to have a bottom-up partnership approach where chiefs, elders, community leaders are considered as key actors to transform the committee's rulings and why there is the gap so far. Next slide, please. Actually, slide after this, please. The one on why traditional authorities matter. So they essentially try to establish why traditional authorities matter. Like I said earlier, they are the forefront. They are the actors that the children engage with at the community level. And ultimately, the question is who has the power to determine if a child gets married at 15? Who has the power to determine whether property can be inherited by a woman, by a girl, by a member of society? These are precisely the areas where chiefs and elders command a deep sense of legitimacy. And where they are ignored, we then run the risk of having these ideals that we push for from international human rights law seem as foreign ideas. Therefore, it's essential that we centralize them in order to legitimize the issue at that community level. Yes, we can go to the next slide. They make a case on legal pluralism as an opportunity as opposed to it being an obstacle to human rights law implementation. The idea is that some literature would show that at the domestic level, when you talk about customary law, they are sometimes anti-human rights, and women, for instance, do not have the best standing under a lot of customary law. But they make the case that this can easily be countered by the courts. In the Nigerian system, for instance, there are different tests that the courts apply, like compatibility tests, redundancy tests, to see whether or not customary law should be maintained or whether it should be changed. And so they refer to a number of cases, Mojerko versus Mojerko, where the courts rejected the customary inheritance rule that disinherited women and found it unconstitutional. In South Africa, a similar case that struck down male primogenitor roles in succession. And so courts are one system to counter customary laws that do not necessarily fit with the human rights narrative. And so we should not stop ourselves from looking to customary law as a way to advance implementation because of the pushback or the drawback that it potentially has. To go into examples, so essentially they're saying that legal pluralism could be a bridge to advance human rights law implementation. With the specific case of children's rights, one of the case studies they refer to is Malawi. And for that, there is an article, 2023 African Human Rights Law Journal, where Kachika spoke about traditional leaders being key to, and community law being a key tool to advance human rights law at the domestic level, because community chiefs are essential in creating bylaws, and the process to create those bylaws are participatory. It is seen as it has community ownership because people come together to share their views and then make up what they consider as community law, which often has fines. So where there's a violation of community law, the fines could range from paying of goats, chicken, money, and different other things. In the case of Malawi, chiefs have been an agent for implementation and an agent for human rights implementation. We see with Chief Teresa Kachindamuto in Desert District. She became famous worldwide for annulling more than 3,500 child marriages and making sure that girls were sent back to school. Traditional authority Mwanza was also eliminated harmful initiation practices, encouraged girls' education, referred gender-based violence cases to formal courts, and reformed local bylaws. Chief Mazinga and Mizinga of Machinga district, working under the Spotlight Initiative, joined forums with civil society to dissolve child marriages, re-enroll girls in school, punish parents who were complicit in early marriages, and even reshaped initiation ceremonies so they could maintain some cultural value without causing harm. When you put all of these together, what you see is that traditional leaders are central to having a local revolution, and Malawian chiefs have been using their authorities to translate international human rights norms, particularly in child marriage, to essentially evoke the ethos of the African Children's Charter and change the lived realities of children within their communities. Another example that they refer to is with Senegal. Another example is with Senegal, but in this case, they were trying to make the argument to say with the Taliban decision that came out from the Children's Committee, there's been a lot of writings about how it's been implemented or not been implemented and how the issues persist. But there have been several initiatives that try to speak to the issue. Essentially, it's important to note that the role of religious leaders have been instrumental in that discussion, and implementation has been politically sensitive because of the authorities that marabouts have, and so constructive engagement is important. With the Senegal case, the limits are political sensitivities and resistance among marabouts that have made reform patchy, but there have been like a government campaign to save the Taliban that has limited impact, while NGOs have been trying to engage marabouts to modernize daras and improve conditions. Essentially, they are saying they are trying to juxtapose the claim that yes, traditional authorities are important in framing and shaping the revolution, but where they are maligned or not included in the process, they could also then be a form to pull back on the progress that could be made. So it's important to be intentional about framing a strategy that includes them as allies, as opposed to having them on the other side of the fence as opposers. The next is Ghana and child marriage. Here they speak about 2016, where the National House of Chiefs joined the national campaign to end child marriage, partnering with the Ministry of Gender and UNICEF. And chiefs publicly denounced the practice at community gatherings, reframing the issues as both unlawful and culturally harmful. In Nigeria, for instance, they speak about northern Nigeria, where there are many injustices against women and girls in terms of the framing of women and girls' rights. But for 2020, where there was a World Bank funded project, Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment, Agile, and under this project, emirs in states like Kano and Katsina began leading campaigns for girls' rights and girls' education. They held town halls, issued local support for school enrollment, and partnered with state governments, the state governors rather, to ensure that girls were enrolled in school, and the enrollment rate increased as at 2023. Of course, there are other issues that have affected girl child enrollment in school, such as conflict, but that's not the focus of the paper. So next slide, rethinking implementation. And essentially, the way forward that they're proposing is to institutionalize roles for chiefs and elders and religious leaders in national action plans, as opposed to leaving them as peripheral actors. They are central to the discussion and should be included as such. In order to translate the norms and values from the African Children's Charter and its decisions from the committee, local idioms should be used where leaders are able to drive the message and essentially frame community ownership of child rights so that it doesn't get seen as foreign and then opposed with. They also speak about codifying reforms that align customary practices with constitutional and treaty obligations. And as established earlier, court processes can be used to nullify customary practices that are redundant or, harmful. And but for the ones that align, it would be good to have like a reformation of systems or codification of customary practices that actually align, and so that community also owns ownership with that as well. Involve traditional leaders in investigations and concluding observations, which I think is really important, because if you want to get to the community to investigate and speak with people, a number of times they need consent from the chiefs. You need to go through the chiefs. So it's important to then for the committee to consider engaging with traditional leaders in order to push for its decisions and values to be internalized by communities. And then they speak to harnessing customs, courts, like basically all the actors coming together. So when we speak about the national focal points, we speak about parliamentary committees having a role to play. So having some sort of state coordination mechanisms that includes traditional leaders as an actor in the discussion. So, okay, great, we're already there. We're on the last page. So the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, they've said, has a normative promise that the committee tries to bring to life. And it's essential that there is a design of a hybrid governance framework that allows for statutory law, customary norms to operate in concert and not in conflict. And they pose an interesting question at the end. If it is already manifest that traditional leaders hold a decisive role in safeguarding children's rights, can we lawfully or even morally justify their continued exclusion in the discussion? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henriette, for challenging us to include traditional authorities in our strategies as strategic allies and perhaps even revolutionaries in the fight towards human rights realization. I'm going to ask Professor Alvis Fukala to join us now as the last speaker. He's going to talk to us about the role of academia in assessing implementation and challenging instances of non-implementation. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Okay, before I came on stage, I listened to Henrietta. I think one of the things that she mentioned, she spoke about the African Children's Committee, and immediately I thought of my brother Ayalo, that when Prof. Julia Slot-Nielsen and I and Dr. Godfrey Odongo, when we're finalizing or going through the commentary on the African Children's Charter last year, and I had a side conversation with Ayalo about the African Children's Committee and the fact that it leads to the Children's Committee. His point was, you're calling this as if it is children sitting on this committee. And you can hear why he makes that point. And this is because, unlike the UNCRC, we don't have a good acronym or calling for this for the committee. Rather than saying the African Children's Committee, we are still trying to find the right pronunciation instead of going the ASOEC direction. But that's not why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is to look at the role that we play in the academic space to ensure that there's implementation of these decisions, and also to question instances of where there's non-implementation. But I want to start by saying that the academic space is a very complex space. And for most of you, you realize that what used to be a university 50 years ago is not longer the same structure in 2005 and going on. And the reason is simply because in that complex nature, the academic space now has, now still passes on education, educates people, but at the same time, it also has research institutes that also conduct advocacy work or that do advocacy work, and that also get involved in spaces that involves civil society organizations. Hardly before, it was very difficult to find academic institutions organizing conferences where they speak, about advocacy. It was about theories and all those sort of things, academic conversations. You come in a normal person, you step out, there are a lot of theories in your brain. But today we are engaging in a conversation that sort of meets both the NGO world and the academic space midway. It is because of that transformation throughout. And one of the key things that we do within research to continuously probe this issue of implementation is that you all know we have master students that we supervise, and most of them write on issues of implementation. We have PhD theses that people are dissertations rather, that students will write or candidates will write that will be on the issue of implementation. So there you also have a mix of academic questioning of how these things play out in a different space. And then you find colleagues who've been in the space for quite a while, and that line now has become very blurred in the sense that within these institutions, the commission, the court, and the committee, you will now find out that there are colleagues now in there with academic qualifications. And the difference, simply because before you could find, the master's level was enough, you find undergrad was enough, LLB, for example, was enough. I'm speaking now in terms of law degrees. But now you have PhDs. With the court being home to most of them, most of the senior legal officers in the court, they have PhDs, most of them. And then the committee, of course, has, at the moment still, Ayalo, the committee internally has a couple of them in there with Professor Nanima, who is here with us. The commission as well has a couple of them in there. And the point that I'm making this is because you will now see colleagues who have been trained to conduct academic research are now working for these institutions, which was internally left for monitoring of these instruments. So the monitoring has also shifted in the way that they look at it. But the academic space still remains the same because for those of us more in the academic space, because practice makes perfect, we continuously engage in academic research. Meanwhile, those who've come and acquired a degree and then moved on into these institutions, commission, the court, and the committee, what they do there is that try to blend both, the monitoring aspect and still do some academic work because they do publish as well. I think we heard how Professor Franz Fulun introduced Dr. Misha, and the same with Ayalo and Nanima and many of the colleagues who are in different organs. So for me, what the academia has done over the years and what it continues to do, besides the fact that we also write academic papers, if you read the academic papers of most of the colleagues who wrote without an idea of what a monitoring organ of, for example, an African Union or the UN or the EU should look like, you will establish that most of those papers, as I said before, were a lot theory-based. But the papers that we write now are advocacy pieces. And so you find a lot of activism in those papers, calling for the institutionalization of certain things, calling for the abolition of certain things, with more practical steps on how that abolition phase or how such issues should be phased out, unlike theorizing only. And you will read from the papers that we have written on the implementation of decisions of the committee. You will establish that we call for children to be involved in decision-making processes. We call for state parties to be held more accountable because they are state parties, of course, to the instrument. We even go to the extent of propping the mandate of the committee, questioning issues of state visit, questioning the impact of state visit. And one clear example is a state visit to Kenya after the Nubian decision was made. The former chair of former chair of the committee was in Kenya a couple of times. And to date, and I'll speak about it more tomorrow, to date, Kenya has not fully implemented the decision of the Nubian case. And then you start asking yourself, what has been the impact? So in analyzing that particular angle, that is where at times we come in to look at are the instruments and the conditions of the mandate that the committee has, is it producing the results that it was intended to produce? That is something that is mostly done within the academic space, where they try to analyze either through master's dissertations, through PhD dissertations, or through research publications that we send to publish out there. The other thing that we do, or that the academia does as well in this space, is that if you've noticed, the committee has generated a lot of general comments, guidelines, and so many policy documents. The same with the commission. Most of those documents are generated by academic people within the academia. And of course, you will have some that will feature, that will get others from different spaces. But it's mostly, and I'm speaking now, you look someone like Prof. Julius Slot-Nielsen who is here. You have Rachel Mure who is also here as well. You have Nkata who is here. You have Professor Franz Fulun, Beneza Durojai, just to name a few. Sorry if I didn't call everyone else. And of course, that is Sai who is here as well. Then you will establish that these are people who are in universities, who are within the academia, but who are developing these instruments for the committee and for these other institutions. It is that blend, the marriage between what these bodies do and the academia became very pronounced, in my opinion, I think very much so in the African continent with the committee from around 2016, when when there was need now to involve the academia more into the works of the committee. So far, we can't do state visits as academia. The academia can't hold state parties accountable. The academia can't invite state parties and question them why they're not meeting their mandate or do all of that. What the academic space can do is remind state parties of their obligations, to the treaties that they have ratified, and to ensure that, and to also remind them rather, to also tell them that these are the statistics that we have, because we also do such research to show statistics. And when we produce evidence-based research, if it is quantitative, we do evidence-based research, then in most cases, those pieces of work or that work is able to hold state parties accountable, because in front of them, you flag research or quantitative research rather, that has gathered or assembled data from their own very backyard. And in most instances, in that case, they adhere to those recommendations because they fall guilty to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for reminding us that this dichotomy between academia and even praxis is drawing. We're drawing closer to each other, because academics are interested in relevant research and advocacy-based research, and praxis, we are also interested in evidence-based practice. So we are drawing closer to each other and enhancing our field. Also the encouragement, I heard the strong encouragement to follow a PhD route. So thank you to the panel. You have been fantastic in provoking us in this afternoon session. You've definitely kept us awake and alive to your issues. We're now going to give an opportunity to Honorable Nanima to just provide us with some response. Thank you. You will want to speak from there or? Okay, you will come. Thanks, Honorable.
I have written a PhD thesis, so first and foremost, thank you to the panel. It has been a very engaging afternoon. I think you've kept all of us awake. I'm not aware of anyone who has spoken in tongues, who has told us about his or her sins. So I think this is highly appreciated. So my remarks will follow the thematic approach that we had in terms of national human rights institutions, in terms of the Tanzanian case, in terms of traditional authorities, very interesting, and in terms of academia. So what I intend to do is not to question what you have presented, but give spaces for introspection. What about this? What about this? What about this? I think it would help. Now, starting with national human rights institutions, it's interesting that there are a lot of similarities between national human rights institutions and the committee. It's just that one is at the national level and another one is beyond the national level. Aspects such as prioritizing rights, prioritizing children's rights, aspects such as oversight and accountability in terms of the nature of national human rights institutions and what they do in national spaces, aspects such as the ability to have investigative roles, to have advisory roles, aspects to have collaboration and engagement, data-driven approach. I think that's a very critical question. We have been crying about data. Now we have a specific entity within the national setting that has a streamlined statutory authority, and it's saying it can get data. How do we use it? How would we use it? It's a place for conversation. Aspects of capacity building, always improving what we do. I think that's very instructive. So the critical question I think that came from this is, should national human rights institutions also be added to the plethora of entities that make reports to the Africa Children's Committee or to any human rights instruments? What would that mean? Would it be a national report? Would it be a report of a national human rights institution? Supposing it deviates from the report of the state, how would the aspect of reporting be in terms of independence? Would the national human rights institutions be reminded that you're not independent, but you're functionally independent as long as you're doing what we want as the state that put you in that specific perspective? But one thing that is critical is that they have a lot to offer to the promotion and protection of the child. Areas of collaboration come to the fore, such as joint planning and monitoring, coordinated reporting, legislative reform, capacity building, data and knowledge sharing. But how do we do it with a committee that has specific working methods that, going beyond those, at times brings other questions to the fore in terms of its ability to remain independent? But very interesting conversations. And I would like to thank you for that. I'll go to the second, the Tanzanian decision. Center for Reproductive Rights, LHRC, and Tanzania, not against Tanzania. I would start by saying that the implementation of this decision presents a narrative on one hand and a disruption of a narrative on the other hand. Why? Usually when a communication is filed, the state is given 2 years to put its house in order before the good Lord, the Africa Children's Committee, calls it to order. But now here we have a communication that is handed down before the 2 years are determined. They start telling you we are implementing. We have spoken to the state. They are willing to work with us. We have come up with a joint action plan. We have come up with a matrix to show what we should do. And as a member of the committee, you're asking yourself, so do I wait for the 2 years? Do I engage? So I would say, from an academic perspective, that this specific case has seen the key players reinterpret the concept of implementation by not waiting for the 2 years to come to an end, but starting the processes. I think that's commendable. But over and above, the communication in itself, in terms of the facts that it presents, is quite instructive. One, it's one of those communications that is among the 5 that speak on the right to education. Very interesting. At a time when there was a general comment being developed on the right to education. Secondly, it's among the 5 that speak about the aspect of non-discrimination. And there's a lot of jurisprudence that it develops around that. So the fact that it speaks to critical aspects, that speaks to the child rights based approach, that speaks to a specific right, which is the most substantive right in the charter, I think that should not be forgotten. Furthermore, in terms of jurisprudential development, this specific communication, in light of what the committee says, it gives a broad interpretation of harmful practice. Not only to be harmful practices as defined by culture, as defined by religion, but as defined by the state and state policy. So if the state is doing things that would be harmful to the child, that can also be harmful culture. I mean harmful practices. So the fact that there was a specific policy that determined that children would not go to school if they're pregnant and there would be mandatory testing, it was taken to be a policy that fell within the mandate of harmful practices. And it's policy, not culture. So it redefines our understanding of Article 21, protection against harmful practices, this time by the state that is supposed to be protecting. Furthermore, it emphasizes the aspect of obligation, beyond obligation, but obligation of result, in that it's not enough for you to say that we have a circular, we have the law, we have teachers, we are doing this, it's in line with our traditions, it's in line with our cultures, but obligation of a result. If you have these very good instruments, these very good policies, why is it that we're having these human rights violations? So there is something about your obligation which is not speaking to your obligation of result, which you should visit as a state. Interesting, traditional authorities as a space to implement decisions. From this conversation, there are a couple of aspects that we pick up, that they can promote children's rights in terms of awareness, in terms of education. They can be very instructive in terms of community mobilization, very instructive in terms of reforming harmful practices. And I could not help but identify those specific chiefs. Chief Kachinda Moto, Chief Mazinga, Chief Mizinga. These ones should be given a Nobel Peace Prize for what they are doing. The common denominator that I see from this conversation is that the traditional leaders are using the Africa Children's Committee as a yardstick to engage in the investigations, to engage in supporting concluding observations, to engage in codification of reforms, to engage in institutionalization of roles of traditional leaders. Very instructive. It makes us look at traditional leaders in a new light, not a light of those that are out to ensure the child does not enjoy his or her rights, but the fact that they can be an enabler for the enjoyment of rights. So the question that we asked, can we lawfully or morally justify their continued exclusion? I think in light of the light that you have shown us, we can't do that. It would rather be, how do we take a due diligence study to look for all aspects where the term tradition and culture reflect in the Africa Children's Charter, and see how we can build on that to use them as advocates of change. Academia. The role of academia, I believe, one place that I've seen from practice is that it aids the optimum use of resources. In that, It will develop knowledge, it will write policy briefs, it will help in preparation of general comments, because it's good at providing intellectual capacity in that area. It will not come into advocacy, into the work of human rights institutions, unless it's from an academic tone. I think that is something that we can pick. Aspects of thought leadership, aspects of providing think tanks to have an intellectual conversation. Someone said this morning, I think it was Tarisai, that when you don't get an answer, you go and write a paper about it. So academia plays, I think, a very critical role. And it helps through collaborative research agendas, scholarly advisory committees. We see all the working groups of the committee. Each of them has 4 experts, and those experts have a certain instinct in terms of academia. So I believe that we should harness the power of academia to develop knowledge, to generate knowledge towards the betterment of the Africa Children's Committee in terms of implementing its mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I'm looking at the organizers to see whether there's question time or whether we wrap up here and go into break. 4:15. Okay, so we have 10 minutes for questions. We'll do one round of questions. Okay, I see a hand there. Yourself and yourself. That's 3 questions. Okay,
Thank you. My name is Raymond Kanegene from Legal and the Human Rights Center, coming from Tanzania. First of all, I want to appreciate all the speakers, but our partners, CRR, on the case. I have one question. This will be directed to the first speaker, who's Mr. Fuloso. Fuluso. Okay, apology for that. Yeah. With the experience of NHRI, especially across the country, particularly in Tanzania, of course, there is an issue of independence and impartiality of these institutions. You will agree with me, those countries which were, of course, appraised that they are good in implementation as well as reporting, they have at least strong NHRIs. So how, as a network, you're assisting to pull your fellows to make sure that these NHRIs are in standards? Because the issue of independence is very, very critical as far as Tanzania is concerned, because you can see the composition, the recruitment of these commissioners at the question. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The second.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Musa Kika with the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa. Mine is a comment, and we are speaking about stakeholders. I wanted to bring in the role of lawyers at the national level. So a couple of months ago in Abidjan, the Pan-African Lawyers Union met at the annual conference, and they adopted what they called the Abidjan Declaration on the role of lawyers and bar association on implementation of decisions. And that's a good thing, because it means the conversation is sucking in more stakeholders who must all be hands-on. Now, I raise the role of lawyers because at the domestic level, I don't think we are doing enough to domesticate the jurisprudence of the African Committee in national cases. And that's useful for 2 reasons. Number one, because we codify the recommendations into national jurisprudence in relation to specific cases, but also because it allows us to start infusing the principles and the pronouncements of the committee into how we do child protection at the domestic level. In my experience, I started my litigation career as a child rights lawyer, doing actual litigation at the domestic level. I actually don't recall myself using a single case from the committee, not because I would not have wanted to, but I think there might not have been enough engagement to sensitize and conscientize and spread the material for usage. And then at some point years later, I then set out to do a case book on domestic child law in Zimbabwe. I don't recall a single case from all the superior courts that made a single reference to the African Committee's jurisprudence. And I found that worrying. And now as we are discussing the role of stakeholders, I think we need to also think about that specific element. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Evans from Equality Now. Mine is to Martin and Timothy, the Tanzanian case. I've been working for child rights organization for years, and I have keen interest on child participation. Just to check for Tanzania, because you mentioned something in regards to children participating and sharing lived realities. So what were the approaches that you used in engaging the children? What are the structures that exist in Tanzania? What are some of the challenges? And what are some of the recommendations to strengthen those structures so that then we can be able to engage the children from grassroots up to the national level and even to the region? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take liberties and share with you the practice of child participation within the Western Cape Commission for Children. Because in that forum, what we did from the very beginning, we started in COVID times. So we needed to create a forum for child human rights defenders on WhatsApp and create safeguarding mechanisms around safe use of digital platforms for children. And those children, through those sessions on WhatsApp, understood children's rights, they understood governance, they understood advocacy. That was built over a long time before they actually made submissions to government on law and policy reform. I think one of the biggest effects that we had is we even changed the way the budget was communicated. So we got the National Treasury to develop a Cool Kids Guide to the budget. And I think the lesson that I learned really is that the platform of the commission, the legitimacy of the commission really supported those child human rights defenders, because at times you'd need to be protected from those adults on the other side. Power is real. And so that power needs to be, mediated. I will also give that question now. I think first, as we're on that topic, to Timothy and Martin, and they can share, and then we'll come back to the question to you, sir. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Evans. One, I know you are part of the various coalitions in Tanzania, so I guess that question could also be rhetoric. But I would specifically address participation before the committee because this was specific in that context. That while national litigation involved many child rights organizations, and therefore participation was more of a collegial effort. When it now came to actual presentation of the dispute before the committee, and the committee framed it as engagement with the applicants, so that it was then a session of a conversation with the children. And what I would say is that one, it was well supported and pre-organized. The communication around interaction with the applicants came way in advance, confirmation or verification of the children, and then the safe space for the children to engage, including in the presence of the representatives of the state. So in that context, the lesson is that all tribunals, and I know this is a conversation including in national courts, that we need to create a space where children can by themselves participate in proceedings. And so it's the same concept, and I think it can get better. Also with CSOs, I mean, as just has been shared by Commissioner, the current practice can get better. We can be intentional in creating spaces for children to speak about their issues internalize the conversation and be the ambassadors of the change we are trying to push for, so that it is not just doing it for them, but doing it with them. And if they internalize the conversation, they are better ambassadors than all of us for their own cause. Thank you.
Perhaps nothing useful, just to mention on the child protection side of it, the conversation around hiding their identities, how do they participate in a way that does not prejudice their own identities, was also something that was very critical in ensuring that they're able to participate meaningfully without exposing them, because the issues that they face are not issues that need to be exposed to everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So on the question of the independence of National Human Rights Institution, I think that's a very interesting question because this is just to set the context to say that the functional and operational independence of National Human Rights Institution on the continent, it's not in the best shape. And this is not peculiar alone to the Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance in Tanzania that you had mentioned. Even in recent time, we've seen National Human Rights Institution that historically used to be very strong in terms of functional and operational independence being attacked by the executive. For example, the Uganda Human Rights Commission comes to mind. So in terms of that, the point being that some of the functional and operational independence, there's not so much that we can do about it as stakeholders, because it's either the foundational law, whether it's the constitution or the enabling law, has sort of like put that in place in a way that it guarantees the functional and operational independence. But what we do as a network that we can also still say that addresses some of this is we actually do capacity building for the different national human rights institutions on different issues. And it goes in two categories where we do, for example, training and capacity building and orientation for newly appointed commissioners, because those are like the executive arm of the National Human Rights Institution, but also for the technical staff, which I think is where we have a lot of more control, because these are like permanent staff that are not necessarily appointed by the government at that level. There's also a lot of capacity building, and the National Human Rights Institution focal points that I discussed about. The Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance in Tanzania they actually have one implementation focal point, and they were part of the training that we did recently in August on how to follow up on implementation of decision of the human rights bodies. They were specifically chosen, of course, because Tanzania has a lot of decisions from the courts, so they were part of that training. But I would want to conclude by saying that building the capacity and addressing the issues of the independence of National Human Rights Institution is also something for all of us. And I think the committee, for example, they've done studies on National Human Rights Institution and mapping their role. They've done some capacity building engagement, civil society organization, the academia, like Professor Fokala had said. So it's just to say that there is a lot that can be done. The issues are there, but there are some that are very good, like you said, and there are some that are also at a lower level that we need to support on all fronts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to the commentator who helped with some practical recommendations of how to domesticate the jurisprudence. To the speakers, thank you very much for your contributions, which are made possible by your excellent work in your own spheres and your provinces. And thank you to the audience. I think we will have a tea break, a coffee break now until Brian will guide us.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina, and the panelists for the robust discussions. Now, yes, we're breaking off for a short, really to stand up and stretch tea. Yes, a stand up and stretch kind of tea. And then we come back to finalize with two important presentations, focusing on number one, that is by our TEF and Professor Murungi, taking us through that session that we thought around enhancing implementation of decisions through the special mechanisms. So our team will be moderating, and we shall feature Dr. Ayalu and Professor Murunji. You're invited to tea and to this session as soon as you pick your tea. Thank you.
dama jege sama yaay ngir mu mën ma jàngal lu bari bi ma demee daara ba léegi gisatuma suñu kër
Taliban children are children from Muslim homes in West African states, particularly, although the phenomenon goes beyond the Sahel region. We talk in this particular circumstance of children around 2 to 14 years old who come to be educated around the Quran. They come to Quranic schools, the so-called Dara, to be under the guidance of the Marabout.
La population sénégalaise a une perception assez mitigée dans le sens où la question des talibés d'abord est une question un peu sensible au Sénégal parce que c'est l'enseignement du Coran. Maintenant, derrière cette activité d'apprentissage du Coran, il y a d'autres activités qui s'y cachent, par exemple le fait d'utiliser ces enfants-là pour la mendicité et exploiter cette mendicité, c'est un peu, ça dénote un peu des questions de traite des enfants, c'est-à-dire on exploite les enfants pour avoir des ressources financières.
bu ma sëriñ bi njëkkee force pour ma yàlla dama bëggoon rëcc ñibbi suñu kër
gis ni ñuy yelwaane yenn saa mooy loolu am na xale yu ndaw yoo xamante ne dañuy maanaam ni ñuy nekkee bu baax quoi dañuy sol ay yére tilim te xam nga dañuy sol ay daal.
By being subjected to forced begging, the Taliban children are exposed to extreme malnourishment. And also, the forced begging often results in multiple sicknesses for the Taliban children.
Begging on the street also exposes the children to potential child sexual exploitation and child trafficking and abduction.
Yéen waa bi xanaa santé si métti la rek ak dox bi nii tamit yenn saa ngay dem saa yéen waa ñu ne si xas wala leneen jàdduwul quoi. Man comme boobu su ma yeewoo si journée bi nii fekkee su ma teel laa yeewu nii damay ñëw xëy yelwaan fii nii ba ay 11 heures yooyu noonu 10 heures ñu bi jàng ba 2 heures ñu wàcc ñu yelwaani añ dem yelwaani añ ñu ñëwaatee 15 heures ñu tàmbaliwaat ba 6 heures après ñu wàcc après timis ba géewe tamit ñu ko amalee timis ba géewe après ñu dem nelawi.
Je pense qu'ici au Sénégal, le problème des talibés, en tout cas, cette tournure a commencé lorsque des enfants talibés ont été retrouvés brûlés dans un dar à la Médina. Et depuis lors, bon, la société civile, beaucoup de gens s'étaient indignés. Et depuis lors, l'État a commencé à, en tout cas, essayer de mettre des plans d'action.
Le 27 juillet 2012, le secrétariat du Comité africain d'experts sur les droits et le bien-être de l'enfant a reçu une communication conformément à l'article 44 de la Charte africaine des droits et du bien-être de l'enfant présenté par le Centre pour les droits de l'homme de l'Université de Pretoria, Afrique du Sud, et la Rencontre africaine pour la défense des droits de l'homme, RADO, du Sénégal. Les plaignants allèguent qu'au moins 100 000 enfants appelés talibés, âgés entre 4 et 12 ans, sont envoyés par leurs parents pour vivre dans des écoles coraniques appelées Dara, dans les centres urbains du Sénégal, soi-disant pour recevoir une éducation religieuse. Les plaignants ont indiqué qu'ils ont soumis la présente communication au nom des enfants talibés de l'État du Sénégal, dont les droits ont été violés par l'État en vertu de la charte. Après analyse des critères de recevabilité, le comité a estimé que la communication remplissait toutes les conditions de recevabilité fixées par les directives du comité sur l'examen des communications et de ce fait, le comité a déclaré la plainte recevable. Suite à la décision sur la recevabilité, le comité a informé l'État du Sénégal et lui a transmis la requête pour donner des arguments de forme et de fond. Le Sénégal a dûment soumis sa réponse écrite, après quoi une audience publique a été prévue. Cette audience publique a eu lieu et les représentants des plaignants et l'État du Sénégal ont présenté leurs observations orales.
The committee may receive communications from any person, group or non-government organizations recognized by the Organization of the then African Unity, now it's African Union, by a member state or the United Nations relating to any matter covered by this charter. So as we can see from Article 44 with regard to local standard, answering the question who can actually bring communications before the African Committee of Experts, we have a very broad range of stakeholders. Basically anyone, any organization, any individual.
A communication is one of the ways that the committee uses to hold governments accountable and ensure child rights are protected. A complaint is a written document that shows how children are being treated badly, for how long and how many children are being treated badly. It also has what rights are being violated and who is violating them. Submitting a communication takes several steps. Step 1. Identification. First, one needs to identify children's rights that have been violated. A group of children, adults or organizations need to see that children are not being treated well and their rights are being violated. Step 2. Local options. Local options are very important to deal with the problem. This includes talking to a parent or caregiver, a teacher or a person working with children. If that does not help, we can talk to the police and go to the local community leaders. The next step would be to go to court. Each country has different courts that can help. In some countries, there are local community courts, but some don't have them. So, you must go to a magistrate court and complain. It is better to go with a trusted adult. The court will listen to your complaint and call the people who are supposed to protect children to come and explain why the group of children are being treated badly. The cases should be resolved within a reasonable time, and if unduly prolonged depending on the agency, complexity, and the risk the child is facing at that time, then it is allowed to bypass the court. In other instances, a year or two could be within reasonable time, and it will not allow the complainant to bypass the domestic processes, as the nature of the complaint itself is not really urgent for immediate attention. We should always try to do this first, starting at the bottom. And if it does not help, then we move on to the court above. If the local court cannot help, then the next court in the same country should be tried first. If nothing in the country helps, or the case takes more than reasonable time, then we can submit a complaint to the Secretariat of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child.
In doing that, of course, it's very important to note that there is no need for the civil society organizations to get consent from the victims. It's not required. they don't have to show vested interest, so to say.
On se rappelle effectivement l'événement de Médina où il y a eu, je crois, 9 enfants qui ont été, qui ont péri dans un incendie suite à aussi une négligence de la part de leur maître coranique. Et ça avait fait tilt sur l'esprit vraiment des défenseurs des droits humains que nous sommes. Et c'est pour cela qu'avec le Centre pour les droits humains de Pretoria, nous avons déposé cette plainte auprès du comité pour que effectivement le Sénégal soit déclaré effectivement coupable de violation massive des droits des enfants. Surtout en 2012 où la situation vraiment était très difficile. Et il n'y avait qu'une seule disposition qui interdisait la mendicité, c'était la loi de 2005.
The penal code prohibited, as far back as 1965, had made provision for protection of children from practices such as, for instance, begging. But this law was not being enforced. And part of the loopholes that made it possible that made it possible for children to still continue being exploited is the religious dimension of the learning. So in a way, these children were at the crossroads of both being vulnerable in the sense of their backgrounds, most of them coming from families that did not necessarily have the material resources.
Step 3. Submission. The person or organization who is helping a child should then prepare a complaint. A complaint is a written document that shows how children are being treated badly, for how long and how many children are being treated badly. It also has what rights are being violated and who is violating them. The written complaint should be clear in a language used by the committee. The official languages are Arabic, English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, and Swahili. The complaint needs to state the names of the complainant and be signed by the person who is handing the complaint to the committee. Step 4. Provisional measure. When a complaint is submitted and there's an urgent issue that needs a decision, then the committee can be asked to make an order to protect the rights of the child while the case is pending in order to protect the rights of the child immediately.
I would also say that this decision concerning the plight of Taliban children is helpful or is guiding to other countries that might have situations where children are also required to attend religious schools to the detriment of their learning or attendance to other forms of education.
Step 5. Review. When the committee receives the complaint, it will first review it to see if the requirements are met. That is, the group of children, the facts and data about children, rights violated, proof that local options have been exhausted, the signature of the children representative. If the information is not provided, it is sent back to the complainant to provide the missing information. If all the information is provided, the committee will move to the next step, which we call inquiry. Step 6. Inquiry. The committee will send back the complaint to the state and request the state to respond to the complaint by sending in information and documentation to explain why the rights of children have not been protected or realized. At some point, the committee may invite the public, CSOs, UN bodies or other organizations that work on children's rights to submit additional information on the case to help the committee reach a decision that is fair. CSOs, UN bodies, and other organizations that work on children's rights may also approach the committee to submit additional information as friends of the court in order to assist the committee reach a fair decision. Step 7. Amicable settlement. Sometimes, the two parties can resolve the issue before it goes to the hearing. During this process, the parties will negotiate with the aim of reaching an agreement that protects the rights of children. If an agreement is reached, the committee will adopt the agreement and it becomes an amicable settlement.
I'll be moderating, not our team. Our team, let me call them. Calling you from outside.
May I invite colleagues to advance for the final wrap for the evening.
People are not coming. In the end of the day, I know. It's not a, you know. All right, we can proceed, right? All right. Almost good evening, colleagues. This is going to be our final engagement for the day. So it's exciting. We will all go home and rest, or to our rooms here. And it's not going to take a lot of time. We have only 2 speakers. It's not a very heavily loaded kind of panel. But we're going to first of all, let me invite the 2 speakers already. Okay, Professor Nkata is here, and Awatev. Are we ready, Awatev? All right. So this session will be covering the special mechanisms within the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. For just to set the scene, when we refer to the special mechanisms, we are referring to the different offices that we have within the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. If you see the revised rules of procedures of the African Committee of Experts, it indicates and prescribes that the committee may establish what it calls special mechanisms in a form of either working groups or special rapporteurs or special committees within among itself. As we speak today, the committee has 3 special mechanisms. One, the committee has established working groups, four working groups. One is children's rights and business, children's rights with disabilities, children's rights and climate change, and the most relevant one for this forum is a working group on implementation of decisions that Honorable Nanima is heading as a chair. That's one of the special mechanisms that we have. And of course, focusing on the most relevant special mechanism, which is the working group on implementation of decisions, our TIF letter will take us through the working group on implementation of decisions, its structure, composition, mandate, term of office, and of course, highlighting the most relevant activities that the special mechanism, the working group has done. But Professor Nkata will now come in later and present a general overview on the role of special mechanisms. So when we say special mechanisms, now we're referring to the working groups that we have, the special rapporteurs or thematic rapporteurs. We have 11 of them. And then country rapporteurs. For all the countries that the committee is monitoring, country rapporteurs have been assigned. And each of the committee members, and we have 11 of them, 11 committee members, they have at least 4 or 5 countries that they are actually covering as rapporteurs. So these are also the special mechanisms that we have. So I think looking at all these structures that we have within the committee as special rapporteurs, thematic rapporteurs or country rapporteurs and working groups, Professor Nkata will take us through the role these mechanisms could actually play in enhancing implementation of the decisions of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. As I have said, we don't have a lot of panelists, but we have 2. I know the issue that they're going to cover is a bit broad, but I'm sure they can limit themselves 10 minutes each so that we can actually give the floor for colleagues and participants to ask questions before we wind up and call it a day. So I will give you 10 minutes, Awatif, to make your presentation, and then 10 minutes for Professor Nkata, and then we proceed accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ayalu. Good afternoon, honorable committee members. Good afternoon, colleagues. All protocol observed. Once again, thanks to the organizer for this as a work-focused conference, which is, of course, with no doubt, with the presence here of all implementation actors today, from the committee, from litigators and potential litigators, from CSO, national human rights institutions, and academia, of course. This is going to be, it was and still going to be an opportunity to reflect on the status of implementation of the decision and recommendation of the committee, the achievement and the progress made, the lesson learned, and to explore more room and avenues for an improved implementation, and to ensure that all the commitments, the victories are translated into tangible action, and also they have an effect on the lives and the realities of African children. So also this is an opportunity today to introduce and to speak about the working group of implementation of decision of the committee, which is the first of its kind within the African human rights system, as there is no other special mechanism that has the mandate devoted exclusively to implementation of and follow-up of recommendation and decisions. So looking to the rationale behind the establishment of such special mechanism and working group, let's start by admitting that the state parties and member state compliance with the decision and recommendation issued by the committee is key to the full realization of children's rights on the continent. So there is no realization of children's rights without a full implementation of the recommendation and decision of the committee. So it is crucial to ensure that all this decision has an effect on children's lives, not just commitment made or just word on papers. So to speak about the establishment of the working group, The establishment of the working group found its essence in the committee mandate itself, with a mandate to protect and promote the children's rights, and also a mandate to monitor the implementation of children's rights, and therefore the implementation of recommendation and decision of the committee by state parties. In the exercise of its mandates, the committee undertakes various functions, which entails decisions and recommendation by the Committee for State Parties. All this decision emanating from the exercise of this mandate requires both implementation and follow-up of implementation. So to provide a better understanding, of course, of this, and it is worth exploring the source of decision of the committee. So the committee issued decision from its communication procedure. So the committee has the mandate to receive, consider communication on alleged violation of any of the rights of the charter, and if it finds a violation, it issue recommendation including decision including recommendation to member state to rectify this with the measure to rectify this this violation, which also required follow-up on implementation. Other sources of recommendation issued by the committee, which also need monitoring of implementation, such recommendation emanating from the committee mandate to undertake country visits, whether visits, investigation missions, or fact-finding missions in African countries, which always followed by a recommendation to these countries on the measures that it should be undertaken in relation to the issue under investigation or under investigation. So also the committee issued letter of urgent appeals and statement to, for states to take actions in response to issues on specific thematic based area. Also the committee under its state party reporting mechanism, after consideration of state party reports, the committee issue concluding observations with measures for member state to improve the implementation of the charter, and that may take also to improve the implementation of the children's charter. Yeah. Among the decisions that should also benefit from monitoring of implementation, there is the decision of the AU political organs, including the Executive Council. Also the committee, so among the decisions that should also, as I mentioned the AU political organs decision, that is already based on the activity report of the committee to the Executive Council. So the committee, as you can see, there is many sources of recommendation, but to ensure the implementation of all this recommendation and the follow-up of their implementation, the committee has various mechanisms within its mandate to monitor the implementation of this decision concerning member states, such country visits, country visits, implementation hearing. Also, it receives a report from state on the level of implementation of the decision and recommendation. Also, the committee has the possibility to report to the AU political organs on lack of implementation of its decision and recommendation. So the committee also used the state party reporting mechanism itself to follow up on the implementation of decision emanating from communication procedure. So finally, we have the working group on implementation of decision, which was established on the 35th ordinary session of the committee. So one could ask, we have already many existing, if we can say existed follow-up mechanism. One could ask why another mechanism? So what informed the need to the establishment of this working group with a focused mandate on implementation and follow-up of decision? There is the committee through its assessment of the level of implementation of state party compliance by over the last 25 years of its existence, and since the first decision issued by the committee in 2013, the committee noted and identified several challenges and factors contributing to the law, and whether the law or the non-implementation level of implementation of its recommendation and decisions. So it's worth also mentioning that this challenge not only unique to the committee, but to all the human rights organs. So a key challenge is the lack of political will, a persistent lack of compliance, and existing need for existing trend for no implementation by state parties with the decision and recommendation, which is fully related to the lack of political will by state parties. So the committee also noted lack of credible information on the level of implementation, which is also a challenge affecting the follow-up process, which makes it difficult to track and assess the progress achieved and the implementation of its recommendations and decisions. Another major challenge to implementation is the lack of legislative and institutional frameworks that can facilitate the implementation of the decision of the committee, and sometimes even lack of capacity to implement. Lack of collaboration also among the government agency themselves. So there is a need of regular and continued monitoring of state parties' compliance or implementation of the recommendation of the decision of the committee, which always, again, we came to the decision of the establishment of the working group on implementation of decision of the committee. So the establishment of the working group was established during the 35th ordinary session of the committee as a special mechanism with the view to continue reviewing progress made in the implementation of its decision and recommendation and undertake activities that ensure the implementation of all its decisions and recommendation by respective state parties. So it was established pursuant to Article 38 of the African Children's Charter and Rule 55 of the revised rule of procedure of the African Committee to monitor progress in implementing its decision and recommendation. This, again, the working group is unique and the first within the human rights system with a very specific and exclusive mandate to follow up and implement. So speaking about the mandate of the working group has the mandate to regularly and continuously monitor the state compliance with the decision and recommendation of the committee, to undertake activities, to plan and undertake activities as defined by the resolution established in the working group, also as according to the SOPs for the establishment of all the working groups of the committee, a special mechanism within the committee. So it has among the mandate or the responsibilities of the working group is to develop criteria and guidelines, submit status report to the PRC subcommittee of human rights of the African Union on the implementation level, also to collect information from all stakeholders, including civil society organization and the National Human Rights Institution and other sources, to produce a report on level of implementation of the committee decision, also to collaborate with the country and thematic rapporteurs to participate and undertake follow-up mission on the status of implementation of the committee recommendation and decision in countries, concerned countries. So the work of the working group is guided by the African Children's Charter itself, the resolution establishing the working group, the standard operating procedure of the establishment of the working groups within the committee, and it's all available online. So also during the committee also another thing that has been also achieved, the committee already extended or boarded the scope of the working group to enable it to undertake follow-up of the decision of other organs of the African Union, including the EU policy organs, decisions pertaining to children's rights. The working group, when it comes to its composition, was composed at the time of its establishment of only 4 members of the committee. The committee, during its 43rd session, decided to expand its composition to include experts, external experts, to serve as member of the working group in their capacity as experts on the field. Now the working group is composed of 8 members, 4 committee members and 4 external experts. The term of office of the working group is 2 years. So this is its second term. The working group was already extended its term of office. The working group undertake and organize yearly biannual and pre-session meetings twice a year before the ordinary session of the committee. So the working group also has, for each 2 years, has a working plan for these 2 years to implement the activities toward the implementation of the recommendation and the decision of the committee. So now speaking about the if I can say, the achievement of the working group. The working group in undertaking its activity is tackling all the factors of non or low implementation that we already, I think, went through today and spoke about, while trying to explore various room for better implementation level. So under the research and studies, the working group already started by having a baseline study, was already Honorable Nanima this morning presented. This baseline study on implementation of the decision, which is a comprehensive study, and its findings and recommendations are pertinent not only to the committee, but also to other human rights organs, if I can say. And Africa and beyond, the study mapped the factors of this low implementation by states, stakeholders, and even the committee itself. And put forward a set of targeted recommendation addressed to states parties, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations. So also the working group, under the development of guidelines and standards, the working group has already developed and adopted two resolutions, which was adopted by the committee. The first resolution calls upon member states to collaborate with the committee and ensure timely and periodic reporting on the implementation status of the decision and recommendation of the committee, among other recommendations relevant to the improvement of implementation level. The second resolution, the committee through its working group is still mindful of the need for sustained collaboration with the member state to bridge the implementation gap and support their efforts to enhance the realization of children's rights. It noted that the emergence of national mechanism on implementation reporting and follow-up and their crucial role to improve implementation. So this mechanism have four key capacities, namely engagement, coordination, consultation, and information management capacities, which already speak to all the issue that we are crossing regarding the implementation and the follow-up of implementation. So they can really respond to all these shortcomings. So the committee to address this issue and of lack of coordination, lack of data, and the non-responsiveness when it comes to reporting on implementation level, at national level, it's noted that it is essential to explore this avenue at national level to ensure that due regard is given to the implementation of the children's rights at national level. So this formed part of the recommendation made by the committee to state parties in this resolution to establish and strengthen this national mechanism at national level, and also to ensure due regard is given to implementation of children's rights. So also we have the reparation guidelines adopted during the 45th ordinary session, which already I think the whole morning session spoke about this guidelines, which was already one of the activity of the working group and led by the working group. And Professor Murray, she was the consultant who developed this guidelines. These guidelines also, if I can say, already was developed and it was undertaken by the working group to ensure that recommendation of the committee in its decision are smart, specific, measurable, and easily understandable by member state, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, and thus easier in terms of their implementation and follow-up of implementation. In terms also of monitoring, the working group also have a role to play in monitoring the implementation and follow-up on implementation of decisions, follow-up and through the follow-up and engagement with concerned member states by sending reminders and about the reports on implementation and the status of implementation of the committee recommendation and decisions. Also it also addressed the issue of lack of information through collecting information from CSO, national human rights institutions, and other sources on the status of implementation of the committee. Also to prepare and develop reports on the status of implementation of the committee decision. Finally, so I know I took long, but finally, speaking about the issue of coordination and collaboration, the working group is already undertaking activities to bridge this gap and to strengthen engagement with all actors, relevant actors, for an improved implementation, namely National Human Rights Institute and CSO, by organizing a workshop with National Human Rights Institute and CSO, also by sending, for example, when during the development of the study on implementation of decisions, questionnaire were sent to all National Human Rights Institute and CSO to share information on the status of implementation and also on the challenge faced in terms of implementation. Also, an experience sharing panel. Again, we are speaking about the national mechanism implementation and follow-up and reporting. An experience sharing panel was organized on the role of this mechanism during the 44th ordinary session. Followed that experience sharing panel, the resolution that I already mentioned was developed, was adopted. So also a substantive panel discussion was organized during the last session, during which it was the committee launched the study, the findings of the study on implementation of decision of the committee. So this is, thank you. This is I tried briefly to speak about the work, the mandate, the composition, and the need that was that the committee that made the establishment of this working group relevant, and the work undertaken. There is a lot ongoing. There is many activities that been now undertaken by the working group toward an improvement, the improvement of the status of implementation of the committee. Including by, as I already mentioned, whether through guidelines, development of guidelines, or organizing activities with relevant stakeholders. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Atif. Thank you for that comprehensive presentation that you called brief. But she's a focal person within our committee who's assisting and working with the working group on implementation of decisions in her capacity as a legal researcher. That's where all information is coming from. I think I do not want to summarize what she has said, but I just wanted to add some aspects which could be of your interest as experts interested in the work of the African Committee of Experts, but also as a child rights advocates and working on implementation of decisions. As she indicated, the structure, the composition of the working group currently includes 4 external experts and 4 members of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. The terms of the current external experts that we have within the committee, 4 of them, is coming to an end coming November this year, immediately after the 46th organization of the committee. And already a call for vacancy has been circulated and it's out. It's available on the committee's website. When is the deadline? Do you remember? 20th of October. So you all are invited. It's an open call, purely competitive. The decision will be made, of course, by the committee. An appointment will be done during the upcoming session of the committee in November. We're going to have our 46th organization from 26th of November to 6th of December in Maseru, the Kingdom of Lesotho. So I think now you know the structure. Within the structure, there is an opportunity for external experts to actually come closer and work with the committee, and specifically with this working group that Awatif has mentioned. One. Second, as civil society organizations, advocates working on child protection issues on the continent, you can always approach the working group, request for a slot, write to the secretariat, brief this working group so that we can actually work together very much closely. So, like for regular briefings from applicants,
in a particular case like the case of Tanzania. And of course, with Tanzania, we have engaged that case in different forums. But some of you have cases before the committee. So it's always great, particularly once the cases are final, to actually approach the group and brief the working group on status of implementation of the particular case that actually follow. So having said that, we will now hear from Professor Murungi. She will be speaking generally on the role of special mechanisms, as I've said, about really content of education without, yes, anticipating the content of her presentation. She will now also give us more detailed, somehow, indication on how to engage these very special mechanisms that we have and what role that they could play actually in implementing or enhancing implementation of the decisions of the African Committee of Experts. So what's the role of the country rapporteurs, the role of the special rapporteurs, and generally the role of the working groups, including her. I think she can also say a few words, like 1 or 2 sentences on the role of, somehow she sits in one of the working groups on children with disabilities, right? As an external expert herself. So I think would be, at some point, before she concludes her presentation, she can also encourage us as experts to consider these avenues and say a few words on the role of external experts in this regard as well. You have the floor and you have 10 minutes. I'm sure you have, you see, if I looked at you, that means you have 3 minutes to conclude. All right.
Ayalu, I stood up so that he can stop expanding my mandate, and then he doesn't stop. And yeah, but we come a long way. So I think I understand where he's coming from, but we'll just leave it there. So I have the unfortunate job of being the last speaker and having less than, I don't know, 10 minutes, because we have to also conclude the session by 5:30, which is why at the time at which we have our interpreters for. So that essentially leaves me with very little to say. Unlike what Ayelu has said, I am going to speak to, because we don't have a lot of time. So I'm just going to quickly build on some of what Tefa said, because as again was introduced, special mechanisms of the committee are wider than the working group. We have been interacting a lot with the working group, and the working group, the report, the study that was the beginning of our conversation today. And of course, the working group on implementation of decisions is very central to the conversation we are having today. I thought I would position or locate this conversation in a bit of like 15 years back, right? The committee 15 years ago, because that is the point at which some of us started engaging, or at least getting interested in who is the committee, what is the committee doing versus the committee today. If you think, for those of you who may have some, memory that stretches back to 2010, when none of these mechanisms existed, the committee was essentially a skeleton of structure. It's a skeletal structure of something that is set up in the books, but which actually doesn't exist in reality, except in one singular office of a singular person that was, still sitting within the Department of Social Affairs. I was going to say social development because of being in South Africa. Social affairs. Why do I go back that far? Is because 15 years is actually a very short time. And a lot has happened in a period of 15 years. And a lot of that, especially in respect of the committee, has actually come from external contributions that have then become embedded and eventually taken up and become part of the operations of the committee. So I think it's also important to see things from that perspective. The second picture I would want us to have in mind is this idea that you have the committee is the baby of the mechanisms. Like we have 3 mechanisms and the committee is the smaller one. You know, it has got a specific mandate. It's only focused on children, not everything else. And therefore, it's a defined mandate and therefore, you know, it shouldn't be that expansive. But it's also a little bit misrepresentation of the volume of issues that have to be engaged. I mean, I don't want to be simplistic about it, but children are 50% of this continent, in some cases about 70% of this continent, depending on which country you're sitting in. So there is also an element of the representation of the work and the expansive mandate of the committee. Why am I saying this? It's because the committee then has 11 committee members who are there with a part-time mandate, if I could say it. We know very little in terms of resources and presence all the time. If you translate the mandate of the committee to the work of these few people and the very limited structure that is approved by the commission, by the African Union, and actually funded, it translates to an impossible task, right? Because then think about the mechanisms. Ayelo introduced the special mechanisms that are the thematic rapporteurs. And then amongst the thematic rapporteurs that we currently have, there are 11 thematic rapporteurs, simply divided by, there are, 11 members of the committee. And so you assign a mandate based on the members that you have. But these mandates are also very expansive. If you are really to engage, like with each of them on a specific issue. The same committee members are then members of working groups, right? Then the same committee members are also country rapporteurs, right? And then the same committee members must do all the other responsibilities, including, decisions, follow-up. There isn't actually a lot of time left. Now, what does that mean? Is actually the committee cannot be able to do what it's supposed to do without the special mechanisms, because the special mechanisms is the opportunity to leverage expertise from outside. Already, I think I've taken a lot of time already to just set that background, but I think it's essential because then we start to see the value of the special mechanisms, especially external expertise and the opportunities to engage with it. If you think through these mandates, I looked at each of the setting up groups. In specific cases, we refer to, the role of the working group. Besides this specific working group, the rest of the working groups also have a responsibility for monitoring the implementation of decisions of the committee related to the specific area, right? Then the thematic special rapporteurs also have a responsibility to monitor the implementation of decisions related to their specific thematic area. The country rapporteur has a responsibility to monitor the implementation of the decisions related to that specific area. Where is this going? Overlap, right? Significant overlap of the mandates. Does that necessarily translate to mean that there is over attention? Not necessarily. It just means that it's balkanized. There's so many people looking at the same issues, but it's not systematized, from the documents. But because the committee is obviously 11 members, it's a bit proximate, so you can see a way in which it's easy to share this information across. But from a structural point of view, it looks actually quite balkanized and very scattered. But the more fundamental issue is, if you have the mandate to implement, to follow up on implementation scattered so far, how do you align resources to a scattered, responsibility? It becomes very difficult, especially with this individual mechanism. So, I can't get into detail because we don't have time. But Ayelo said maybe we should also speak about special mechanisms. There's only a certain extent to which people can, the committee can fund the mechanisms, like working groups. Does the committee actually have the budget within the committee to actualize the mandate of the working groups? Most often not. because a lot of that mandate depends on resources far beyond even what the budget of the committee entirely would look like. What that means is that by definition, the mechanisms have to look outside. And that also means that the element of looking outside actually has to be systematically thought through, even in the formation of the group itself. That's not exactly how it works. I think it works in a bit of a different way. You know, organically, we're looking at expertise, not necessarily looking at the resources. The mechanisms are embedded into not necessarily the charter. Yes, there is a charter basis, but these mechanisms have developed from the rules of procedure and subsequently fleshed out in the respective mandates of each of the groups. But they are also now integrated into the strategic plan of the committee. And from a strategic point of view, the mechanisms are actually regarded as an integral element of supporting and widening the mandate of the committee. So I think it becomes now necessary that you actually have to think about it from a systematic point of view. If it's not self-sabotage, if you don't have a control over how you can actualize this from a resources point of view, it becomes risky planning, that it's part of your strategic plan, but you don't really have the resources, without external influence. So how does that actually play out in practice? Is that this opens up space for external engagement, but that external engagement can be driven by resources, right? So whoever has the resources focuses on the mechanism that they can engage, and that mechanism therefore receives a lot of attention, and that area of work seems to grow, and it can seem to grow disproportionately compared to the others. I think this is just food for thought for us to think about how does that impact the generality of the implementation of the charter if we have that kind of influence. I think, of course, as has been said over and over again, and also leveraging on my own experience, there is, with only 11 members and very limited resources and a vast amount of a mandate, it's inevitable that you need external expertise. But sometimes the framework within which the external experts are working also limits how much you can exploit from the external experts. Because if you're only going to exploit the external experts at the pre-session meeting, which is only 2 hours, in a year, how many hours? You're basically getting very little, while you could actually get a whole lot done by this from this expert. But I think one of the things that, for those of us who have been engaging with the mechanism for many years, the past 5 years has been an explosion of research, studies, resolutions, decisions, a lot of which have stemmed from this expansion. So it's not without consequence, but I think it's a question of, are we actually maximizing it? The flip side of that is the speed. There's the speed of production, right? You can produce, is it strategic, is it systematic, or are we piling knowledge? I think that's just an open question that maybe we can also consider. The last thing is, it's not the last thing, I don't have time to go through. I wanted to speak about resourcing, leveraging, how can you maximize the leveraging of external expertise, especially when you're talking about implementation. Daisy there and I were talking over break, and I told her there's a point that she made in the morning that I don't think landed fully. And I was telling her it's very hard to land because we are lawyers. Mostly because within the legal sphere, we talk about implementation and we are 100% sure of what we are saying. You know, implementation and monitoring. It means something as lawyers. But Daisy is an M&E specialist, and it means very different things. And the people who sit in this decision making and the people who are interpreting whether the monitoring is happening are lawyers. And the M&E experts who engage with government and who collect data and inform the statistics in the countries don't understand this language. This is that one opportunity to actually have that capacity directly engaging with multi what do you say, multidisciplinary thought into how we conceptualize monitoring, evaluation, learning. How do we translate that into legal principles and all? The last thing I was going to speak about is comparability. I was going to say even intra-mechanism itself, between the working group on implementation and the working group on disability. We might have a lot to say in terms of where we have come and what has been achieved or not achieved. But thinking about how, for instance, the special rapporteurs, how the special rapporteurs of the committee have played out vis-a-vis, for instance, the special rapporteurs of the commission. We work closely with the special rapporteurs of both mechanisms. So we also notice some few differences that arise in how these mechanisms work. Is there an opportunity to leverage? Why are certain, special mechanisms actually able to, leverage and pick up traction a lot on that are not being, equally distributed? Maybe a unique mechanism within the committee, not necessarily different, but because of its origins, is a special mechanism, the special rapporteur on child marriage that was set up before the other special rapporteurs had begun. And when it was under the auspices of the AU, how was it different? How was it resourced differently? I have been taking an interest in looking at that versus how it's running as part of the special mechanisms of the committee and thinking, is there an opportunity to also consider expertise or frameworks that may not necessarily sit within the committee, but which can still enrich and link up with the committee's capacities? So in short, I think there's a lot. There's a lot of how these mechanisms can be leveraged from people who are outside, but also from a structural and design perspective within the committee that can actually improve implementation. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. You told that when she started that she would actually end her presentation in 5 minutes, right? Thank you, Nkata, for as always for raising very critical issues. As you've said, we've come a long way. How I wish that I explained to you how the idea of having special mechanisms, and of course, as much as it's included in the rules of procedures of the committee, but operationalizing those provisions actually came on board. How we actually came up with the idea of having specific working groups on disability, business, climate change, and implementation of decisions, and what informed us actually to choose the 11 thematic areas. It was during our joint session that we had in Banjul that we had to come up with the idea of 11 thematics to inform the thematic rapporteurs. There are a number of rationales behind the selection of the teams, both for special rapporteurs and country reports. But you have raised very pertinent issues related to overlaps. But what we are trying to do to also avoid that, the fact that we have assigned specific legal researchers within the committee to work with the specific mandates of the African Committee of Experts and how that's enhancing their work. Issues of resources. It's for the first time 2 years ago or 3 years ago, 3 years ago actually, we have a dedicated budget from member states of the African Union to actually support the works of the working groups, the special mechanisms of the African Committee of Experts. And of course, is it sufficient? No, it's not. It's not adequate. So we had to also collaborate with some of you present in this room as well to actually support. So yes, the challenges are there, but there are also somehow interventions that we're trying to put. The explosion of documents in terms of research and resolutions and whether we're maximizing them. The committee made a decision at some point that, okay, we are going to do baseline studies, which we did. which is now informing our strategic plans, our work plans, our interventions, our programs, and everything. So how the committee is maximizing from all these research and documents is something that we should have discussed extensively. But these are very pertinent issues. And thank you very much for raising this complementarity, not only within the committee, like the working group, between the working group and the special rapporteurs and country rapporteurs and everything, but also the one with the commission. That's food for thought for the committee, I'm sure. It's very much well noted. Thank you very much for your pertinent issues. Now, I can give the floor for 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's very fast. I can give the floor for 4 of you with an indulgence that I'm asking from the interpreters. I think they're good. So 4 of you for not more than 1 minute question each of you, and then we take it from there.
Thank you. My name is Christine Chirabo, and I work with the African Center for Justice and Peace Studies. My question would firstly go to Dr. Ayel, something. Okay. I just want to know, in my understanding, the working group on implementation of decisions should rather follow, like decisions are actually being made, judgment is given, then how are they actually implemented, right? Well, that's what I could pick from the wording. So could you just give us like a success story of like something you have actually followed up and achieved? I've seen like your presentation on, on the research and all the groups that you have come up with. Yeah, and then also, I've realized that there's, of course, the limiting factors other than resources. The countries that are facing different problems. For example, Sudan, they've been having war for over 10 years. For example, we had a success story with a decision last year for Mohammed, but until now, like it's just on paper, and I know that there's so little that you can do, but what can we actually do to start with? Thank you.
Right? Did you get the question?
Good evening. I am Christine Kandie. I'm from Kenya, and I'm from Endorois community. And Endorois is a long struggle for land rights. Our case has been identified as one of the brainchild for African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So I have a question in regards to working group on implementation of the decision. And this question is in regards to understanding so that there is a clear communication coming from both parties. I do understand that at some point you are overwhelmed, but our case was decided way back in 2010. We have a follow-up for like 4 years and it went silent. So I just want to understand, how do you ensure that there is also a flow of information from both parties so that we don't lose touch along the way? Because it is very important, because I'm speaking because Endoro's case is also affecting the case of a child, Endoro's children back at home to a larger extent, including even strengthening on their self-determination. So I just wanted to understand, how do you make a follow-up? Because is it a must that we have to show up at the African Commission, or how do you deal with those prioritization? Because you gave us an assurance that, African Commission gave us an assurance that Endoro's case was one of their brainchild. So how did you move from there? Any stagnation? How do you prioritize among other cases? I know you must having a list of priority. So how do we came in as Endoro's, and how do we start again for the purpose of implementation and delivering justice to our people? Thank you.
Thank you, Christine, right? Yeah. But I cannot raise this question. We will deliver this message to our colleagues, and it's a valid question. It's a valid observation that you have. To our colleagues in Banjul, the African Commission about the Endoro's case is a Banjul Commission, as you know very well. So we will deliver that and make sure that, because if you've been trying to follow up for years and nothing has been done, I'm sure there must be some miscommunication, and that can be sorted out for sure. Yeah. All right.
Thank you. My name is Masi Awino, and my question is in regards to how the committee and the working groups, how they balance their commitment to the principles of impartiality and independence when they have been invited by state parties to undertake investigative missions within their states in as far as the cases or communications that are ongoing. So sometimes the committee or the investigative mission is just for 1 week, and they're investigating a case that has issues that have been in place for years. 1 week, ideally, realistically, is not enough time to collect all the data needed to actually come up with a credible decision. So, and then you're also going under the auspices of the government that has invited you. There is a possibility that the government will point you in the direction where they want you to find information that they want you to find and not the truth. So how do you balance that and come up with credible decisions?
Where did you say you're from? Sorry, may I?
Student, and I come from Uganda.
Oh, okay, all right, Uganda. Oh, you're a student here. All right, thank you. Thank you for that very difficult question. Good luck answering this one.
Thank you very much to the presenters and Dr. Ayalo for your moderation so far. I just have maybe a comment or a question with regards to one of the issue that Prof. Murungi had mentioned with regards to the working group around the issue of overlap. Looking at how implementation of decision and also how this revolves around the different issues. I was wondering if it's, and I'm speaking as someone who is not privy, of course, to the internal mechanism of this working group, but I was wondering if it's more of overlap or also coordination with regards to specifically the role of the working group on implementation and decision. Because when you look at implementation itself as a standalone strategy, that is very important. But then at the same time, implementation does not exist in vacuum. It usually would relate to a particular issue. So if that, if the committee on, if the working group, sorry, on implementation is looking at decisions and recommendations related to some of these issues, maybe business and human rights or for children with disability. I was wondering if that's not like the starting point, you know, for that working group on implementation to discuss with their colleagues on that thematic issue and then proceed from there. So just to ask if it's overlap or coordination, and maybe you could clarify on how that working, that mechanism works.
All right. So I think on some of the questions, honorable members can also reflect and share their views on issues, particularly what my sister has raised on the issues of how do you actually keep the independence and the impartiality of the committee in a situation where you're actually somehow guided by states to, you know, but it's not usually. Yes. All right. Yes. Okay. It's not usually by the invitation of governments. It's a committee requesting for authorization, but the mission has to be authorized by governments. Yes, Prof. Julia. Good to see you here. Please, you may have the floor.
Right, thank you. I just wanted to reflect on the last question, the lady from Uganda, because as a former committee member, I went on several investigative missions, including to northern Uganda. And it actually poses really difficult options for the committee. This is the very early days for the committee to decide on. In the case of Uganda, the representative from the government, the person authorized to come with us, I think he was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wanted to sit in on every single interview. We just said, no, sorry, this is confidential. In the mission to Tanzania to investigate the plight of children with albinism, the Minister of I think it was Ministry of Justice officials were very, very difficult. And eventually we were almost forced to abort, Ayelo, you were there, we were almost forced to abort the trip. So it's often a very delicate balancing act, and I think it's a really good question to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. As all of you know, Prof was a former member of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. So we used to handle these issues whenever we have missions. But if you would like to add on these before I give the floor to the speakers, please.
I'll start by adding some examples before I answer the question. We went to Sudan, and the members of the government wanted to be on every meeting that we're supposed to have. At one point, we disappeared. We did a disappearing act, and they were not very happy when they caught us later. And at a certain place, we wanted to go somewhere, I think it was Nigeria, and we're told, no, we cannot guarantee your safety in that area. That place is very dangerous. We don't know what they have put there. They could be bombs. So there's always that perspective of we need to protect you, but at the same time, we need to be in everything you're doing. The best way to do it is to have a balancing act. Don't lose your temper and tell them that you're coming from the committee. At one point, the first mission, I lost my temper. We were in Sudan, and they told us you cannot go to a certain part of the country. And I asked them, do you know who I am? And they said, yes, we know who you are, but we shall not guarantee your safety beyond this place, because our president, who was part of the armed group of the other side, said, we cannot guarantee your safety, but you're at liberty. You can go. Of course, you know what happened. I did not go. I found my way back to Khartoum. We complained a bit. Interestingly, the government said, don't mind, we shall ensure that they come and attend. Those were armed groups. And believe me, we had a meeting. They told us, you'll meet the armed groups at this hotel in Khartoum. I called my wife, my kids. I told them I love them. Then we had the meeting. But what I'm trying to say, it's a tricky balance. But what's important is that you reflect that this is a follow-up, or this is an investigative mission which is based on specific facts, and we shall stick to them. Because at times, if you're following up on specific facts, they might want to even prepare the narrative and get all the media in the country to listen to that narrative. But at times you have to stick to read the right narrative, that this is what it is. They might not be very happy with you after that, but it saves you a lot when you stick to the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think a final point on this is the impartiality is from all, not only from governments, but also from civil society organizations and applicants as well. So that's one thing. So the committee, even if the government people are in the room in a situation where we cannot avoid, because as mind you, this is an intergovernmental part of an intergovernmental organization. It works for and with member states of the African Union. It's created by member states of the African Union. It's part of the African Union mechanisms and everything. So there is, we can only do things which are authorized by governments. Authorized. They have to be authorized by governments, and we need to be allowed to do. The committee has to be allowed. So without cooperations and authorization of governments, the committee cannot do anything, because it's part and parcel of the African Union mechanism, as you know. But in its assessment and engagement, that's where now the objectivity come on board. Even in a situation where government authorities or applicants are around, the committee should be able to analyze things and interrogate things, come up with conclusions in an at most objective manner, regardless of some of the, but as the honorable members indicated, in some countries we face this challenge where governments, usually governments, tend to be somehow present in all the engagements, which in this case may not be allowed. So the committee passes a message. We try to convince governments, and usually they agree. In some instances, as Prof. Julia indicated and Honorable Robert indicated, we have 2 or 3 incidents, I would say. And we have done more than 35 follow-up missions, all right? More than 35 follow-up missions. Now, actually, the number stands around 37 follow-up missions. we have done around 7 or 8 investigative and fact-finding missions. So these are very specific cases where we have faced challenge from this angle. Otherwise, they usually cooperate. I just had to make that very clear.
Thank you. So I will start by addressing the question on the success story about. Okay, you asked for a success story about of the working group, but here I will speak about access story, not only from the working group, but the follow-up undertakes by the committee. Including the working group and other special mechanism, including the country rapporteur of the committee. They are also special mechanism. So, for example, just to give an example here, for example, the committee organized follow-up consultations with member states, so including Mauritania, Kenya, inviting them to attend the consultation during the session and also to share information on the progress made in the implementation of the committee conclusions, observations, and decisions. So of course the participation itself is it's also we can call it a success story, an achievement itself regarding the lack of political will that we already all human rights organs facing, but also the information received itself on the status of implementation and what comes after that the reporting already this member state came shared information after that they reported following that on the implementation of the charter. So at least we know we have updated information on the status of implementation. Regarding also how what we are doing to ensure that the flow of follow-up undertakings, let's start by saying the committee expect to receive implementation report from member state 180 days after the receipt of the decision by the responding state. Following that, the committee send a reminder and also give another 90 days for the government to report. Let's say also the committee continue to remind to make sure this decision is not going to be forgotten, but also undertake follow-up missions on-site country visits to assess the status of implementation of this decision when we don't receive implementation report. To add to this, also the committee can report lack of implementation by member state, like as final resort to the EU political organs. You mentioned Sudan. There is 2 decisions that was adopted and issued by the committee 2023. Not only one, not only the one of Jomah, but 2024 it was sent 20. Yeah. So I'm going just to refer to the study of implementation of decision when it was mapping the factors of non-implementation. It was mentioned the issue, let's say, the derogation and their effect to the implementation level, speaking about armed conflict, about disasters, and all this affect the follow-up process. Sometimes we can't, when the national level, at national level, it's not possible to contact or to communicate or even to send a reminder. And this is also a challenge for the committee itself. But we continue trying with the possible avenue that we have. So also was speaking about what we are also doing to continue following up. My presentation and my colleagues' presentation from the sisters organs this morning from the court and the commission, we all stressed on the role of data and credible data and credible information to assess the status of implementation, and which is a challenge actually affecting the follow-up process itself, and also not the follow-up, also to know to which extent the states are implementing and what's happening on the ground. So the committee from the established procedure also already supposed, as I mentioned, to receive this implementation report. So we are trying to, through the working group, to collect data and information, not only through the official, the state, but when we don't receive the state party reports, we also use other sources like National Human Rights Institutions and CSO and other sources. And we are trying also to ensure verification of this information to have concrete, credible information. to be able to assess the status of implementation. So yeah, to avoid also fragmented efforts of implementation. So I hope I managed to address some of your question or all your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was the specific question that was addressed to me, and maybe just to answer that, I will, as I was saying, I think most of these mechanisms, this particularly the working groups are 4 years old. Is it 4 years, right? Because this is the second cycle. And then, I mean, the country rapporteurs and thematic rapporteurs, maybe slightly more, especially country rapporteurs, because, I mean, it's a way of organizing and engaging the committee. So I think it's not an indictment of the committee. I think it's a reflection of process of how we got here, that there is this duplicities, or if you say overlap. The overlap might also be more theoretical than actual, because like I said, it's the same people sitting in each of the mechanism, right? So you have the same members of the committee are in the working group. They are the country rapporteur. They are also the thematic rapporteur on a particular issue. It's just not, it's not possible to, I mean, it couldn't fully be anticipated, I suppose, from the very beginning. But I think it's something that we have to consciously now address going forward, because the body of information is growing. And I think what we got from the previous conferences relating to the Commission and the court, I think is if you wait too long to then respond to the implementation question, you then start to deal with a sense of overwhelm. And our posture always towards the committee, which is what I was saying at the beginning, our posture always towards the committee is that the committee doesn't have to reproduce the issues that the Commission and the court have had to deal with. I think it can utilize that knowledge and actually design a system that works right from the start, because it still has the advantage of manageable volume. So it is possible to systematize this information, because, for instance, just as a characteristic of it's not systematic, but it's overlapping, is most of the mechanisms, I mean, the special mechanisms like the working groups are involved with the studies, right? So a decision is taken, it's strategic in terms of the strategic plan. We're going to have all these baseline studies, and now we have a lot of the baseline studies, which the working groups have been very instrumental in designing. Out of this, a lot of guidelines and policy briefs have also emerged. Out of these policy briefs and guidelines, there is a significant level of prescription of what states ought to do. That level of prescription that is in the guidelines needs to correspond with recommendations that are going out in the state party reports, right? It needs to also correspond with the recommendations that are, or with the decisions that are coming in respect of specific issues that are coming. That's a system that is growing, that can be either incidental or intentional. And so what I'm saying is that we have a role to sort of like be intentional about how you're building the system, so that it's not just incidental to how it emerged.
The advantage of having this kind of forums for us within the committee, and I'm sure our colleagues from the committee would agree as well, is for us to learn as well, so that there is always a better way of doing things if we give it a serious thought. And this is one of the areas that I would agree that we'll have to go back and rethink, so that and revisit, also that we can we don't repeat the already existing challenge that other organs are actually having on a number of things. So coordination versus overlap, and how can we actually work on that is something that we need to really go back and discuss. That brings us to the end of our discussion, at least for this panel. And before I I give the floor back to the organizers in 30 seconds. Thank you very much for staying this long and attending this very rich and interesting and insightful session. And please give a round of applause to the two presenters for a very comprehensive presentation. Thank you very much, and I give the floor back to the organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Ayalu. And that brings us to the end of the first day of the conference. Thank you so much for staying through the day. I know it was a very packed day and the discussions were very packed as well. So a lot of information to take. But then you'll be happy to know that, well, we're going straight into the dinner because of the time, so that we can also finish on time and people can go and rest at 8. So the dinner is in Cullinan A, which is when you come out, you go to the room next door. So just the next door. And yes, I've been kind of calling people back into the room during the discussion. So this is the time to chat. Tomorrow, we're going to start a little bit earlier than today. So we're going to start at 8:30 so that we can finish the conference without rushing for time, as some people might have to travel immediately after. So yes, please come a little bit earlier. And we'll start with the first panel for the day, which is on communications related issues. To close us off, I will give over to Brian.
Thank you, Ntokozo, and a round of applause, colleagues, to who are we clapping for? The first round of applause really is to each one of you. So you have earned this, and I know you're going to make it worth the clap. A round of applause to each of you for enduring the long day. Thank you so much. It was a very action-packed program. Actually, one would say we are trying to test if you're ready for the rugged landscape that the implementation journey is. We can confirm you are. And we are very happy to note that. The second one is to our dear facilitators, dear panelists, and dear speakers. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, to the speakers. Thank you for making this valuable, for making it worthwhile, for the opinions, for the observations you've made, and for the propositions you've made. We are going to be better. I know, because I believe, and I know that the future of human rights, like I said in the morning, is African. Finally, to the team that has put this together, Ntokozo has been our team lead on the, she still is. We have another day to go, but I mean, let's celebrate today, right? So for today and the period before, the amount of work that has gone into this, Ntokozo has been my right-hand woman on this. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her. We are working with an incredible team. Yolokazi Mfuto right behind there, doing so much in the background. Ruth Fassfeld, yes, thank you. Ruth Fassfeld in absentia, she's balancing, supporting here with completion of her also education so that she can come and serve even much better. Ruth Fassfeld, and then Cheryl, part of the team. Thank you so much. Tamika in absentia. Yes, it's one would say an almost all women team, but for my presence. Yes, so thank you so much. I would like to believe that really this was worth your time for today, and that it encourages you to come much earlier tomorrow morning so that we can also finish much earlier. Thank you so much, and let us use the dinner I propose to both socialize, but also to, in that 1 or 2 minutes you get with everybody, especially those who are serving in positions of influence, to highlight not just issues of implementation, but also issues, implementation of the decisions, but also issues of implementation of the charter, like Dr. Ayalu and a few other people have emphasized. Highlight those emerging issues in your countries, especially colleagues from organizations that are working on children's rights, who are here. Highlight the concerns that you have, that you think there's need for a response from the committee, but also from other stakeholders to support your work. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very great evening.